Good morning and welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Time now 6 o'clock on the East Coast, 3 o'clock over on the West Coast as we take a live look over in Gaza. Just over a month into the war, Israel's military says it's fighting in the depths of Gaza City after encircling the northern part of the besieged Palestinian enclave. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel will have, quote, overall security responsibility in Gaza for an indefinite period. This after its war with Hamas ends. His comment in a TV interview offered the clearest indication yet that Israel plans to maintain control over that territory that's home to some 2.3 million Palestinians. Trey Yingst is on the ground following the latest over in Gaza, where Israeli forces are now stepping up their attacks in northern Gaza ahead of what is expected to be a very long and bloody fight for Gaza City. We'll turn now to Trey Yingst with the very latest.
It begins.
We're continuing to work with Egypt and Israel to ensure that American citizens who have indicated a desire to depart are able to do so.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu already looking beyond the battle, indicating Israel will have control of Gaza for an indefinite period of time. In southern Israel, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And earlier this morning, we heard from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with a number of the G7 foreign ministers over in Tokyo. This following high-stakes meetings in the Middle East as he tried to work to call for U.S. President Joe Biden, his messaging, which has been a humanitarian pause in the fighting. Let's turn now to Secretary of State Blinken in Tokyo.
Good evening, everyone. We just concluded a pretty packed 2 days, coming at a very intense time for our countries and for the world. I want to begin by thanking Foreign Minister Kamikawa for the very warm hospitality here in Tokyo, and her and Prime Minister Kishida for Japan's leadership during this historic year for the G7. The G7 has strengthened its role as the steering committee of the world's advanced democracies, demonstrating unprecedented unity of purpose and unity of action on the issues that are defining the 21st century. And at another moment of intense challenge for the free world, our security and our values, G7 unity is stronger and more important than ever. Our first focus here in Tokyo was the crisis in the Middle East. Yesterday evening, I had an opportunity to brief my colleagues on my travel through the region, as well as extensive engagements by President Biden and our entire national security team. The G7 ministers reaffirmed our staunch support for Israel's right and obligation to defend itself and seek to ensure the attacks of October 7th can never happen again in accordance with international humanitarian law. We had in-depth discussions about the steps that we are taking to address urgent needs on the ground. We all agreed that humanitarian pauses would advance key objectives: to protect Palestinian civilians, to increase the sustained flow of humanitarian assistance, to allow our citizens and foreign nationals to exit, and to facilitate the release of hostages. I briefed my colleagues about my conversations with Israeli leaders on pauses and on concrete steps to minimize harm to Palestinian civilians in Gaza and to stop extremist violence in the West Bank. Israel has repeatedly told us that there is no going back to October 6th, before the barbaric attacks by Hamas. We fully agree. As we work with Israel to ensure this, we also are working in the region to deter broader threats to our partners and to our friends. As the President has said, to anyone seeking to take advantage of the crisis in Gaza and spread conflict to other theaters, don't. All of us want to end this conflict as soon as possible, and meanwhile, to minimize civilian suffering. But as I discussed with my G7 colleagues, those calling for an immediate ceasefire have an obligation to explain how to address the unacceptable result it would likely bring about. Hamas left in place with more than 200 hostages with the capacity and stated intent to repeat October 7th again and again and again. Ultimately, the only way to ensure that this crisis never happens again is to begin setting the conditions for durable peace and security and to frame our diplomatic efforts now with that in mind. The United States believes key elements should include no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. No reduction in the territory of Gaza. We must also ensure no terrorist threats can emanate from the West Bank. We must also work on the affirmative elements to get to a sustained peace. These must include the Palestinian people's voices and aspirations at the center of post-crisis governance in Gaza. It must include Palestinian-led governance and Gaza unified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And it must include a sustained mechanism for reconstruction in Gaza and a pathway to Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in states of their own with equal measures of security, freedom, opportunity, and dignity. Even as we focus intensely on addressing these urgent challenges, we believe that the time is now to start the conversation about the future. Not tomorrow, not after the war. Today. Because identifying the longer-term objectives and a pathway to get there will help shape our approach to addressing immediate needs. I know it's hard to look ahead in this moment. It is the aim of terrorists to sow chaos, to destroy hope, to destroy lives, and through human despair, grow their ranks and hijack the political future of the Palestinians. We cannot and we will not let them succeed. Today, we also focused on our enduring support for Ukraine. The G7 has led the world in galvanizing and sustaining that support, and as we told Foreign Minister Tlaib today, Ukraine can count on us. To put Ukraine on a solid foundation for the next year, we must help Ukraine do 4 things at once. First, keep fighting to win back its territory. Second, build a world-class military force to ensure maximum deterrence for the long term and make clear to President Putin that he cannot and will not outlast Ukraine, and he cannot and will not outlast all of Ukraine's supporters. 28 countries have made concrete commitments to join us in this effort of building a Ukrainian fighting force for the future. Third, kickstart economic recovery and growth and bring more hope, more opportunity to the Ukrainian people. And fourth, accelerate the reform process to speed Ukraine's path to the European Union and to attract investment. All of these steps are designed to help Ukraine stand strongly on its own 2 feet. We also discussed at length the Indo-Pacific and steps we're taking together to contend with challenges to our shared vision of a free, open, prosperous, secure, and resilient region. We spoke about the PRC. We agreed on the importance of working constructively on shared challenges, but also being clear and direct with China on our differences. We'll continue to de-risk our economies, to strengthen our resilience, to push back on economic coercion. We'll also continue to stand up to China over its actions in the South and East China Seas. We, of course, oppose unilateral or coercive efforts to change the status quo with Taiwan. Our conversation today demonstrated an unprecedented degree of alignment among the G7 on our approach to China. We also discussed the DPRK's provocative actions and missile launches and dangerous DPRK-Russia military cooperation. We're deeply concerned about what Russia is providing Pyongyang in return for the weapons and munitions that it's getting from Pyongyang. We'll continue to push for the full implementation of all relevant UN Security Council resolutions and commitments to uphold the global non-proliferation order. A major theme throughout our meetings was how we can leverage our full economic, political, and development strength to deepen ties with developing countries and deliver for people around the world. Through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we're mobilizing $600 billion in high-quality, transparent infrastructure projects worldwide by 2027. We're unlocking hundreds of billions in new lending capacity for the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, for things like climate resilience, public health, and other key priorities. We're also working to shape a more inclusive international system, supporting reform of the UN Security Council, making the international financial system more responsive to the needs of low and middle-income countries, bringing more voices to the table here at the G7, as, for example, with today's meeting with Central Asian partners. Later today, I'll travel to the Republic of Korea and then on to India, two of our most important partners in the Indo-Pacific. Even as we're engaged intensively on the urgent challenges of this moment, the United States remains focused on advancing the interests of the American people in every part of the world on issues that matter in their lives. At this inflection point in the struggle to protect the international order, we are standing strong for our vision of a more free, secure, open, and prosperous world. And we do not stand alone. We've built extraordinary coalitions with allies and partners who carry their share of the burden. And we leave this G7 meeting stronger and more united in meeting the challenges of today. Thank you. With that, I'll take some questions.
First question goes to Courtney McBride with Bloomberg.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Secretary. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that his government would maintain security control of Gaza for, quote, an indefinite period, end quote. How do you reconcile those comments to previous statements by both the U.S. and Israeli governments opposing a reoccupation of Gaza? And then you addressed this a bit, but other G7 members have expressed support for a full ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, while the U.S. continues to support just these humanitarian pauses. And I'm just wondering, did you convince the other members of the U.S. position, or is this joint statement language just the sort of minimal consensus area? Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. So I think we've been very clear from day one that when it comes to post-conflict governance in Gaza, a few things are clear and necessary. One, Gaza cannot be continue to be run by Hamas. That simply invites a repetition of October 7th, and Gaza used as a place from which to launch terrorist attacks. It's also clear that Israel cannot occupy Gaza. Now, the reality is that there may be a need for some transition period at the end of the conflict, but it is imperative that the Palestinian people be central to governance in Gaza and in the West Bank as well, and that, again, we don't see a reoccupation. And what I've heard from Israeli leaders is that they have no intent to reoccupy Gaza and retake control of Gaza. So the only question is there some transition period that might be necessary, and what might be the mechanisms that you could put in place for that to make sure that there is security. But we're very clear on no reoccupation, just as we're very clear on no displacement of the Palestinian population. And as we've said before, we need to see and get to, in effect, unity of governance when it comes to Gaza and the West Bank, and ultimately to a Palestinian state. When it comes to the G7 statement, and particularly with regard to the question of ceasefire, actually we found real unity in the G7 on in this moment on that question. I think the communique very accurately reflects what we discussed and what G7 partners believe.
For the next question, Sasaki Akiko with TV Tokyo.
Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for coming to Japan. So you met with Prime Minister Kishida yesterday, and what role could Japan play in the conflict in the Middle East? And what is your expectation of Japan in this conflict? And also, can a ceasefire agreement be reached between Israel and Gaza? And also, what do you think is the final goal of this conflict?
Good. Thank you. First, I was very appreciative of being able to see Prime Minister Kishida and, of course, to spend extensive time with the foreign minister. And I can tell you, first, we very much appreciate Japan's engagement in helping to deal with the conflict between Israel and Hamas and the situation in Gaza. I very much welcome the foreign minister's trip to the region, which was important, as well as her unequivocal condemnation of terror, the call for the release of hostages, and the announcement by Japan of $75 million in humanitarian assistance. We had a very productive discussion with the Foreign Minister and I about important, vital issues like what needs to be done to minimize civilian.
All right, changing gears now from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken over to those elections happening in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, electing a mayor who campaigned on the focus of the safest, cleanest, greenest big city in the nation. We turn now to Hank Flynn over in Philadelphia with the very latest on this. Good morning, Hank.
Yeah, good morning, Giacomo. It is definitely a big day here in the city of Philadelphia, although she won't be inaugurated just yet. It'll be the 2nd of January, early next year, that Sherelle Parker will be inaugurated as Philadelphia's 100th mayor, and certainly she will be the city's very first. She's a former city council member and state representative, and the contest was not close, Giacomo. In fact, nearly 75% of the votes cast that went for Parker versus a little bit more than a quarter of the votes cast for her Republican opponent, former Councilman David O. In all, about 209,000 votes versus about 72,000. In overwhelmingly blue Philadelphia, it was no surprise. At her victory party last night, Giacomo, Parker promised to follow through on her campaign promises of public safety and public health through teamwork.
Path to self-sufficiency. You heard me talk about making our public health and safety our #1 priority. Listen, I don't apologize about that. We are going to use every legal tool that is in the toolbook to make this city safe. If we work together and not as adversaries, and not us versus them, not business, versus government, versus community. We need everyone to bring it together. I'm Philly born, I'm Philly bred, and I'll be a Philadelphian till I'm dead. I love you, Philly. We're going to do this together.
Yep. Now, Giacomo, the 51-year-old Parker grew up in West Oak Lane, which is a neighborhood in northern Philadelphia. Got involved in politics as just a teenager, and the man that she will replace, outgoing two-term Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney, tweeted this out last night, calling Parker a friend and a colleague with whom he would gladly work to ensure a clean transition. Now, Giacomo, back to the realities of the city of Philadelphia. It has been crime-ridden, and there are some neighborhoods that are nasty with drug abuse. Parker said she would unveil and use every single law enforcement tool that she has on the books in order to rectify that situation. She's invoked things like the National Guard, the Pennsylvania National Guard, and even talked about bringing back controversial, some would even say illegal, stop and frisk tactics by the Philadelphia police. We know that as the first female mayor and as the 100th one here, she has promised change. How much you'll see come the new year remains to be seen, but a lot of people are excited for a new administration here in Philadelphia after 8 years of Jim Kenney. Giacomo.
All right, Hank Flynn there in Philadelphia as it elects its 100th mayor and the first female there. Thanks so much, Hank.
You bet.
All right, folks, the time now 6:19 here on the East Coast and 3:19 over on the West Coast. Let's head out to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll return in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. 6:21 now on the East Coast, 3:21 over on the West Coast. I do want to turn now to the EU Commission, where European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and the European Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, Oliver Barhelyi, holds a new news conference on the 2023 enlargement package and the new growth plan for the Western Balkans. We'll listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered.
Organized crime. It has made legislative changes to fight vested interests. So here too, the Commission recommends that the Council opens accession negotiations. There are some remaining measures that have to be finished. And on this basis, here too, the Council could then finalise the negotiating framework, and the Commission will report on the progress to Council in March 2024. Now, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We recognise a number of positive political and legal steps. For example, the swift entry into office of a new Council of Ministers in January 2023, the commitment of political parties to the goal of accession have, without any doubt, brought positive results. There is progress in the fight against organised crime, money laundering and terrorism, for example. But we also note with concern the various unconstitutional laws adopted by the representatives of the Republika Srpska entity. And against this backdrop, the Commission recommends to the Council the opening of accession negotiations once the necessary degree of compliance with membership criteria is achieved. And here too, the Commission will report to the Council on progress by March 2024. Finally, with regard to Georgia, here the College fully supports the genuine aspirations of the overwhelming majority of its citizens to join the European Union. These aspirations need to be better mirrored by the authorities, who should engage more with the opposition and civil society on matters of national interest. And further progress is needed by the government on the 12 priorities identified last year before candidate status was granted. So now the Commission also acknowledges a number of positive steps. For example, the opposition scrutiny on the parliamentary work has been increased, an action plan for de-oligarchization was adopted, the personalised approach was withdrawn, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau was set up. Therefore, the Commission recommends to grant candidate status to Georgia on the understanding that the government takes important reform steps. Now, in general, to conclude, enlargement is a vital policy for the European Union. And this has been my main message since the beginning of my mandate. Completing our union is the call of history. It is the natural horizon of the European Union. The citizens of countries that want to join are Europeans, just like those of today's union. Because we all know that geography, history, and common values bind us. So completing our union also has a strong economic and political and geopolitical logic. We have seen, if you see the history of the last enlargement rounds, they have shown that there is an enormous benefits, both for those countries who access the European Union and the European Union itself. Basically, we all win. And you can see it for the new members, their citizens and businesses. There's access to our 4 freedoms, access to our single market. Citizens can travel, businesses have new markets, and all of this is a powerful lever to increase prosperity and therefore stability in these countries. But for the European Union itself, the advantages are also very clear and impressive. The expansion of our single market brings economy of scale for our businesses, increases our competitiveness and therefore the strength of our single market. Our history of enlargement has been an unprecedented economic success story. But also, if you look at the global attractiveness of the European Union, enlargement has increased it, and it, of course, also has increased our leverage as trading partner. Just take the fact that the common purchase of gas, being 27, makes a huge difference in the success of this in this field. Enlargement is also an investment in our security, because integrating new members in the European Union shields those new members also from foreign interference, and it stabilizes our neighborhood, therefore. In times where we see the rules-based international order increasingly called into question, of course a larger and stronger European Union gives us a stronger voice in the world. So in sum, enlargement is a unique opportunity both for the countries aspiring to join the European Union and, of course, for us. It is a driver for peace and prosperity that makes our union so special. Thank you.
Commissioner. Thank you very much. I think I need to continue where our President has just left off. Today we are not only presenting you the enlargement report that we do every year, but I think today we are also bringing forward a very strong, powerful response to the assignment made also by the European Council, namely to accelerate the enlargement process. You see the recommendations that we're making. With this, we also demonstrate that there's clear progress on the ground, and never before we have seen EU membership being such an important driver for countries around the European Union. So I would want to highlight the other big decision that we are taking today, and that is the growth plan, which is designed for the Western Balkans, which we consider to be a completely new and bold approach to catalyze the progress of closing the economic and social gap between the Western Balkans and the EU, and creating the possibility of early integration of the region into the European Union even before they join our union. Because we always talk about the institutional part of our job when we tell you about the reports, but this time let's focus on the, as we call it, the real integration, or the integration on the ground. Meaning, how are we going to accelerate the integration of our economies, our societies, and our countries together with our Western Balkan partners? It is a real benefit for the both of us, and it should bring the benefit of membership already before accession. This is also a request made by the member states this year, but it was also our plan when we started working back in 2020, when we have put on the table the new methodology for enlargement. The plan is aimed at 4 things. First of all, to integrate the Western Balkan partners who are interested into the 4 freedoms as fast as they can, and as fast as they can cope with taking on all the obligations stemming from our regulations and rules. For that, we are of course happy to help them. We are happy to put at their disposal every tool to make it happen. But we have a request in return, and our request is that this should also contribute largely to the stability, security and prosperity of the region as such. And this is why we ask them to treat each other like they are going to treat us. Meaning, once they are integrating themselves with the 4 freedoms, they should reciprocate this with other partners in the Western Balkans who are also delivering on the 4 freedoms. The other key pillar of this plan is to help the Western Balkan partners
Listening in there to EU officials as they discuss the Western Balkans growth plan, something that was announced just last month as 6 Western Balkan countries opens parts of the EU single market to them in return for deep reforms ahead of their full membership in the bloc of the European Union. The integration of Albania, Bosnia, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia into the EU continuing to be discussed in the European Union, all coming as Russia's war in Ukraine has put the integration of the Western Balkans into the EU as at the top of that 27 nations bloc agenda. It's 6:32 now on the East Coast, 3:32 over on the West Coast. We have a lot more live events, breaking news, and so much more coming up later on in the show, but we are going to head out to a quick commercial break. We'll return in just a couple minutes with more top stories, live events, and breaking news. Stick with us. This is Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. 6:35 now on the East Coast, 3:35 over on the West Coast. We take a live look out at the U.S. House of Representatives as we're learning the U.S. House has formally rebuked Representative Rashida Tlaib over her remarks on the Israel-Hamas war. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more on the vote to censure her.
On this vote, the yeas are 234 and the nays are 188.
The House of Representatives voting to censure the only Palestinian American in Congress, Rashida Tlaib. 22 Democrats joined the Republicans in favor, while 4 Republicans crossed the aisle to join the Democrats in voting against it. 4 members voted present. Congresswoman Tlaib becomes the 26th member censured in House history. The Michigan Congresswoman has been fiercely criticized for defending an anti-Israel chant and spreading misinformation on the Israel-Hamas war. GOP lawmakers pushed to discipline Congresswoman Tlaib, saying she must be held accountable for her controversial comments.
For simply firmly and formally disagreeing with her and chastising her for her words and her actions.
The vote followed a fiery and emotional debate on the House floor on Tuesday.
When she chants from the river to the sea, she believes it. She believes Israel should be eradicated, because otherwise you would never, ever repeat that vile, vile statement.
She does not want to kill Jews. She is not in support of Hamas.
While some Democrats came to Tlaib's defense, others see voting against punishing her as voting against Israel. In Congress, censures hold no actual reprimands. Instead, they're more of a symbolic mark of disapproval on a lawmaker. Matt Finn, Fox News.
And this morning, the European Commission is discussing possible expansion as it discusses adding member states of the Western Balkans into its 27 member state bloc. We want to turn now to that conversation happening live, raw and unfiltered over in Brussels, Belgium. Let's turn up the audio and listen in.
Georgia expects opening negotiations as Ukraine and Moldova, and what are the conditions? Because there will be many questions about it, and I want also to use this opportunity and ask my second question. This week, Russian occupied forces, Russian soldiers, killed our Georgian citizen in front of a Georgian church. Can you comment on this also? Thank you so much.
Yeah. So first of all, it is a day to celebrate in Georgia. Indeed, candidate status. And as often when we grant or propose to grant a candidate status, we say there are still topics to be done, homework to be done. And this is detailed out in the report and in the recommendation, but it's a big step forward for Georgia. And this also acknowledging the impressive longing of the overwhelming majority of the people in Georgia to join the European Union. You want?
I'm coming. Yes, we have followed what has happened, and of course we stand by the territorial integrity of Georgia, and of course this is an alarming news, that on the territory which is controlled by the government of Georgia, something like this can happen. So I think we need to help Georgia to find the perpetrators. We are standing by in full solidarity with the people of Georgia and with the government of Georgia.
Opportunity, Mindaugas Laukagalis from Lithuania National Radio and Television. In the past decade, I have a question for Madam President. In the past decade, we've seen that EU enlargement process has lost its momentum and basically stopped. There was no progress. How the Commission will ensure that this time the same story won't happen again, that the momentum that appears to be now will continue from the EU side? Thank you.
Yes, what we see already, what we experience is that the momentum is already there. So the atrocious war that Russia unleashed against Ukraine, of course, has created an enormous push forward, because it is very clear our neighborhood has to choose where they want to go. And the Western Balkans, Georgia, Moldova and Ukraine have very clearly chosen. They want to join the European Union. And this gave a momentum and an impetus to those countries that is remarkable. If you look into the report and you see the list of reforms achieved, it shows the determination and the steadfastness that is behind the political will and the will of the population, the people, to move towards the European Union. And also for us, it is a very important moment, because we know that these countries are our European family. We want them in the European Union. There's work to be done, but we are very clear about what our aim is. And therefore, I also always call on all of us to use this momentum now to finish the work. It's hard work still ahead of us, but we are on a very good trajectory, and this momentum should be used.
Augustine. Thank you. Augustin Palokaj from Jutarnji List, Croatia. I have a question on Kosovo, the only country now that doesn't have at least recommendations, even for candidate status, out of 10 that are in the package. When you visited the region, you said that Serbia should make a de facto recognition of Kosovo. This is a statement also by the leaders of 3 biggest EU member states. What are your expectations for Kosovo? Because Kosovo cannot count only in the undefined European path without the clear perspective of becoming a candidate country. Thank you.
I think it is important for Kosovo that has a very clear goal also to join the European Union, that we are very clear also what we expect from Kosovo, and that the country can deliver. We have discussed when I was in the region the implementation of the draft statute that Kosovo has gotten for the municipalities, and this implementation would be a big step forward. It's in the interest of Kosovo. I also think that if we look at Kosovo and Serbia, it is important for us that we give each country its unique possibility to move forward towards the European Union. So not to tie too much both together, because the incentive is much more positive if the question that we ask is, what is your contribution to move towards the European Union? What are your activities? And that we emphasize the country's genuine contribution to on their path towards the European Union. You want to add something? Or?
EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen speaking there as EU officials continue these discussions about the 6 Western Balkan countries that are at different stages of integration into the bloc of the European Union. Serbia and Montenegro launched membership negotiations just a few years ago, followed by Albania and Macedonia last year, while Bosnia and Kosovo have only begun the first step of that integration process. Of course, along steps ahead, as they have a number of things required by the EU bloc before they would be allowed membership. I'm Giacomo Luca. This is Live Now from Fox. We're headed out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with an update on all those election results and the upcoming GOP presidential debate. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us here at 6:46 now on the East Coast, 3:46 over on the West Coast. Let's take a live look out in Washington, D.C. as some results are still coming in this morning, but it was a big night for Democrats in yesterday's off-year elections as both parties comb through the numbers now. Republicans are preparing for their third presidential debate tonight. We turn now to Doug Luzader in Washington with the very latest. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning. Many of these races did not go the way Republicans were hoping, and that could become yet another issue in tonight's presidential debate. Abortion rights activists cheer as the results come in from Ohio. Voters had just approved a ballot measure there to enshrine those rights in the state constitution.
Abortion access is the law of the land in Ohio.
President Biden issued a statement. Tonight, Americans once again voted to protect their fundamental freedoms, and democracy won. Ohio was seen as a test to see if the abortion issue remains a potent one favoring Democrats. And in Virginia, too, Republicans lost in their effort to win full control of the state assembly, despite a big push from GOP Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Well, that didn't turn out exactly how I wanted it to.
In Kentucky, Republican Daniel Cameron failed to unseat Democratic Governor Andy Beshear. And while the GOP governor in Mississippi did fend off a Democratic challenger, overall, there will be a great deal of hand-wringing among Republicans.
Republicans don't like early voting, so they wait till the day of the election, and it harms them every time. They better darn well figure out how to deal with ballot harvesting and everything else, or Republicans will continue to lose.
And look for those Republican losses to be a point of contention tonight at the third GOP presidential primary debate in Miami. And as usual, frontrunner Donald Trump will not be participating. And those election results may change the way Republicans frame the abortion issue heading into 2024. Back to you guys.
All right, Doug Luzader there in Washington. Doug, thanks so much. All right, folks, the time now 6:48 here on the East Coast. Let's take one live look out at the U.S. Capitol before we go out to a quick commercial break here on Live Now. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. The time now 6:51 here on the East Coast, 3:51 over on the West Coast. We do have a number of live events happening right now. I want to take us out To this here over in Brussels, Belgium, as the EU Commission is currently discussing the expansion of the Western Balkan states and a growth plan there. This very important as Russia continues its all-out assault on Ukraine. I want to turn now to this press conference where we can hear a number of reporters asking questions of the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who is speaking there today, as well as some other officials with the EU. We'll pop up the audio and listen in.
So we follow the news from Portugal, and it is now up to the national authorities to investigate. I think we've discussed a lot now the length of accession negotiations or the process of accession. Perhaps it's worth to look at the countries that joined already the European Union. And there you see that the time period they needed to join the European Union is very different. And it depended very much on the activities a country developed and the speed it made with the reforms. So once again, stating that it is a merits-based process implies you can speed up if you want to. And I think the last 20 months have shown that a lot of countries that want to join the European Union have heard this call. They have intensified the reform. They have sped up the reform process. And they have strengthened their institutions. Not all of them, but the vast majority is following the call of history. It's in their hand, but it's in our interest.
Jeanne.
Oui, bonjour. Ici.
Yes.
Bonjour. Jeanne Grandin,
Good
journaliste à
afternoon.
l'opinion.
I'm a journalist at The Opinion. Various countries. Would you prefer?
Several countries. Okay. Plusieurs pays ont suggère que si on intègre tous ces nouveaux pays,
that if we bring on board all of these countries in the EU, we would have to have a concentric circle EU, because you can't have the same constitutional functionality for all of these countries. Do you think that this idea of a varied speed Europe is possible, or could you suggest any changes to Council to see what could be done institutionally?
Well, also a bit responding to the previous question, what you see proposed today should also contribute accelerating the whole enlargement process. And this is why, for example, the growth plan is going to be fundamental. But as the President also said, this is a merit-based process. So there are things we cannot do instead of the candidate countries. It is their work that counts. Their work is the basis of any enlargement. Now, on the institutional reforms, yes, the institutional reforms are discussed in the Council. But if there is one message I think coming through, is that first of all, there is no conditionality between enlargement and institutional reforms. The second is that the EU is fit for enlargement with the current set of treaties and with the current set of rules, and we should be able to enlarge and welcome new member states even on the basis of the current treaties. Yes, one can always think about how to improve, how to further evolve, but this is not because of enlargement. This is because we want to improve our European Union. So these are two separate discussions, and we should keep them separate.
Perhaps if we have the topic of speed again, this gives me the opportunity to emphasize the second proposal today that has been adopted by the Commission, that is the growth plan. And I want to emphasize what you already said, Commissioner. What we're doing here is exceptional, because we know by experience from former enlargement rounds that the miracle of prosperity came with joining the single market. We saw in the accessing countries, the countries that joined, a huge rise in living standard, and it was also beneficial for our internal market. And therefore, We are already starting this process now with the growth plan. It is exceptional that we propose to say we open our single market in 7 important sectors for you, the Western Balkans. We expect you to also open among you the common regional market. If you only open the common regional market, it is a boost of 10% for their GDP. But joining also our single market already now could double their economies in the next decade. And for that, we of course say we need a level playing field. You have to be competitive. So we accompany that with reforms that you are doing, plus investment. And this is a huge step forward that we take already now. We do not wait till there is the final decision of accession, the political accession, but we already open the doors of economic prosperity and joining the single market and enlarging also for our single market businesses the market towards the common regional market in the Western Balkans.
Thank you. Philippe Régnier on Interaction.
Oui, bonjour, merci.
Good morning. I apologise for not being there, but I have COVID. I have a political question for the President. Enlargement is an investment in our security and stability on the continent, as you said. But how can I explain to my readers that this is the case for Ukraine, which is at war, partially occupied, and if peace returns to Ukraine tomorrow, it will still be the neighbour of a bellicose and a country which may even seek revenge? So enlargement as it stands, how can that be an investment in our stability and security? Thank you.
The goal was to wipe Ukraine off the map. If Russia would have succeeded, you can imagine what that would have meant for our security. It is good that Russia's strategic goals, Russia failed on its strategic goals. On the contrary, Ukraine as a nation is stronger than ever before. And this shows how important it is to stabilize the Ukrainian democracy, to stand by them, and to make sure that they will overcome this massive aggression and the war unleashed by Russia against Ukraine. If you take the wider circle of countries that want to join the European Union, as I think we both said at the beginning of this press conference, this is a decisive time. The countries have to make choices and very clearly to say which side they are choosing. And it is very clear also when you travel through the region and the countries that want to join the European Union we are reporting on today, they also are very clear that they want to join the European Union because they see the difference. There are several countries trying to interfere in that process. But for us is to keep up the good work and to give them the strength they need on their path forward towards the European Union.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the press conference. Thank you. There will be a technical briefing following this press conference. Thank you.
All right, I've been listening in there to that press conference from the EU Commission happening live, raw, and unfiltered over in Brussels, Belgium. This morning, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was in Japan meeting with foreign ministers with the G7. I want to turn to a press conference from the Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking there in Tokyo earlier this morning as he continues to continue speaking with officials there and planning for potential defense issues and defense protections as he continues discussing the very latest on all of this with the G7 foreign ministers. Let's listen in.
Good evening, everyone. We just concluded a pretty packed 2 days, coming at a very intense time for our countries and for the world. I want to begin by thanking Foreign Minister Kamikawa for the very warm hospitality here in Tokyo, and her and Prime Minister Kishida for Japan's leadership during this historic year for the G7. The G7 has strengthened its role as the steering committee of the world's advanced democracies, demonstrating unprecedented unity of purpose and unity of action on the issues that are defining the 21st century. And at another moment of intense challenge for the free world, our security and our values, G7 unity is stronger and more important than ever. Our first focus here in Tokyo was the crisis in the Middle East. Yesterday evening, I had an opportunity to brief my colleagues on my travel through the region, as well as extensive engagements by President Biden and our entire national security team. The G7 ministers reaffirmed our staunch support for Israel's right and obligation to defend itself and seek to ensure the attacks of October 7th can never happen again in accordance with international humanitarian law. We had in-depth discussions about the steps that we are taking to address urgent needs on the ground. We all agreed that humanitarian pauses would advance key objectives: to protect Palestinian civilians, to increase the sustained flow of humanitarian assistance, to allow our citizens and foreign nationals to exit, and to facilitate the release of hostages. I briefed my colleagues about my conversations with Israeli leaders on pauses and on concrete steps to minimize harm to Palestinian civilians in Gaza and to stop extremist violence in the West Bank. Israel has repeatedly told us that there is no going back to October 6th before the barbaric attacks by Hamas. We fully agree. As we work with Israel to ensure this, we also are working in the region to deter broader threats to our partners and to our friends. As the President has said, to anyone seeking to take advantage of the crisis in Gaza and spread conflict to other theaters, don't. All of us want to end this conflict as soon as possible, and meanwhile, to minimize civilian suffering. But as I discussed with my G7 colleagues, those calling for an immediate ceasefire have an obligation to explain how to address the unacceptable result it would likely bring about. Hamas left in place with more than 200 hostages, with the capacity and stated intent to repeat October 7th again and again and again. Ultimately, the only way to ensure that this crisis never happens again is to begin setting the conditions for durable peace and security, and to frame our diplomatic efforts now with that in mind. The United States believes key elements should include no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. No reduction in the territory of Gaza. We must also ensure no terrorist threats can emanate from the West Bank. We must also work on the affirmative elements to get to a sustained peace. These must include the Palestinian people's voices and aspirations at the center of post-crisis governance in Gaza. It must include Palestinian-led governance and Gaza unified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And it must include a sustained mechanism for reconstruction in Gaza and a pathway to Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in states of their own with equal measures of security, freedom, opportunity, and dignity. Even as we focus intensely on addressing these urgent challenges, we believe that the time is now to start the conversation about the future. Not tomorrow, not after the war. Today. Because identifying the longer-term objectives and a pathway to get there will help shape our approach to addressing immediate needs. I know it's hard to look ahead in this moment. It is the aim of terrorists to sow chaos, to destroy hope, to destroy lives, and through human despair, grow their ranks and hijack the political future of the Palestinians. We cannot and we will not let them succeed. Today, we also focused on our enduring support for Ukraine. The G7 has led the world in galvanizing and sustaining that support, and as we told Foreign Minister Tlaib today, Ukraine can count on us. To put Ukraine on a solid foundation for the next year, we must help Ukraine do four things at once. First, keep fighting to win back its territory. Second, build a world-class military force to ensure maximum deterrence for the long term and make clear to President Putin that he cannot and will not outlast Ukraine, and he cannot and will not outlast all of Ukraine's supporters. 28 countries have made concrete commitments to join us in this effort of building a Ukrainian fighting force for the future. Third, kickstart economic recovery and growth and bring more hope, more opportunity to the Ukrainian people. And fourth, accelerate the reform process to speed Ukraine's path to the European Union and to attract investment. All of these steps are designed to help Ukraine stand strongly on its own 2 feet. We also discussed at length the Indo-Pacific and steps we're taking together to contend with challenges to our shared vision of a free, open, prosperous, secure, and resilient region. We spoke about the PRC. We agreed on the importance of working constructively on shared challenges, but also being clear and direct with China on our differences. We'll continue to de-risk our economies, to strengthen our resilience, to push back on economic coercion. We'll also continue to stand up to China over its actions in the South and East China Seas. We, of course, oppose unilateral or coercive efforts to change the status quo with Taiwan. Our conversation today demonstrated an unprecedented degree of alignment among the G7 on our approach to China. We also discussed the DPRK's provocative actions and missile launches and dangerous DPRK-Russia military cooperation. We're deeply concerned about what Russia is providing Pyongyang in return for the weapons and munitions that it's getting from Pyongyang. We'll continue to push for the full implementation of all relevant UN Security Council resolutions and commitments to uphold the global nonproliferation order. A major theme throughout our meetings was how we can leverage our full economic, political, and development strength to deepen ties with developing countries and deliver for people around the world. Through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we're mobilizing $600 billion in high-quality, transparent infrastructure projects worldwide by 2027. We're unlocking hundreds of billions in new lending capacity for the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, for things like climate resilience, public health, and other key priorities. We're also working to shape a more inclusive international system, supporting reform of the UN Security Council, making the international financial system more responsive to the needs of low and middle-income countries, bringing more voices to the table here at the G7, as, for example, with today's meeting with Central Asian partners. Later today, I'll travel to the Republic of Korea and then on to India, two of our most important partners in the Indo-Pacific. Even as we're engaged intensively on the urgent challenges of this moment, the United States remains focused on advancing the interests of the American people in every part of the world on issues that matter in their lives. At this inflection point in the struggle to protect the international order, we are standing strong for our vision of a more free, secure, open, and prosperous world. And we do not stand alone. We've built extraordinary coalitions with allies and partners who carry their share of the burden. And we leave this G7 meeting stronger and more united in meeting the challenges of today. Thank you. With that, I'll take some questions.
First question goes to Courtney McBride with Bloomberg.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Secretary. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that his government would maintain security control of Gaza for, quote, an indefinite period, end quote. How do you reconcile those comments to previous statements by both the U.S. and Israeli governments opposing a reoccupation of Gaza?
All right, you have been listening in there as the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was providing those comments following his meeting with G7 foreign ministers over in Tokyo, Japan, before moving on to a visit in South Korea. It's 7:10 now on the East Coast, 4:10 over on the West Coast. Let's head out to a quick commercial break. This is Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca at 7:12 now on the East Coast, 4:12 over on the West Coast. We take a look over in Ohio as we continue following the latest on all the elections happening across the country today. Yesterday, I should say. The AP projecting that Issue 1 will pass, which would protect access to abortion up until fetal viability over in Ohio, with Ohio voters passing that ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. Would have exceptions for the life and health of the patient beyond that point. It's the first time abortion rights advocates have been able to pass protections for the procedure in a state that's trended increasingly red. Abortion is legal up to 22 weeks in Ohio, though the state's Supreme Court is weighing a 6-week ban that is currently on hold. All right, let's go ahead and take a live look out at this hospital over in Gaza as we continue following the latest on the war between Israel and Hamas. We're now learning in the States the Jewish Community Relations Council is urging an Indianapolis synagogue and other Jewish schools to remain vigilant after a woman drive her car into what she thought was a Jewish school. It's the latest incident police are investigating as a possible hate crime. Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has the latest on that.
As the Israel-Hamas war grinds on, authorities are investigating several possible hate crimes here in the U.S. Indianapolis police arrested 34-year-old Ruba Amagathe after they say she intentionally crashed her car into a school on Friday that she thought was Jewish. The woman told police she was offended by the Hebrew Israelite symbol on the front of the building, though the building is not a Jewish school and instead is operated by a sect of the Black Hebrew Israelites, which the Anti-Defamation League describes as a fringe anti-Semitic religious movement. In response to the crash, the Indianapolis Jewish Community Relations Council writes in part, "This is yet another reminder to maintain security protocols, remain vigilant of suspicious activity, and to report the same promptly to the appropriate authorities." While in Thousand Oaks, California, police are not ruling out the possibility of a hate crime following the death of a 69-year-old Jewish man who suffered injuries during a confrontation at a pro-Palestinian rally on Sunday. The Jewish Federation of Los Angeles says he was struck in the head with a megaphone before he fell and hit his head. The Jewish community now trying to make sense of this tragedy.
It's been going on for a number of years now. It's gotten much, much worse.
Meanwhile, the suspect in that Indianapolis crash is due in court on Wednesday. That's the latest from Dallas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much, Casey. Meanwhile, moving on over to Connecticut. All eyes were on a mayoral race in the city of Bridgeport. Voters there could be in for a deja vu moment if incumbent Mayor Joe Ganim wins. They may have to vote in a primary and general election all over again. Fox 5 Briella's Tomasetti is live in Bridgeport, Connecticut this morning with the details for us on all of that. Good morning, Briella.
Yeah, Giacomo, good morning to you. It's a confusing race, and it's actually captured the attention of the whole nation, including by notable figures like billionaire Elon Musk. Joe Ganim, the incumbent mayor, declared himself the winner shortly after midnight with a 175-vote lead, but this race has yet to be officially called. As the results currently stand, Ganim is leading with 41.3% of the vote. His challenger, John Gomez, is trailing behind at 40%. Ganim now calling on Gomez to withdraw from a court fight, which probably has the entire election heading for a redo.
Bridgeport residents cast their ballots yesterday, but at the end of the day, the results of the city's mayoral election may not settle much. The reason? A judge last week tossed the results of the September primary and ordered a redo, citing mishandled absentee ballots. Here's how that race went down. Democratic incumbent Joe Ganim, who is seeking his 8th term as mayor but not consecutively, defeated challenger John Gomes by 251 votes. But videos posted to Gomes' Instagram page showed people appearing to stuff ballot boxes, so he challenged the results. Ganim was first elected in 1991 and served until 2003. He resigned after being convicted on federal corruption charges. In 2015, Ganim won back his job. Both Ganim and Gomes, who filed to run as an independent after losing the primary, were on the ballot for the general election, which went on as planned. Also on the ballot, Republican David Hertz and petitioning candidate Lamont Daniels, who don't have enough votes to win the race. If Gomes is officially declared winner, he plans to drop his challenge and will presumably become mayor. If Ganim wins, Bridgeport voters may have to vote in a second primary and second general election. We heard from both candidates yesterday as the results started to roll in.
The truth of the matter is, we don't know what happens after 8 o'clock tonight, regardless of what the results are.
No matter what, I want to make it very clear. We said this was a movement. And it will be a movement because we are history.
Yeah, and with 100% of those votes now in, it appears that Ganim has claimed victory again. The race hasn't been called just yet. Officials have not decided either when a new primary would take place. But Ganim or the city could appeal the judge's order, and that would make matters even more complicated than they already are. For now, though, we're live in Bridgeport. Giacomo, back to you.
Oh, what a very complicated situation there, Briella. Imagine all those people voting and then having to do it all over again. We'll certainly be staying tuned on that. Briella Tomasetti there in Bridgeport, Connecticut with the very latest. Thanks so much, Briella.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, the time now 7:19 on the East Coast, 4:20 over on the West Coast. We're headed to a quick commercial break. This is Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. 7:22 now on the East Coast, 4:22 over on the West Coast. This evening in Miami, the GOP presidential candidates going head-to-head against each other, about 5 of them on the stage. Andrew Kraft is breaking down the very latest on that. The former President Donald Trump won't be there. Let's listen in.
There's another major political story happening. This time, though, tomorrow night, this very time in Miami. I'm talking about the third RNC primary debate. Let's get a preview of that right now. Let's bring into the conversation our friend, RNC spokeswoman Madison Gilbert. She joins me live from Miami. Madison, good to see you. Thanks for being with us yet again. We've talked each and every debate. What's going to be different about this one? We brought our viewers just last night when you guys put out who the candidates are going to be. They're going to be 5 of them. They're going to be, we want to put them up on the screen too. I think we have it. But it's going to be Tim Scott, Ramaswamy, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, DeSantis. 2 notable absences, though. Who are they?
So we're definitely going to have a smaller field in tomorrow night's debate. We're going to have, I think, more time for each of those candidates to talk about the policies that they support to represent that Republican vision, which stands in stark contrast. We talked about in the first 2 debates. Obviously, President Trump will be absent from the stage once again, and Vice President Mike Pence has dropped out of the race as well.
So I guess these lower polling candidates that have not qualified, I'm talking about Asa Hutchinson, former Arkansas governor, and Doug Burgum, the North Dakota governor. Is it the RNC's view that some of these, lower polling candidates that can't make this next debate stage for the good of the party should drop out, should suspend their campaigns?
So every single campaign has to make that decision individually. We don't advise them on what to do. They have their own advisors and obviously take different things into account. We support all of the candidates that jump into the race, and ultimately the goal is winning. We have to win next November. So part of why we put all of the different requirements in place for people to qualify for the debates to begin with is because we need candidates who can win. And so as these thresholds go up, we want to make sure that we have candidates on the stage that have viable campaigns and a potential to become president of the United States, no matter who that is, whether it's President Trump, one of the 5 up there, or one of the other candidates. Whoever does ultimately become victorious will be equipped to the fullest extent by the national party with every resource we have possible that we can work together with their national campaign on next year going into November to make sure that they are victorious, because the American people deserve better than what's been going on. And we believe the Republican vision is that answer for them.
So, yeah, a lot of these candidates have made the electability argument. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, they continue to make it, saying that they can beat former President Donald Trump, also that they can beat President Joe Biden. Does it do a disservice to Republican primary voters that Donald Trump has not been on these debate stages? And are there still conversations, negotiations happening behind the scenes? Do you think, it behooves the Trump campaign to get up there on the debate stage to make his case yet again? No one, deserves the presidency, right?
We'd love to have the president on the next debate stage. We've obviously now announced our 4th debate, which will be in December in Tuscaloosa. We'd love to have him join us. But obviously the American people, whether through the debates or through campaign activities, have had an opportunity to hear from many of these candidates and have had plenty of opportunities to hear from President Trump. I'm sure they'll continue to hear from President Trump in his message for what he wants to do in 2024 in a potential second term as president of the United States.
Yeah, of course, we just previewed all of these races that we're following across the country tonight. When you talk about electability and you see, I want to just kind of cite this New York Times, see on a college poll that came out over the weekend, Donald Trump was beating Joe Biden in 5 of these 6 key swing states. That Biden won back in 2020. What did folks there at the RNC think of that poll? Is this just an outlier here?
No, I think this is huge. I think this is very indicative of what we're seeing going on across the country, where many people who did vote for Joe Biden in 2020 are very, very unhappy. And so they're starting to look to the Republican Party, or just starting to look elsewhere in general, away from the Democratic Party that they feel has forgotten them, whether it comes to the economy, with over 76% of people thinking that we're on the wrong track, the large majority of Americans, living paycheck to paycheck, and over 4% of millennials living paycheck to paycheck. So this is something affecting young people. But you're seeing it when it comes to jobs. You talk about manufacturing jobs in many of these competitive states that have simply gone away. And so there's a lot of different industries that are being negatively impacted by Joe Biden. And every single one of us is being negatively impacted when you talk about the prices of everything being up. You talk about Biden inflation, a terrible economy. People can't continue to sustain these types of prices. Housing market, another great example of an unaffordable thing that once was part of that American dream. Many young people now feel that that's been ripped out from under their feet. 52% costlier today to buy a home than to rent. And as we all know, rent prices are also up. So whether they're at the pump, they're at the grocery store, they're deciding on renting or buying their very first home, people are getting hit in every single direction, and they simply can't afford to continue to live like this, which is part of why they're looking other ways. And of course, not the only part, which is the unfortunate part for the Biden administration, because they've been a failure on almost every single issue.
Okay, let's talk about qualifications there. What do these 5 candidates need to do to get on the debate stage tomorrow night? Because each successive debate, it seems like the criteria get narrower and narrower. It's harder to get on each successive debate stage.
That's right. So for tomorrow night's debate, the candidates that qualified, they had to poll at the 4% threshold, 70,000 unique donors, and sign that candidate pledge. Looking forward to December for those who hope to be on the stage. Once again, that candidate pledge is still in effect. That is that third requirement. However, those numbers are upped once again, 80,000 unique donors, and 6% is the polling requirement. So that would be 6% in 2 national polls, or in 1 national poll, and in 2 early carve-out statewide polls.
Yeah, also, I was kind of curious as well, and we've talked about this before, but a lot of the critics of these primary debates have said all these candidates, they're just jockeying, they're just vying for second place at this point in time. That's not the RNC's view, is it?
No, I think anything can happen. Again, it is our job as a national party to put on a fair and transparent primary process, and that's exactly what we're doing and what we can plan to continue to see coming from the national party moving forward. And again, I think the greatest thing that you can take from this as Americans watching, whether you are a Republican or not, is that the Republican bench is deep. We have a lot of incredible candidates that would be doing a better job as president of the United States than Joe Biden is doing today. That's the reality, and we are presenting that through these candidates, our policies, our visions for the country. Obviously, each candidate's a little different. They have their own distinct and unique, nuanced views on the issues, but as a whole, it is a Republican vision, and it's a vision of prosperity for the future of this country, and that's not what we've seen for almost 3 years now.
Yeah, and I might add, it's also a very diverse primary field. It's not like your Republican Party of old where it's just, old white guys on the stage. You have, Tim Scott, you have Vivek Ramaswamy, you have Nikki Haley also in some of these races in some of these states tonight. I mean, Daniel Cameron could be the first African-American governor of Kentucky if elected. What does that mean for the RNC? What does that mean for Republican primary voters in the electorate writ large?
Well, I think the Republican Party is starting to look more like America. It's a great thing. And I think we're starting to see a new day, a new age in the Republican Party. And it's very exciting. I'm very proud to be a part of it. I'm proud to be a part of the party and look forward to, what the next 5, 10, 20 years holds for our party.
All right, Madison Gilbert there live for us in Miami with the RNC. Madison, thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
There's another major political story happening, this time, though, tomorrow night, this very time in Miami. I'm talking about the third RNC primary debate. Let's get a preview of that right now. Let's bring into the conversation our friend, RNC spokeswoman, Madison Gilbert. She joins me live from Miami. Madison, good to see you. Thanks for being
All right, thanks so much there, folks, for listening in. That was Andrew Kraft breaking down the very latest on that upcoming GOP presidential debate. We're headed out to a quick commercial break. We'll return with more coverage on this in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. Time now 7:33 here on the East Coast, 4:33 over on the West Coast. 5 GOP presidential hopefuls will be taking the debate stage tonight over in Miami. We want to turn now to Stephen Neely. He's a professor over at the University of South Florida to break down the very latest as we discuss all things presidential election. Good morning, Stephen. Thanks so much for joining the show.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
We sure do appreciate it. Just want to jump right into it. Who do you think will stand out tonight, especially as this debate stage starts to narrow, as these candidates really start to show up who exactly is going to be potentially a next nominee?
Yeah, it's always hard to predict who's going to stand out, but I can tell you who needs to stand out, I believe, at this point is the candidates who are kind of on the bubble for that next debate. The new criteria coming out for the fourth debate say that candidates need to be at about a 6% average in 2 national polls. So that's going to really put candidates like Chris Christie and Tim Scott on the bubble for the next time. They're going to need a strong performance and a little bit of a bump out of this debate in order to kind of continue making the cut moving forward. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on for sure. Governor DeSantis down here in Florida as well is going to be a candidate to watch. He just got a very coveted endorsement from the governor of Iowa, from Kim Reynolds, who's a very popular and influential figure in that first in the nation state. And so that's going to be a big factor as well to see what kind of attention is drawn to him because of that endorsement, how he responds to that, and so and whether that carries him to a strong debate performance.
Absolutely. Who do you think will miss the cut potentially next round if they don't stand out?
So I think that the 2 I named in particular, Chris Christie and Tim Scott, are going to be on the bubble in terms of where they're at right now. If you look at the RCP polling averages right now, it's going to be a tight squeeze for those candidates unless they can get a bit of a bump moving forward. Vivek Ramaswamy as well is a candidate who I think is going to need a strong debate performance in order to kind of maintain his place on the stage moving forward. Certainly missing the debate doesn't rule a candidate out of the race, but it creates an impression that they're not really a viable contender. And so I think it's something that has to be on his team's mind as well. They had a very memorable performance in the first debate, maybe not so much in the second. Haven't really seen that momentum carry forward after the second debate that we saw after the first. And so that's going to be something to keep an eye on as well. But I think all 3 of those candidates are genuinely at risk of missing the next debate if they don't have a strong performance tonight.
Does it surprise you that Mike Pence, 1, dropped out just a few days ago, and then 2, that, now he's not going to be on the debate stage? How different do you think that dynamic will be as things start to really shrink down among these GOP top candidates for president?
So I'm not very surprised that the former vice president dropped out. He never really had the traction to be a viable candidate in the race. Personally, I'm a fan of shrinking the debate stage as time goes on because I believe we need to hear from the serious candidates in a way that allows them to really develop their positions and develop the distinctions between them. We didn't get a lot of that in the second debate. There was a lot of crosstalk, a lot of interrupting, a lot of the moderators needing to kind of interject themselves and bring the candidates into order. And so I think that having a smaller debate stage is good from a quality of debate perspective. Vice President Pence was not a particularly disruptive candidate on the debate stage. And so I'm not sure that his absence will change that dynamic a lot. But the less you have, the less candidates on the stage, the more time there is for them to speak, the more time there is to draw some meaningful distinctions between them.
Yeah, and I notice when we're watching these more crowded debate stages that you start to see a bit more of what I call showboating, or trying to, get your name out there to stick out, whereas perhaps as things start to narrow down just a bit on these stages, you can really get the points, and policy is what I like to hear as I'm listening into these types of debates. What is the candidate going to do? What is their policy focus? And that kind of gets lost in the weeds, of course, in these previous debates when you had, 7, 8, 9 people up on the stage. Meanwhile, as we kind of move on here a bit, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he just got a key endorsement from Iowa, the Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. What does that mean in terms of him bringing that to the debate stage tonight?
So it could mean a lot for two reasons. One, there's a reason it was front page news. Kim Reynolds' endorsement in Iowa is a big deal. And so she's a very popular figure in the state. She has a lot of influence over Republican voters in particular. And so I think that there's a lot of weight to the endorsement. We'll see what it does for Governor DeSantis in the polls there. Right now, he's running at about, I believe, 17% in Iowa compared to about 46 for Donald Trump. So there's a big gap there. We'll see if the endorsement closes that gap some. But it also really raises a point of discussion that I think it's going to be hard for the moderators and the candidates to ignore tonight, which is the reason that Governor Reynolds gave for the endorsement, which is her concerns over Donald Trump's electability. And so I think that it's going to be very interesting to see if the electability of the former president becomes an issue of the debate tonight, becomes a point of discussion, if it's something that Governor DeSantis leans into himself, or if it's something that he kind of leaves his surrogates to discuss. At a certain point, there's going to have to be a reckoning with these candidates, an acknowledgement of the fact that while we're having all of these debates, while they're trying to sort themselves out from one another, they are all running a very, very distant second to Donald Trump, who's polling at nearly 50% of the party vote. And at some point, there needs to be a consolidation of the alternative candidates, the alternative options, or there needs to be a real effort on the part of these candidates to speak to Donald Trump's electability, his fitness for office, and those factors that might differentiate them and allow them to start gaining some ground. None of them have been willing to really wade into that at this point, but it'll be interesting to see if the talking point that came out of that endorsement sets the stage for some of that tonight and moving forward.
Well, and we've heard some of that criticism as well. I don't know if you would call Asa Hutchinson a surrogate, but I know last weekend during his visit to Kissimmee with the other GOP candidates, he got booed on the stage for quite a while as he was talking about the potential for a former president to be convicted on any of the charges between the 4 cases now across him. And we'll have to see tonight, of course, if DeSantis wants to take that question head on, which gets us to the final question, which is the elephant that has not been on the debate stage for the last 2 debates and won't be there again tonight. Also very dominant in the polls among GOP voters, former President Donald Trump. You can't miss it. And despite his legal troubles, despite legal woes, it appears that the polls still show GOP voters still have quite a bit of confidence in him, or at least eye him for a potential presidential nominee. What does his presence or lack thereof mean for this debate, and how does it help us and how does it help the voters decide in the coming perhaps weeks or months who they're going to vote for?
Yeah, it's a really good question. As the sun comes up here in Tampa and cascades across the screen, my apologies. It's a really good question because obviously the former president has his hands full this week with the civil trial in New York. He's getting a lot of negative attention in that regard, but also a lot of positive attention on his end in terms of some of the recent polling that's come out showing him running favorably against Joe Biden. I think as long as that polling shows him running favorably against Joe Biden or running competitively against Joe Biden, it's going to remain a challenge for the opposing candidates to really position themselves as more electable. However, we did some polling here about a week ago, and we also have a lot of indicators that a guilty finding in any of these cases that the president's facing could really undermine him with some of those swing votes, even within his own party. And so it'll be, it's going to be up to those candidates whether they're ready and willing to lean into some of those accusations. Coming from Asa Hutchinson, it's not going to carry quite as much weight because he's not running very strongly in the polls. But certainly another candidate like a Governor Haley or a Governor DeSantis could potentially take that approach to try to gain some ground on the former president.
Going to have a lot of eyes on it tonight. I know I'm definitely going to be watching this evening over in Miami as the GOP candidates kick off. Thanks so much for joining us, Stephen. Anything I didn't ask you, anything you'd like to add?
No, it's going to be a really interesting debate to watch. I think the other thing that I'd point out with this debate is it'll be the first debate really since the conflict in the Middle East has escalated. And so I think it'll be really interesting to see how that issue gets framed within the GOP itself tonight by the candidates.
Yeah, it's been a big talking point, but now moderators getting a chance to ask them hard questions on this and where they want to go next. Stephen Neely there at the University of South Florida. Thanks so much for joining the show.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We as well. 7:44 now on the East Coast, 4:44 over on the West Coast. Let's head out to a quick shot of Jerusalem there over in Israel as we continue following the latest there. We know Israel likely to be a big talker tonight at that GOP presidential debate. We're headed out to a quick commercial break. This is Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. 7:46 now on the East Coast, 4:46 over on the West Coast. We're going to continue our coverage on this really tragic story about a Jewish man over in California who died after an altercation at a Israel-Hamas war protest over there as we take a live look out in Israel looking towards the Gaza Strip as this conflict continues. We know that that Southern California authorities said that an elderly Jewish man who was injured during that altercation at a Palestine and Israel demonstrations in Thousand Oaks, Los Angeles area suburb, over the weekend died from his injuries. That horrific incident happening around 3 o'clock Sunday during dueling rallies near the intersection of West Lake and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, as if you're familiar with that area. That happened in Ventura County. That's where the sheriff spoke just yesterday, providing the latest updates on this as the public continues learning more.
Good morning, everyone. As I stated, Good morning, everyone. As I stated earlier, my name is Dean Worthy, Captain and Public Information Officer for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. I'd like to thank you all for coming to this press conference on such short notice. Ideally, we'd like to have had this press conference last night, but it would have been logistically impossible to provide the public with accurate and timely information. Today, we hope to be as transparent as possible, but understand this is an active and ongoing investigation, and we will not provide any information which could potentially compromise the integrity of that investigation. I want you all to know we sincerely value your role in delivering messages to our community. In today's case, I'm not only speaking of our community here in Ventura County, rather I'm referring to communities all across the world. I want you all to know we sincerely value your role in delivering messages to our community. In today's case, I'm not only speaking of our community here in Ventura County, rather I'm referring to communities all across the world. We have provided media releases for you all with contact information for our investigative unit and our public information officer team. To members of the public who were at the event, if you have videos or photos of the incident, we encourage you to provide those to our office. You can remain anonymous if you choose to. We have established user-friendly links to upload the footage. With that being said, I will now introduce you to the Sheriff of Ventura County, Jim Freihoff.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. This morning, as your Sheriff of Ventura County, is with a heavy heart that I stand before you here today to address this tragic incident that has occurred in our community. I want to express my deepest condolences to the family and friends of the victim who lost his life in this unfortunate event. Our thoughts and prayers are with them during this very difficult time. As law enforcement officers, our primary duty is to protect and serve the community. We take this responsibility very seriously, and we are committed to investigating this matter to the fullest and finding out what exactly occurred. We're working tirelessly to gather all the facts and evidence related to this incident. And we will do everything in our power, using every resource we have at our disposal to make sense of this incident. And if criminal wrongdoing is discovered, to bring the person or persons responsible to justice. I would like to thank the members of the media for being here today. Your role in keeping the community informed is critical. We appreciate your cooperation and support during this difficult time. We will do our best to provide you with an accurate and timely information and updates as they become available. I will now tell you what we know, and keep in mind this investigation is ongoing and fluid. So I will refrain from providing conjecture. I will state the facts as we know them at this point in time. On November 5th, 2023, at approximately 3:20 in the evening, the Sheriff's Communications Center received multiple calls regarding a possible assault in an unconscious male who was bleeding at the intersection of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Westlake Boulevard in the city of Thousand Oaks. The callers advised the incident was related to a rally or demonstration that was occurring at the location. Flyers distributed on social media indicated a demonstration for Freedom for Palestine protest, and the counter-protest was led by We Are Pro-Israel. There were an estimated 75 to 100 people at the demonstration between both groups. 3 patrol deputies were dispatched code 3, meaning with their lights and siren, to the scene along with medical personnel and paramedics from the Ventura County Fire Department and American Medical Response. Soon after, 2 patrol sergeants along with 2 additional deputies responded to the scene. At 3:22 p.m., one of our patrol sergeants arrived on scene. At 3:24 p.m., 2 additional patrol deputies arrived on scene. The sergeant contacted the victim, identified as 69-year-old Paul Kessler, a Thousand Oaks resident, who was lying on the ground. Mr. Kessler was conscious and responsive. The sergeant observed what he saw was bleeding from the head and mouth. Medical personnel from the Ventura County Fire Department arrived on the scene and began providing aid to Mr. Kessler. Mr. Kessler was then transported to a local hospital by paramedics for advanced medical treatment. Mr. Kessler remained conscious while being transported to the hospital. The suspect was identified, willingly remained at the scene, and was interviewed by deputies. The suspect was cooperative and indicated he was involved in an altercation with Mr. Kessler. The suspect further stated that he was one of the reporting parties who called 911 requesting medical attention for Mr. Kessler. Several witnesses were contacted at the northwest corner of the intersection where the Shell gas station is located, and they were interviewed. These witnesses providing conflicting statements about what the altercation and who the aggressor was. Some of the witnesses were pro-Palestine, while others were pro-Israel. During the investigation at the scene, deputies determined that the altercation with Mr. Kessler, he fell backward and struck his head on the ground. What exactly transpired prior to Mr. Kessler falling backward isn't crystal clear right now. At 4:02 p.m., a deputy and a sergeant arrived at Los Robles Hospital where Mr. Kessler was being treated. Soon after, the deputy still at Westlake Boulevard in Thousand Oaks cleared the scene. Mr. Kessler was listed as being in critical condition by Los Robles hospital staff. However, he was still conscious when contacted by deputies at the hospital. At 5:32 p.m., the deputies at the hospital cleared the call and documented the incident pending follow-up investigation by detectives from the Thousand Oaks Police Department. On November 6th, at approximately 2:43 a.m., the Sheriff's Communications Center received a call from the hospital staff in reference to the earlier incident involving Mr. Kessler. At 2:53, a patrol deputy and sergeant arrived at the hospital and were told that Mr. Kessler had succumbed to his injuries. At 3 a.m., investigators from the Major Crimes Bureau were notified of the circumstances surrounding Mr. Kessler's death, and they immediately launched an investigation. The Ventura County Medical Examiner's Office was also notified and sent an investigator to the hospital. Mr. Kessler's body was later transported to the Ventura County Medical Examiner's Office, where a subsequent autopsy was performed. I will defer any comments regarding the autopsy results to Chief Medical Examiner for the Ventura County Medical Examiner's Office, Dr. Young, who will provide a statement shortly. Yesterday afternoon, detectives obtained a search warrant for the suspect and the suspect's residence. At 4:58 p.m., detectives conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle driven by the suspect in the city of Simi Valley. The suspect was detained and until the completion of the search warrant, and he was released at 6:15 p.m. During the detention of the suspect, detectives executed a search warrant at the suspect's residence in the city of Moorpark. I cannot comment on the results of that search warrant as the investigation is ongoing. Investigators have not ruled out the possibility of a hate crime, and this is being investigated as a homicide. Investigators from the Sheriff's Major Crimes Bureau and the Thousand Oaks Investigations Bureau are committed to continuing to locate and interview witnesses to the event or individuals who were present or nearby that might have helpful information to provide. It is our understanding that Mr. Kessler, a U.S. citizen who practices the Jewish faith, was at the event supporting Israel. The suspect in this case is a 50-year-old who resides in Moorpark and was at the intersection advocating for Palestine. We understand that the war in Israel and Gaza has led to an increase in hateful and threatening rhetoric, and we want to assure the Muslim and Jewish communities that we stand with them both during this difficult time. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office remains committed to protecting the rights and safety of all members of our community, regardless of their race, religion, or ethnicity. To this end, we have increased patrols around mosques and our Muslim community centers and Jewish houses of worship. We also working closely with our religious leaders in our community to provide support and assistance as needed. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office and law enforcement in general play a critical role in preserving people's fundamental right to peaceably assemble and in facilitating demonstrators' safety and security as they exercise their First Amendment rights. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office is requesting assistance from public regarding the ongoing investigation. Anyone who witnessed or has knowledge of the incident or who was present at the demonstration is encouraged to contact our agency. We have provided the media with a release with the contact information for our investigative unit as well as our press information officer team. Those who wish to remain anonymous can certainly do so by contacting Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS or 8477. Those who may be in possession of video footage or photographs of this incident can also remain anonymous by using the link we've provided to the media here today. During this time, we urge you to remain calm, peaceful, and patient. We understand that you may have questions and concerns, but we ask that you allow us to conduct our investigation, and we will provide updates as soon as we can. We also ask that you refrain from spreading rumors or spreading misinformation on social media or other platforms, as that can not only hinder our investigation, but it can cause unnecessary panic in our community. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that safety and well-being of our members of our community are the utmost concern to us. We will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that everyone, no matter your faith or religion, feels safe. We appreciate your cooperation and support during this difficult time. And now I'd like to introduce the Chief Medical Examiner of Ventura County, Dr. Christopher Young.
Good morning, Dr. Young, Chief Medical Examiner for Ventura County. The death investigation is also ongoing. The death of this 69-year-old Paul Kessler was admitted to Los Robles Regional Medical Center on November 5th at 15:53 hours. Diagnostic studies at the hospital included a CT scan, which demonstrated intracranial injuries, which included swelling of the brain and hemorrhage surrounding the brain. Mr. Kessler's condition continued to deteriorate, and death was pronounced on November 6th at 1:10 a.m. An autopsy was performed on the morning of November 6th. The autopsy demonstrated non-lethal injuries to the left side of Mr. Kessler's face. Additional injuries included injury to the back of the head. These injuries are consistent with and typical of injuries sustained from a fall. Internal injuries also were consistent with a fall, which included skull fractures, swelling of the brain, and bruising to the brain. The cause of death has been certified as blunt force head trauma. The manner of death is homicide. The manner of death is a medical legal determination. A manner of death of homicide does not indicate that a crime has been committed. This is a determination that is made by the district attorney's office. When a manner of death of homicide is made, it's simply stating that the death occurred at the hands of another person, or the actions of another person contributed to the death of the person. Our hearts and our thoughts are with every individual affected by this tragic event. Thank you.
Now, at this time, we will entertain questions, understanding that I'm very limited on what I can discuss based on the investigation itself.
Are you giving the name of the suspect, by the way?
No.
Okay, has the suspect been booked for any crime at all?
So,
if you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, those comments wrapping up out there in Ventura County, California, where a Jewish man is dead after an altercation at a California protest. We're being told that protest is in relations to the Israel-Hamas war. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your top stories, live events, and headlines from around the world. It's Wednesday, November 8th, the top of the hour, 8:01 on the East Coast, 5:01 on the West Coast. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. This one coming out, as we know that Blinken has been going around the world doing different things, but this one in relation to the G7 foreign ministers meeting. This morning, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken held a news conference following the G7 foreign ministers meeting, giving us a recap of what was discussed and possible actions to be taken. Let's listen in.
Alles gut, aber schiebt trotzdem auf
Good evening, everyone. We just concluded pretty packed 2 days, coming at a very intense time for our countries and for the world. I want to begin by thanking Foreign Minister Kamikawa for the very warm hospitality here in Tokyo, and to her and Prime Minister Kishida for Japan's leadership during this historic year for the G7. The G7 has strengthened its role as the steering committee of the world's advanced democracies, demonstrating unprecedented unity of purpose and unity of action on the issues that are defining the 21st century. And at another moment of intense challenge for the free world, our security and our values, G7 unity is stronger and more important than ever. Our first focus here in Tokyo was the crisis in the Middle East. Yesterday evening, I had an opportunity to brief my colleagues on my travel through the region, as well as extensive engagements by President Biden and our entire national security team. The G7 ministers reaffirmed our staunch support for Israel's right and obligation to defend itself and seek to ensure the attacks of October 7th can never happen again in accordance with international humanitarian law. We had in-depth discussions about the steps that we are taking to address urgent needs on the ground. We all agree that humanitarian pauses would advance key objectives: to protect Palestinian civilians, to increase the sustained flow of humanitarian assistance, to allow our citizens and foreign nationals to exit, and to facilitate the release of hostages. I briefed my colleagues about my conversations with Israeli leaders on pauses and on concrete steps to minimize harm to Palestinian civilians in Gaza and to stop extremist violence in the West Bank. Israel has repeatedly told us that there is no going back to October 6th, before the barbaric attacks by Hamas. We fully agree. As we work with Israel to ensure this, we also are working in the region to deter broader threats to our partners and to our friends. As the President has said, to anyone seeking to take advantage of the crisis in Gaza and spread conflict to other theaters, don't. All of us want to end this conflict as soon as possible, and meanwhile, to minimize civilian suffering. But as I discussed with my G7 colleagues, those calling for an immediate ceasefire have an obligation to explain how to address the unacceptable result it would likely bring about. Hamas left in place with more than 200 hostages, with the capacity and stated intent to repeat October 7th again and again and again. Ultimately, the only way to ensure that this crisis never happens again is to begin setting the conditions for durable peace and security, and to frame our diplomatic efforts now with that in mind. The United States believes key elements should include no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. No reduction in the territory of Gaza. We must also ensure no terrorist threats can emanate from the West Bank. We must also work on the affirmative elements to get to a sustained peace. These must include the Palestinian people's voices and aspirations at the center of post-crisis governance in Gaza. It must include Palestinian-led governance and Gaza unified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And it must include a sustained mechanism for reconstruction in Gaza and a pathway to Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in states of their own with equal measures of security, freedom, opportunity, and dignity. Even as we focus intensely on addressing these urgent challenges, we believe that the time is now to start the conversation about the future. Not tomorrow, not after the war. Today. Because identifying the longer-term objectives and a pathway to get there will help shape our approach to addressing immediate needs. I know it's hard to look ahead in this moment. It is the aim of terrorists to sow chaos, to destroy hope, to destroy lives, and through human despair, grow their ranks and hijack the political future of the Palestinians. We cannot and we will not let them succeed. Today, we also focused on our enduring support for Ukraine. The G7 has led the world in galvanizing and sustaining that support, and as we told Foreign Minister Tlaib today, Ukraine can count on us. To put Ukraine on a solid foundation for the next year, we must help Ukraine do 4 things at once. First, keep fighting to win back its territory. Second, build a world-class military force to ensure maximum deterrence for the long term and make clear to President Putin that he cannot and will not outlast Ukraine, and he cannot and will not outlast all of Ukraine's supporters. 28 countries have made concrete commitments to join us in this effort of building a Ukrainian fighting force for the future. Third, kickstart economic recovery and growth, and bring more hope, more opportunity to the Ukrainian people. And fourth, accelerate the reform process to speed Ukraine's path to the European Union and to attract investment. All of these steps are designed to help Ukraine stand strongly on its own 2 feet. We also discussed at length the Indo-Pacific and steps we're taking together to contend with challenges to our shared vision of a free, open, prosperous, secure, and resilient region. We spoke about the PRC, We agreed on the importance of working constructively on shared challenges, but also being clear and direct with China on our differences. We'll continue to de-risk our economies, to strengthen our resilience, to push back on economic coercion. We'll also continue to stand up to China over its actions in the South and East China Seas. We, of course, oppose unilateral or coercive efforts to change the status quo with Taiwan. Our conversation today demonstrated an unprecedented degree of alignment among the G7 on our approach to China. We also discussed the DPRK's provocative actions and missile launches and dangerous DPRK-Russia military cooperation. We're deeply concerned about what Russia is providing Pyongyang in return for the weapons and munitions that it's getting from Pyongyang. We'll continue to push for the full implementation of all relevant UN Security Council resolutions and commitments to uphold the global nonproliferation order. A major theme throughout our meetings was how we can leverage our full economic, political, and development strength to deepen ties with developing countries and deliver for people around the world. Through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we're mobilizing $600 billion in high-quality, transparent infrastructure projects worldwide by 2027. We're unlocking hundreds of billions in new lending capacity for the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, for things like climate resilience, public health, and other key priorities. We're also working to shape a more inclusive international system, supporting reform of the UN Security Council, making the international financial system more responsive to the needs of low and middle-income countries, bringing more voices to the table here at the G7, as, for example, with today's meeting with Central Asian partners. Later today, I'll travel to the Republic of Korea and then on to India, to our most important partners in the Indo-Pacific. Even as we're engaged intensively on the urgent challenges of this moment, the United States remains focused on advancing the interests of the American people in every part of the world on issues that matter in their lives. At this inflection point in the struggle to protect the international order, we are standing strong for our vision of a more free, secure, open, and prosperous world. And we do not stand alone. We built extraordinary coalitions with allies and partners who carry their share of the burden. And we leave this G7 meeting stronger and more united in meeting the challenges of today. Thank you. With that, I'll take some questions.
First question goes to Courtney McBride with Bloomberg.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Secretary. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that his government would maintain security control of Gaza for, quote, an indefinite period, end quote. How do you reconcile those comments to previous statements by both the U.S. and Israeli governments opposing a reoccupation of Gaza? And then you addressed this a bit, but other G7 members have expressed support for a full ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, while the U.S. continues to support just these humanitarian pauses. And I'm just wondering, did you convince the other members of the U.S. position, or is this joint statement language just the sort of minimal consensus area? Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. So I think we've been very clear from day one that when it comes to post-conflict governance in Gaza, a few things are clear and necessary. One, Gaza cannot continue to be run by Hamas. That simply invites a repetition of October 7th, and Gaza used as a place from which to launch terrorist attacks. It's also clear that Israel cannot occupy Gaza. Now, the reality is that there may be a need for some transition period at the end of the conflict, but it is imperative that Palestinian people be central to governance in Gaza and in the West Bank as well. And that, again, we don't see a reoccupation. And what I've heard from Israeli leaders is that they have no intent to reoccupy Gaza and retake control of Gaza. So the only question is there some transition period that might be necessary, and what might be the mechanisms that you could put in place for that to make sure that there is security. But we're very clear on no reoccupation, just as we're very clear on no displacement of the Palestinian population. And as we've said before, we need to see and get to, in effect, unity of governance when it comes to Gaza and the West Bank, and ultimately to a Palestinian state. When it comes to the G7 statement, and particularly with regard to the question of ceasefire, Actually, we found real unity in the G7 in this moment on that question. I think the communique very accurately reflects what we discussed and what G7 partners believe.
For the next question, Sasaki Akiko with TV Tokyo.
Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for coming to Japan. So you met with Prime Minister Kishida yesterday, and what role could Japan play in the conflict in the Middle East? And what is the expectation of Japan in this conflict? And also, can a ceasefire agreement be reached between Israel and Gaza? And also, what do you think is the final goal of this conflict?
Thank you. First, I was very appreciative of being able to see Prime Minister Kishida and, of course, to spend extensive time with the Foreign Minister. And I can tell you, first, we very much appreciate Japan's engagement in helping to deal with the conflict between Israel and Hamas and the situation in Gaza. I very much welcome the Foreign Minister's trip to the region, which was important, as well as her unequivocal condemnation of terror, the call for the release of hostages, and the announcement by Japan of $75 million in humanitarian assistance. We had a very productive discussion with the Foreign Minister and I about important, vital issues like what needs to be done to minimize civilian casualties, to increase the flow even more of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, and to prevent the spread of the conflict to other places. And I think the United States and Japan are very clearly aligned on what needs to be done and what we're working to do together. As I said earlier, in terms of the future, I think there are a few very basic things that everyone would want to achieve. One is that there can't be a return to the situation, the status quo, before October 7th, where Gaza can be used as a platform to launch the most horrific terrorist attacks that anyone can imagine. And at the same time, it's vitally important that Palestinian aspirations for governing themselves, for being the ones to decide their own futures are realized. And so we have to work to both of those things at the same time, and that's what we're trying to do.
For the next question, Nike Ching with VOA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. How is lunch? Do you enjoy the Fukushima seafood?
We did, yes. We had excellent seafood here, and I can tell you not just lunch, I think last night as well, and I commend it to everyone.
But I have no questions.
Oh, I thought that was it. Nice, I thought that.
Regarding U.S. President Joe Biden's planned meeting with the Chinese President Xi Jinping next week, is the United States heading towards a substantial change in its relationship with the People's Republic of China? Will the U.S. serve Fukushima seafood during APEC? And separately, if I may, do you have anything on starting talks on a reliable arrangement with the Chinese government to prevent artificial intelligence involvement in the decision-making for nuclear command and control, as suggested by some China observers, including Henry Kissinger? Thank you.
So, thank you. First, much as I'd like to, I really can't speak to the menu at APEC. It is well above my pay grade. So stay tuned. We'll see. First, I should say this. We are planning for a constructive meeting between the leaders. We're still working on those plans. I think both sides have acknowledged the importance of leader-level channels in managing the relationship. And we both agree that we have an obligation, the United States and China, to responsibly manage the relationship. And that really, in many ways, starts and finishes with leader-level engagement. So we've been working toward this meeting since my trip to Beijing this past summer. There are a number of areas and issues upon which we hope to make progress, as well as continuing to manage the places where we have real differences. As you know, Foreign Minister Wang Yi was just in Washington. We had detailed, constructive conversations, both about areas of potential cooperation, but also about the places where we have real disagreements. And I think we were able to speak very clearly, very candidly with each other, and that too is very important when it comes to the discussions that our leaders have. So beyond that, I can't get into the specific issues that they would discuss in any such meeting. I can say as a general principle for us that when it comes to artificial intelligence, that we believe that artificial intelligence should not be in the loop or making the decisions about how and when a nuclear weapon is used. That very much reflects our strongly held view in our policy. But as to what the leaders would discuss, I'm not in a place where I can talk about that now. We're still working on the meeting and working on the agenda for any meeting. Thanks.
And the final question goes to Fujigami Takayuki with Yomuri.
Hi, Secretary.
Good evening.
Welcome to Japan.
Thank you.
Since the Hamas attack on Israel, the U.S. has been required to respond on three fronts. As you mentioned, in the Pacific, Ukraine, and the Middle East. So you are traveling around the world to respond to these issues. Frankly, how tough is it? And even in the midst of all these, please tell us again how important it is for U.S. to focus on Indo-Pacific.
Well, first of all, thank you for reminding me where I am. No, in all seriousness, I have to tell you that I always welcome any opportunity to come to Japan. It's almost no matter the situation. For me, it's a pleasure to be here to work with my Japanese colleagues. We so value the relationship, the partnership, the allyship that we have with Japan, and it really is safe to say without contradiction, that's never been stronger. So in many ways, it's always reassuring to be here, even and maybe even especially in times of challenge because of that strong partnership. More broadly, look, I can tell you that we are determined, and we are, as we would say, running and chewing gum at the same time. The Indo-Pacific is the critical region for our future. As I mentioned, just a little over a week ago, Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in Washington for extensive discussions with me, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, with President Biden as well. And we're working, as we just discussed, on a meeting between the leaders at APEC. We, of course, will be spending the entire week next week with colleagues, countries from APEC. Again, a demonstration of our intense focus on the Indo-Pacific. From here, I'm going on to Korea and then going on to India. Again, further evidence of the fact that we're very focused on the Indo-Pacific and will remain so. A couple of weeks ago, I was testifying before Congress with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin about the supplemental budget request that the President has made of Congress, the extra funds that we need to do very important things. An important component of that request are additional funds for our work in the Indo-Pacific. So all of this is, I think, very compelling and clear evidence of our focus. And it's vitally important that even as we're dealing with a real crisis in Gaza and the Middle East, we're also not only able, but we're fully engaged in all of the interests that we have in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, Secretary Blinken wrapping up his remarks following that G7 foreign ministers meeting. On the right side of your screen, a live look out there at Khan Yunis Hospital in Gaza, and you can see those plumes of smoke in that bottom box as those missile strikes continue in Gaza. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning into Live Now, I'm Jeanne Francine here on this Wednesday, November 8th, 8:22 on the East Coast, 5:22 on the West Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy you're joining us on this Wednesday, November 8th. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. You're getting a live look there on your screen of the Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. We're being told that giant pandas will soon leave there to travel abroad and head to China. Moments ago, we actually heard from organizers about this initiative. Let's listen in.
Giving you all 1 minute. Everybody hurry up. Just tell me when you're ready. I'll take a poll. Good. Okay. Ooh. Good morning, everyone. I am Brandy Smith. I am the John and Adrian Mars Director of Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. And this today is one of many historic moments in our giant panda conservation program. We're joined by friends and supporters, welcoming Minister Xu from the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, and FedEx, our transport partner, throughout this process, and welcoming all of you as well. So it's wonderful that you're here today. Thank you. Over 50 years ago, Mrs. Nixon formally welcomed giant pandas Ling Ling and Xing Xing to the National Zoo. 23 years ago, Mei Xiang and Tian Tian arrived. They are an iconic animal for the zoo, for the District of Columbia, and for our country as well. And there are billions of people who have admired, celebrated, loved our giant pandas, and have participated in their conservation. We are honored and grateful to our Chinese partners, including our colleagues at the China Conservation and Research Center for the Giant Panda, the China Wildlife Conservation Association, and our research partners at the Chengdu Research Base of Giant Panda Breeding. Everyone keeps asking me how I feel, and this is a hard morning. It's been a hard week, and it's been a hard morning. But ultimately, our focus today is on the safe transport of these animals to China, and it's a moment of joy because this is one more step in 50 years of a successful giant panda conservation program, and hopefully the beginning of 50 more years of successful giant panda conservation. So please know that the future is bright for giant pandas. We remain committed to our program, and we look forward to celebrating with all of you when pandas can return to DC. Minister Xu, would you like to say a few more remarks?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, friends from the media. The sheer fact that so many of us are gathering here so early in the morning to say farewell to the giant pandas returning to China speaks for itself the unique charm of these adorable creatures. Since collaboration between China and the Smithsonian's National Zoo began in 2000, the two sides have worked closely and fruitfully on giant panda conservation and research. A lot has been accomplished on breeding, disease prevention, and treatment and public education. Such collaboration has contributed strongly to the mutual understanding and friendship between the Chinese and American peoples. The National Zoo features high-standard facilities for giant pandas, leading veterinary and research expertise, as well as adequate supply of bamboos, which is very, very important. Over the past 23 years, Mei Xiang and Tian Tian have lived under the loving care of their professional keepers. They and their 4 cubs, Taishan, Baobao, Beibei, and Xiaoqiji, have delighted millions of visitors in the U.S. and from other parts of the world. They have helped us know more about giant pandas and become the star attraction at the National Zoo. It was at this same place that we rejoiced in the birth of Taishan, Baobao, and Beibei, and Xiaoqiji. We put our heads together to create their names and enjoyed watching them grow, and we bid farewell to Xiaoqiji's brothers and sister when they returned to China. Today, agreed by both sides, it is time for Mei Xiang, Tian Tian to bring Xiaoqiji back home. The 3 family members are all in good health and ready for the flight. As a diplomat in Washington, I say to them goodbye and bon voyage. As a Chinese government official, I say to them welcome back. Giant pandas belong to China. Giant pandas also belong to the world. China will continue to work closely with cooperation partners, including the United States, on the conservation and research of endangered species and biodiversity protection. We will make greater contributions to the sustainable development of this planet and the friendship between people of all countries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So those comments wrapping up out there in Washington, D.C., as giant pandas will soon leave the Smithsonian Zoo and head to China. On the right side of your screen, continuing to follow top stories of the day as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. You're getting a live look out there at that Khan Yunis hospital in Gaza, and you can see those missile strikes continue as Israel has said they are retaliating from when they were first attacked on that Jewish holiday, and you see those missile strikes are in full effect as those plumes of smoke are in the sky. I'm Jeanne Francine. I appreciate you tuning in here this morning on Live Now from Fox. It's 8:32 on the East Coast, 5:32 on the West Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those stories impacting you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. The stage is set as 5 candidates are set to face off tonight in Miami for the 3rd Republican presidential debate. Joining us this morning is Emory University Associate Professor Andra Gillespie to provide some context to this debate. Andra, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So that 3rd GOP debate is tonight. What can we expect for those that will be tuning in?
Well, I have to say, I'm not expecting the dynamics of the race to change a lot as a result of this debate. I still expect that tomorrow and next week, President Trump is still going to be the runaway leader in the Republican field in the primary. I think the big things that we're going to be paying attention to tonight are the dynamics between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. As we've seen Nikki Haley start to ascend in the polls, we want to see whether or not she actually emerges as the 2nd place candidate, the one who could be waiting in the wings should President Trump not actually be able to be nominated for president. And Ron DeSantis has just gotten the endorsement of Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. And so I think the question is that going to be sufficient to keep Haley farther behind him in the polls, or are we still going to see his support erode or plateau to a place where it doesn't look like the type of insurgent candidacy that I think he was hoping he would have earlier in this year? And of course, people are going to be looking for breakout performances. Is there any other candidate who's going to have a moment with a zinger where they stand out in the field positively, or somebody going to say something negative that could actually end up dooming their candidacy beyond where it's already kind of at this particular moment kind of behind the pack at the bottom of the field?
So many great points you mentioned. Let's start off with the first one. Former President Donald Trump will not be in attendance. He hasn't been at any of them. He kind of holds his own rally that night. How do you think that will help or hinder his campaign?
Well, it's not hurting his campaign at all. This defies conventional wisdom. I think a lot of it has to do with the strength of his personality and the ways that personality politics have drawn and sustained his support within the Republican field. And that's provided a challenge for those like DeSantis who want to set themselves up as the alternative to Trump and see themselves as being actually rightful heirs to the MAGA throne. When a lot of the people who, define themselves as being strong supporters of the MAGA message still want to rally around Trump, it makes it harder for those candidates to really kind of emerge out of the pack in the field. And so given that strong level of support, Trump doesn't feel that he has to show up, and the polls haven't given him any reason to suggest that his support is eroding.
And then you also mentioned Florida Governor Ron DeSantis getting that endorsement from Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds. How do you think that will help his campaign?
Well, he's hoping that it will help. I will wait to see what polls look like in the next week or two to see if he gets a bump in support. But I am not sure that endorsement, matters at this particular stage in the campaign. I also don't think that it matters given the cult of personality that is around Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a very charismatic figure. There are people who are very, very loyal to him. And despite the fact that Governor Reynolds is very respected in her state, I'm not sure that this is going to be enough. But if the data tells me otherwise, I am happy to change my mind about that.
And then there are those who won't even be in attendance. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, for one, that will not be in attendance. How important is it to attend this debate? Or for those like Donald Trump who have never attended, is it okay that they won't be in attendance?
Like I said, Donald Trump is in a class by himself. He brought a lot of resources to the table that most political candidates don't have. So he was a celebrity and a national media figure long before we saw him as a politician. Most politicians who work their way up from school boards and city councils and state legislatures to statewide office and then to federal office just don't have that type of luxury of renown in the way that Trump has. So it's really difficult to follow that playbook. Again, what we're seeing in the rest of the Republican field is one, just the natural winnowing that should happen to point towards who the eventual nominee is going to be. And the challenge of this field is that it has been large from the beginning. And in some ways, that's actually made it hard for Republicans who might not be enamored of Trump to coalesce around a candidate of their choice. So I think what we should interpret from Doug Burgum and Asa Hutchinson's absence is just the likelihood that they're not going to be the Republican nomination. So I expect that they might be making some decisions in the next few days and weeks about whether or not to stay in the race. In Hutchinson's case, there were two never Trump candidates who were clearly identified in the race. The fact that Chris Christie is on the stage may signal to Hutchinson that he should drop out of the race and throw his support towards Christie. And then Doug Burgum also, has, improved his national name recognition, but it wasn't enough to really put him into the top tier of candidates. And so he can self-fund, but I think there comes a question of, is that actually an efficient use of his personal resources going forward?
And I love how you mentioned who will have that highlight zinger. Would you say this is always how these GOP presidential debates have been, or that's what it's turned into over the years?
Well, I mean, zingers and moments are one ways to get earned media or free television coverage. And so if you say something that is particularly eloquent or particularly pithy, it's probably going to get included in the soundbite. If you make a big gaffe, those are also the things that make it into the sound bites as well. And those give voters, especially voters who aren't always paying attention, information about how nimble a candidate is, how perhaps ready they are for office. So, for instance, if we look at the fights that we've seen between Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley, who was joined by Mike Pence when he was on the stage, right? Those things made the news, and it certainly provided a contrast. I don't know if at this point, it makes sense to attack Ramaswamy. It looks like he may have peaked in the polls at this particular point. But if they're doing it because they know that it's going to be on the replay, at 11 o'clock at night and the next day when pundits are talking about it on the networks.
A lot of eyes will be tuning in tonight. For those that will be watching, the next question is, what's next? What happens after the debate tonight?
Well, I mean, there still needs to be some winnowing, and probably some winnowing needs to take effect before Iowa. So in the same way, in the last month, we saw Mike Pence drop out of the race. I think people are going to be looking at the candidates who didn't make the cut this time around to see if they choose to drop out in the next month. And then if there is somebody who perhaps bombs, we're going to be paying attention to their fundraising support, sort of both directly to them and to PACs and super PACs that might be associated with them. We're going to be paying attention to ad buy decisions. And so I would expect that a few candidates, maybe 2 or 3, are going to drop out between now and the Iowa caucus. I think the larger question is, will the 5 who are going to be on the stage be the ones to drop out? Maybe one of them will, but maybe not. I think a lot of them are going to try to put all of their eggs on the Iowa basket to see if they can perform well and gain some momentum so that they can move on to New Hampshire. But, you know, this is a natural part of the process, sort of putting oneself out for open vetting and then seeing whether or not the public responds in a positive fashion.
Well, there you have it. Andrea Gillespie, Associate Professor at Emory University. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
And good morning to those of you just now tuning in to Live Now. It's Wednesday, November 8th, 8:43 on the East Coast, 5:43 on the West Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those live events, top stories, and headlines impacting you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Really quickly, I want to show you all a pretty cool shot coming out of Washington, D.C. That machine there carrying those giant pandas that will be leaving the Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute to travel aboard the FedEx Panda Express to China. The crowd has kind of gathered around it, so right now you can't really see it as you could have when we were in break, but nevertheless the giant pandas were in these crates and it was pretty cool to see. Right now I want to transition and show you all another live shot as it relates to our top stories of the day. There you're getting a live look out there in Gaza as those missile strikes continue. At this hour, Israel's saying they are retaliating against Hamas, who first attacked them on that Jewish holiday. As we know, we're a month into the war, and Israel's military says it's fighting in the depths of Gaza City after encircling the northern part of the besieged Palestinian enclave. My colleague Andrew Kraft shares a recap.
National security expert, our friend Hal Kempfer, who has every day been guiding us through this conflict for now 1 month. Hal joins me now. Hal, good to see you. Just wanted to make sure we are appreciative, the viewers are appreciative there. Now that we are 1 month into this conflict here, each and every day you've been helping us make sense of it. I want to put up this tweet, Hal, get you to respond to it as well. We don't have our tweet there. I'm going to read it right now. So Lucas Tomlinson tweeting this, saying Israel's commanding general of the Gaza operation says this, Hal, for the first time in a decade, the IDF is fighting in the heart of Gaza City. What does that mean?
Andrew, it means exactly what it says. He's just basically pointing out from a tactical operational standpoint that this is the first time in a decade that you have Israeli forces actually conducting operational tactical missions within Gaza City. Now, they don't control the inside of Gaza City per se, although one can argue that since they control the perimeter, they pretty much do control Gaza City. But what they're doing is they're actually running what are called pulsing operations within the city to degrade the Hamas infrastructure, the Hamas defenses, to cause a lot of uncertainty with the Hamas terrorists, the fighters themselves, as to where their defenses are, what their capabilities are. And all of this is something that's been proven time and again in places like Mosul, Fallujah, that if you can get inside the what they call the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide action loop that everybody goes through, the decision-making process, if you will, that everyone goes through. If you can get inside of that and you can start doing things that really throws them completely off balance, creates tremendous uncertainty, that you will pretty much win every battle. And that's what they're kind of doing in Gaza City right now. So technically, just looking historically back, yes, what he said is, as far as I can tell, is absolutely correct. Unless you want to talk about, there were some special operations more recently, but I don't think he's referring to those. Those are covert operations. And obviously he probably wouldn't talk about that, but technically he is absolutely correct.
Okay, Hal, we do have our live picture there in southern Israel looking into Gaza. We've been seeing periodically and sporadically some of these flares in the night sky, and you have kind of illuminated to us what those essentially mean. The IDF uses them to kind of illuminate some of the targets that they want to strike of Hamas there on the ground. In the meantime, we have been talking, you and I, throughout the last week now, about humanitarian pauses. That seems to be still percolating. It's gaining a lot of traction. This is a scoop here in Axios I want to get you to respond to, Hal, from Barak Ravid. If you don't follow him on Twitter, he's a great resource for this conflict. He says this: President Biden urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in their call Monday to agree to a 3-day pause in the fighting in Gaza to allow progress in releasing some of the hostages held by Hamas. President Biden was asked about this today by a reporter. The White House press pool put it out as well, saying and confirming for everyone that yes, he did ask Bibi to do this. Do you think Bibi's going to do this, Hal?
You know, it's interesting. I heard a response from that from one of his senior security advisors, who used to be the Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom. And he basically didn't rule it completely out. He kind of ruled it out for the short term. And I've heard this is taken from others. You know, right now you've got the forces, the IDF forces arrayed around Gaza City doing these pulsing operations in the midst of a very complex tactical situation. So to call a 3-day ceasefire right now would be to put a lot of forces potentially at harm's way. Because there's a tremendous amount of momentum. You have units that are poised within Gaza City that if there was a sudden ceasefire, they literally could be strung out in places that they may not be able to successfully defend for a very long period of time. So I don't see this happening right now.
Okay.
The tactical situation on the ground somewhat belies this.
Okay.
But
all right, it seems like their mouths and the audio aren't matching, but nevertheless, on your screen right now, a live look out there in Gaza as the war rages on 1 month in. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you on this Wednesday, November 8th, 8:51 on the East Coast, 5:51 on the West Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, giving you all of those headlines impacting you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. You're getting a live look out of Tokyo, Japan. This morning, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken held a news conference following the G7 foreign ministers meeting. He spoke on several topics, including the Israel-Hamas war and humanitarian aid, and also country relations. He gave us a recap of what was discussed with that G7 foreign ministers meeting and possible actions to be taken. He's walking in now. Let's listen in.
Alles gut. Aber schiebt trotzdem auf
Good evening, everyone. We just concluded a pretty packed 2 days, coming at a very intense time for our countries and for the world. I want to begin by thanking Foreign Minister Kamikawa for the very warm hospitality here in Tokyo, and to her and Prime Minister Kishida for Japan's leadership during this historic year for the G7. The G7 has strengthened its role as the steering committee of the world's advanced democracies, demonstrating unprecedented unity of purpose and unity of action on the issues that are defining the 21st century. And at another moment of intense challenge for the free world, our security and our values, G7 unity is stronger and more important than ever. Our first focus here in Tokyo was the crisis in the Middle East. Yesterday evening, I had an opportunity to brief my colleagues on my travel through the region, as well as extensive engagements by President Biden and our entire national security team. The G7 ministers reaffirmed our staunch support for Israel's right and obligation to defend itself and seek to ensure the attacks of October 7th can never happen again in accordance with international humanitarian law. We had in-depth discussions about the steps that we are taking to address urgent needs on the ground. We all agreed that humanitarian pauses would advance key objectives: to protect Palestinian civilians, to increase the sustained flow of humanitarian assistance, to allow our citizens and foreign nationals to exit, and to facilitate the release of hostages. I briefed my colleagues about my conversations with Israeli leaders on pauses and on concrete steps to minimize harm to Palestinian civilians in Gaza and to stop extremist violence in the West Bank. Israel has repeatedly told us that there is no going back to October 6th, before the barbaric attacks by Hamas. We fully agree. As we work with Israel to ensure this, we also are working in the region to deter broader threats to our partners and to our friends. As the President has said, to anyone seeking to take advantage of the crisis in Gaza and spread conflict to other theaters, don't. All of us want to end this conflict as soon as possible, and meanwhile, to minimize civilian suffering. But as I discussed with my G7 colleagues, those calling for an immediate ceasefire have an obligation to explain how to address the unacceptable result it would likely bring about. Hamas left in place with more than 200 hostages, with the capacity and stated intent to repeat October 7th again and again and again. Ultimately, the only way to ensure that this crisis never happens again is to begin setting the conditions for durable peace and security, and to frame our diplomatic efforts now with that in mind. The United States believes key elements should include no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. No reduction in the territory of Gaza. We must also ensure no terrorist threats can emanate from the West Bank. We must also work on the affirmative elements to get to a sustained peace. These must include the Palestinian people's voices and aspirations at the center of post-crisis governance in Gaza. It must include Palestinian-led governance and Gaza unified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And it must include a sustained mechanism for reconstruction in Gaza and a pathway to Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in states of their own with equal measures of security, freedom, opportunity, and dignity. Even as we focus intensely on addressing these urgent challenges, we believe that the time is now to start the conversation about the future. Not tomorrow, not after the war. Today. because identifying the longer-term objectives and a pathway to get there will help shape our approach to addressing immediate needs. I know it's hard to look ahead in this moment. It is the aim of terrorists to sow chaos, to destroy hope, to destroy lives, and through human despair, grow their ranks and hijack the political future of the Palestinians. We cannot and we will not let them succeed. Today, we also focused on our enduring support for Ukraine. The G7 has led the world in galvanizing and sustaining that support, and as we told Foreign Minister Tlaib today, Ukraine can count on us. To put Ukraine on a solid foundation for the next year, we must help Ukraine do 4 things at once. First, keep fighting to win back its territory. Second, build a world-class military force to ensure maximum deterrence for the long term and make clear to President Putin that he cannot and will not outlast Ukraine, and he cannot and will not outlast all of Ukraine's supporters. 28 countries have made concrete commitments to join us in this effort of building a Ukrainian fighting force for the future. Third, kickstart economic recovery and growth and bring more hope, more opportunity to the Ukrainian people. And fourth, accelerate the reform process to speed Ukraine's path to the European Union and to attract investment. All of these steps are designed to help Ukraine stand strongly on its own 2 feet. We also discussed at length the Indo-Pacific and steps we're taking together to contend with challenges to our shared vision of a free, open, prosperous, secure, and resilient region. We spoke about the PRC. We agreed on the importance of working constructively on shared challenges, but also being clear and direct with China on our differences. We'll continue to de-risk our economies, to strengthen our resilience, to push back on economic coercion. We'll also continue to stand up to China over its actions in the South and East China Seas. We, of course, oppose unilateral or coercive efforts to change the status quo with Taiwan. Our conversation today demonstrated an unprecedented degree of alignment among the G7 on our approach to China. We also discussed the DPRK's provocative actions and missile launches and dangerous DPRK-Russia military cooperation. We're deeply concerned about what Russia is providing Pyongyang in return for the weapons and munitions that it's getting from Pyongyang. We'll continue to push for the full implementation of all relevant UN Security Council resolutions and commitments to uphold the global non-proliferation order. A major theme throughout our meetings was how we can leverage our full economic, political, and development strength to deepen ties with developing countries and deliver for people around the world. Through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we're mobilizing $600 billion in high-quality, transparent infrastructure projects worldwide by 2027. We're unlocking hundreds of billions in new lending capacity for the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, for things like climate resilience, public health, and other key priorities. We're also working to shape a more inclusive international system, supporting reform of the UN Security Council, making the international financial system more responsive to the needs of low and middle-income countries, bringing more voices to the table here at the G7, as, for example, with today's meeting with Central Asian partners. Later today, I'll travel to the Republic of Korea and then on to India, to our most important partners in the Indo-Pacific. Even as we're engaged intensively on the urgent challenges of this moment, the United States remains focused on advancing the interests of the American people in every part of the world on issues that matter in their lives. At this inflection point in the struggle to protect the international order, we are standing strong for our vision of a more free, secure, open, and prosperous world. And we do not stand alone. We built extraordinary coalitions with allies and partners who carry their share of the burden. And we leave this G7 meeting stronger and more united in meeting the challenges of today. Thank you. With that, I'll take some questions.
First question goes to Courtney McBride with Bloomberg.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Secretary. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that his government would maintain security control of Gaza for, quote, an indefinite period, end quote. How do you reconcile those comments to previous statements by both the U.S. and Israeli governments opposing a reoccupation of Gaza? And then you addressed this a bit, but other G7 members have expressed support for a full ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, while the U.S. continues to support just these humanitarian pauses. And I'm just wondering, did you convince the other members of the U.S. position, or is this joint statement language just the sort of minimal consensus
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Gordon. So I think we've been very clear from day one that when it comes to post-conflict governance in Gaza, a few things are clear and necessary. One, Gaza cannot be continue to be run by Hamas. That simply invites a repetition of October 7th, and Gaza used as a place from which to launch terrorist attacks. It's also clear that Israel cannot occupy Gaza. Now, the reality is that there may be a need for some transition period at the end of the conflict, but it is imperative that the Palestinian people be central to governance in Gaza and in the West Bank as well, and that again we don't see a reoccupation. And what I've heard from Israeli leaders is that they have no intent to reoccupy Gaza and retake control of Gaza. So the only question is there some transition period that might be necessary, and what might be the mechanisms that you could put in place for that to make sure that there is security. But we're very clear on no reoccupation, just as we're very clear on no displacement of the Palestinian population. And as we've said before, we need to see and get to, in effect, unity of governance when it comes to Gaza and the West Bank, and ultimately to a Palestinian state. When it comes to the G7 statement, and particularly with regard to the question of ceasefire, actually we found real unity in the G7 in this moment on that question. I think the communique very accurately reflects what we discussed and what G7 partners believe.
For the next question, Sasaki Akiko with TV Tokyo.
Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for coming to Japan. So you met with Prime Minister Kishida yesterday, and what role could Japan play in the conflict in the Middle East? What is the expectation of Japan in this conflict? And also, can a ceasefire agreement be reached between Israel and Gaza? And also, what do you think is the final goal of this conflict?
Thank you. First, I was very appreciative of being able to see Prime Minister Kishida and, of course, to spend extensive time with the Foreign Minister. And I can tell you, first, we very much appreciate Japan's engagement in helping to deal with the conflict between Israel and Hamas and the situation in Gaza. I very much welcome the Foreign Minister's trip to the region, which was important, as well as her unequivocal condemnation of terror, the call for the release of hostages, and the announcement by Japan of $75 million in humanitarian assistance. We had a very productive discussion with the Foreign Minister and I about important, vital issues like what needs to be done to minimize civilian casualties, to increase the flow even more of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, and to prevent the spread of the conflict to other places. And I think the United States and Japan are very clearly aligned on what needs to be done and what we're working to do together. As I said earlier, in terms of the future, I think there are a few very basic things that everyone would want to achieve. One is that there can't be a return to the situation, the status quo before October 7th, where Gaza can be used as a platform to launch the most horrific terrorist attacks that anyone can imagine. And at the same time, it's vitally important that Palestinian aspirations for governing themselves, for being the ones to decide their own futures are realized. And so we have to work to both of those things at the same time, and that's what we're trying to do.
For the next question, Nike Ching with VOA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. How is lunch? Do you enjoy the Fukushima seafood?
We did, yes. We had excellent seafood here, and I can tell you, not just lunch, I think last night as well, and I commend it to everyone.
But I have no questions.
Oh, I thought that was it. Nice, I thought that.
Regarding U.S. President Joe Biden's planned meeting with the Chinese President Xi Jinping next week, is the United States heading towards a substantial change in its relationship with the People's Republic of China? Will the U.S. serve Fukushima seafood during APEC? And separately, if I may, do you have anything on starting talks on a reliable arrangement with the Chinese government to prevent artificial intelligence involvement in the decision-making for nuclear command and control, as suggested by some China observers, including Henry Kissinger? Thank you.
So, thank you. First, much as I'd like to, I really can't speak to the menu at APEC. It is well above my pay grade. So stay tuned. We'll see. First, I should say this. We are planning for a constructive meeting between the leaders. We're still working on those plans. I think both sides have acknowledged the importance of leader-level channels in managing the relationship. And we both agree that we have an obligation, the United States and China, to responsibly manage the relationship. And that really, in many ways, starts and finishes with leader-level engagement. So we've been working toward this meeting since my trip to Beijing this past summer. There are a number of areas and issues upon which we hope to make progress, as well as continuing to manage the places where we have real differences. As you know, Foreign Minister Wang Yi was just in Washington. We had detailed, constructive conversations, both about areas of potential cooperation, but also about the places where we have real disagreements. And I think we were able to speak very clearly, very candidly with each other, and that too is very important when it comes to the discussions that our leaders have. So beyond that, I can't get into the specific issues that they would discuss in any such meeting. I can say as a general principle for us that when it comes to artificial intelligence, that we believe that artificial intelligence should not be in the loop or making the decisions about how and when a nuclear weapon is used. That very much reflects our strongly held view in our policy. But as to what the leaders would discuss, I'm not in a place where I can talk about that now. We're still working on the meeting and working on the agenda for any meeting. Thanks.
And the final question goes to Fujigami Takayuki with Yomuri.
Hi, Secretary.
Good evening.
Welcome to Japan.
Thank you.
Since the Hamas attack on Israel, the U.S. has been required to respond on a three-front, as you mentioned, in the Pacific, Ukraine, and the Middle East. So you are traveling around the world to respond to these issues. Frankly, how tough is it? And even in the midst of all these, please tell us again how important it is for U.S. to focus on Indo-Pacific.
Well, first of all, thank you for reminding me where I am. No, in all seriousness, I have to tell you that I always welcome any opportunity to come to Japan. It's almost no matter the situation. For me, it's a pleasure to be here to work with my Japanese colleagues. We so value the relationship, the partnership, the allyship that we have with Japan, and it really is safe to say without contradiction, that's never been stronger. So in many ways, it's always reassuring to be here, even and maybe even especially in times of challenge because of that strong partnership. More broadly, look, I can tell you that we are determined, and we are, as we would say, running and chewing gum at the same time. The Indo-Pacific is the critical region for our future. As I mentioned, just a little over a week ago, Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in Washington for extensive discussions with me, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, with President Biden as well. And we're working, as we just discussed, on a meeting between the leaders at APEC. We, of course, will be spending the entire week next week with colleagues, countries from APEC. Again, a demonstration of our intense focus on the Indo-Pacific. From here, I'm going on to Korea and then going on to India. Again, further evidence of the fact that we're very focused on the Indo-Pacific and will remain so. A couple of weeks ago, I was testifying before Congress with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin about the supplemental budget request that the President has made of Congress, the extra funds that we need to do very important things. An important component of that request are additional funds for our work in the Indo-Pacific. So all of this is, I think, very compelling and clear evidence of our focus. And it's vitally important that even as we're dealing with a real crisis in Gaza and the Middle East, we're also not only able, but we're fully engaged in all of the interests that we have in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Blinken wrapping up his comments there following the G7 foreign ministers meeting, and then following top stories of the day: Israeli forces battling Hamas inside of Gaza City, Ivanka Trump to testify in that New York fraud trial, and 5 candidates to participate in that GOP debate tonight. I want to actually show you all another live pic coming through our studios right now. That's live inside of that Manhattan courtroom as we are awaiting Ivanka Trump to arrive on that level to possibly speak to the media before going inside of the courtroom to testify in her father's civil fraud trial. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here to share all of your top stories, live events, and headlines from around the world. It's 9:15 on the East Coast, 6:15 on the West Coast. Let's get to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those headlines and top stories. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. There on your screen, a live look inside that Manhattan courthouse. We are awaiting Ivanka Trump to arrive to testify in her father's civil fraud trial. I'll make sure to pop that up in a box so we can see it as it unfolds. But for now, we are going to head to another live image. There on your screen, the Senate Appropriations Committee holding a hearing on the president's supplemental request for the Health and Human Services Department and Homeland Security Department with Secretary Mayorkas and Becerra. Senator Collins, the vice chair, speaking right now. Let's listen in. And then again, I will pop up some boxes analysis of other top stories we're following here on Live Now from Fox.
282 individuals apprehended by Border Patrol at the southwestern border were on the terrorist watch list, compared to only 11 such individuals in the previous 4 years. Additional resources are necessary, but they're only part of the answer to these national security and public health crises. Targeted funding must be accompanied by policy changes that ensure that our borders are secure, that our immigration system is not exploited, and that is fair to those who legally immigrate. And let me be clear, immigrants who have come to our country legally have contributed greatly to the fabric of our economy and our communities. I very much look forward to our discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Collins. We will now very briefly introduce today's witnesses and move to their testimony. I'm very pleased today to welcome Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra, and Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Thank you to each of you for coming today and taking your time to be with us and to answer our questions. And we will now begin with opening remarks. Secretary Becerra will begin with you.
Chair Murray, Ranking Member Collins, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the President's emergency supplemental funding request for the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm pleased to be here with Secretary Mayorkas to answer your questions. We work closely and depend on each other regularly to address critical domestic priorities and national security interests. At HHS, we're working to lower healthcare costs with better care for more Americans. Among our top priorities are strengthening behavioral health and addressing the overdose epidemic. We're making meaningful progress on these issues, thanks in large part to the past support from Congress. But to continue that forward movement will require ongoing attention and adequate funding. The President's emergency supplemental funding request proposes $22.2 billion for HHS. The largest and most urgent request, $16 billion, will ensure millions of American families do not lose access to affordable child care. Emergency funding will also be deployed to help local communities battle the scourge of opioids, including illicitly manufactured fentanyl. The President's request will fund critical heating and energy assistance to households as we quickly approach the cold of winter. And these funds would make sure our system supporting refugees, including our Afghan and Ukrainian brothers and sisters, continue to support our state and local partners. Finally, and of course, our request ensures that communities, first responders, and survivors of tragedy will continue to receive customary disaster recovery and response services through HHS. Whether it was the residents of Maui devastated by the wildfires, the people in Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, and South Carolina whose homes and livelihoods were ripped apart by dangerous storms, or the families of Allen, Texas, Monterey, California, and most recently, Lewiston, Maine, shattered by mass shootings, our recovery and response teams were there for them. If there's one thing that is sadly predictable, it's that there will be more disasters in the future. With your support, HHS will be ready. Childcare. Madam Chair, you said it. Childcare in this country is either unaffordable or unavailable for millions of Americans. The average cost of childcare ranges from $5,000 to over $17,000 a year, depending on where you are in the country. That's like college tuition for most families, but for kids who haven't even started kindergarten. Prices are untenable for families, even in the lowest priced areas. Providers, meanwhile, operate on thin margins, and childcare workers receive disgracefully low wages, lower than almost any other occupation. Childcare stabilization funds helped raise wages for workers. Parents need affordable, high-quality childcare options so they can work, or go to school, or participate in training programs, or simply support their families. It is vital to the success of our communities. It is vital to our economy. To many families who are forced to choose between keeping their paycheck or caring for the child, can you imagine trying to sleep at night? The President's American Rescue Plan in 2021 made it possible for child care programs to stay open during the worst of the pandemic. And here I have to thank so many of you who worked so hard to get those child care funds. Hundreds of thousands of child care providers and millions of children benefited from the ARP's child care stabilization grants. Left unaddressed, the crisis in our child care system threatens to undermine our progress as a nation. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of kids and parents in each of your states could lose out on coverage unless Congress commits to additional funds. The emergency funding request would shore up the child care sector and mitigate the likelihood that providers will close their doors or raise child care fees for families in the face of a child care workforce shortage. As with child care, the urgent and emergent challenges we must address on opioids and fentanyl and in meeting our legal obligations to our newest Americans require all of government approaches. For that reason, we come before you with the President's emergency supplemental request. I'm grateful for Congress recognizing the importance of these issues, and I look forward to discussing our emergency funding request with you. I yield back.
Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas.
Thank you, Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins, distinguished members of this committee. Every day, the 260,000 men and women of the Department of Homeland Security enforce our laws, secure our border, and safeguard our communities. They have seized more fentanyl in the last 2 years than in the previous 5 years combined. They have removed or returned from the United States more than 350,000 non-citizens since the ending of pandemic-era rules under Title 42. They have arrested the leaders of transnational criminal organizations and are disrupting and dismantling the smuggling organizations that exploit the vulnerable. They help families everywhere, from Hawaii and Mississippi to Florida and Vermont, rebuild after the devastation of a natural disaster. They support communities during tragedies, like the one that struck Lewiston 2 weeks ago, and get local stakeholders across the country the resources they need to help prevent another such attack. They do all of this and much more, despite being perennially underfunded and inadequately resourced. That is why our administration has submitted the critical supplemental border and homeland security funding requests we are here to discuss today. It would be a disservice to the American people and to the men and women who safeguard our homeland not to approve it. Consider fentanyl. Drug overdoses have been a leading cause of preventable American deaths every year for a decade, driven over the past 5+ years by this incredibly cheap, incredibly potent opioid smuggled into our country by cartels, primarily via cars and trucks driven by American citizens. Our administration has repeatedly asked Congress to help us modernize our ports of entry to ensure we can expedite lawful trade and travel and focus our efforts on bad actors. We continue to call on Congress to fully fund the personnel and resources needed to achieve this goal and to fully deploy new imaging technology to enhance our ability to inspect all vehicles and trucks that enter our country. Our national security supplemental funding request will help do so, sending 1,000 additional officers and investigators to ports of entry, deploying over 100 cutting-edge detection machines across hotspots, and funding additional international anti-trafficking operations. We are facing economic, political, and climate instability across the world, exacerbated in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Instability that is fueling the greatest level of global migration since World War II. This is also true in our hemisphere. Despite operating under the constraints of a broken immigration system that Congress has failed to update since 1996, our administration has pursued a comprehensive strategy to manage this unprecedented migration. Our strategy includes expanded lawful pathways for migration, strengthened consequences for unlawful entry at the border, removing a record number of individuals found to be ineligible for protection under the law, and increased partnership across the region to curb irregular migration. The same supplemental funding request will increase these efforts, enabling the hiring and deployment of 1,300 new Border Patrol agents, 1,400 attorneys and staff to support immigration cases, and 2,700 new asylum officers and staff. It will expand our capacity for safe and humane border enforcement. It will provide $1.4 billion to communities that need additional support and expedite the issuance of work authorization documents for eligible non-citizens. Within our homeland, extreme heat, wildfires, and devastating hurricanes are increasing in frequency and severity, and Congress's support of FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund has not kept pace. Our domestic supplemental funding request would allocate $9 billion to the Disaster Relief Fund, enabling us to deploy more first responders and better support recovery projects whenever and wherever disaster strikes. In the wake of the horrific Hamas terrorist attacks against Israel on October 7, we have seen an increase in threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities and institutions across our country, adding to a pre-existing increase in the level of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. Our department's nonprofit security grant program requires additional support to meet this new mandate. The domestic supplemental funding request would do so, providing the program an additional $200 million and allowing us to help mitigate violent extremist and terrorist attacks. Ensuring the safety and security of the American people must be more than just a talking point. We owe those who protect our country better. We owe them the funding, resources, and support needed to do their dangerous and difficult jobs. We owe them this supplemental funding package. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our administration's proposal with you today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much to both of our witnesses this morning. We will now begin a round of 5-minute questions of our witnesses, and I ask my colleagues to keep track of your clock and stay with them.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're listening as the Senate Appropriations Committee hearing on the President's supplemental request for the Health and Human Services Department and Homeland Security Department. We just heard from Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Becerra as they told us about the President's plan for that supplemental request. On the right side of your screen, also following other top stories of the day, we are awaiting Ivanka Trump to enter that courthouse to testify in her father's fraud trial. You see the cameras are up as we are awaiting her to enter. And then also following the latest with the Israel-Hamas war as those missile strikes continue in Gaza. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. It's 9:31 on the East Coast, 6:31 on the West Coast. It's Wednesday, November 8th. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into your live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Taking another look inside of that Manhattan courthouse, we are still awaiting for Ivanka Trump to arrive and possibly speak to the media before she enters that courtroom to testify in her father's fraud trial. We do know that moments ago, New York Attorney General James spoke outside of the courthouse to the media. We are awaiting to get those remarks so we can play them for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now. But as we wait, let's head back out into the Senate Appropriations Committee. They're having a hearing on the president's supplemental request for the Health and Human Services Department and also Homeland Security Department. Right now, they're holding a question and answer portion with Secretary Mayorkas and Becerra. Let's listen in.
Been saving lives from day one. We want them to have the resources they need.
Thank you. And Secretary Mayorkas, what will the president's supplemental request allow you to do to stop fentanyl from entering our country?
Chair Murray, it will assist us significantly in our interdiction efforts. We already have done an extraordinary job. The men and women of U.S. Customs and Border Protection and Homeland Security investigations have engaged in a number of operations. Operation Blue Lotus, Operation Artemis, which is surging our personnel and our technological resources to the ports of entry where the majority of the fentanyl is smuggled into our country. We are working with our international partners. The $1.3 billion that the supplemental request calls for will assist us with additional personnel, additional technological resources, and the ability to work with our international partners to really drive an encompassing approach to our interdiction efforts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Mayorkas, you mentioned that it had been since 1996 since Congress passed comprehensive immigration reform. The supplemental request includes funding to help strengthen enforcement, but it does not appear to include any policy reforms. Is the administration open to working with Congress to include policy reforms that would deal with the underlying reasons for the surge as we consider the supplemental?
Vice Chair Collins, we need the funding that we are requesting immediately, that we are requesting in the supplemental. We have advocated from day one for immigration reform. It is unanimous that our broken immigration system is in dire need of reform. On the very first day of his administration, President Biden presented Congress with a blueprint for that reform. We fully endorse the need for policy changes, not in piecemeal form, but in a comprehensive form.
Let me turn to the supplemental funding request. You mentioned that there is funding for new technology and an additional 1,000 personnel at ports of entry. However, the request omits funding for border security technology between ports of entry, which is, in my view, a major problem. You said just last month that effective border security requires a smarter, more comprehensive approach, including state-of-the-art border surveillance technology. With encounters between ports of entry at an all-time high, do you support adding funding for border security technology between ports of entry, where most people are coming through?
Vice Chair Collins, we certainly do, and our annual budget does indeed call for that type of technology, including, for example, automated surveillance towers, the ASTs that are so effective and that are force multipliers. What we have sought in this supplemental is to address the most emergent needs. For example, additional Border Patrol agents and critically additional case processors so that we can push those agents out into the field to do the jobs that they were sworn to do.
We are working on the funding that you've requested, and I hope that we can work together to address some real concerns about the funding request, as well as the policy issues that I've mentioned. Secretary Becerra, you're asking for an additional $1.9 billion for the Office of Refugee Resettlement, yet your fiscal year 2024 budget request was for an increase of only about $830 million. Now, it's been clear since long before the budget was released that the number of unaccompanied children, refugees, and other entrants was growing, and that ORR would need additional funding. Given those facts, why didn't you request more funding through the normal budget process?
Senator, thank you for the question. As you know, and as Secretary Mayorkas can attest, it is never a known commodity or quantity, the number of people that will show up, the number of refugees that will need help. We are still, for example, receiving Ukrainian refugees. We thought 100,000 refugees might come to our shores. We're now over 180,000, and we think that we may, our estimates are, projections are that we may have another 80,000 Ukrainians who may be coming in. What we have to do is continue our obligation that this country has always had to those who seek protection from persecution when they come to our shores. Without that support, and this money is focused on refugees, without that support, the services we provide in partnership with local communities would really suffer, but local communities would still have to provide that support.
Finally, Mr. Secretary, I've long been a strong supporter of improving access to quality, affordable child care. I don't think extending pandemic subsidies is the way to do that. Instead, I've focused on expanding the Child Care Development Block Grant Program. We increased funding last year by 30%. This year's under Senator Capito and Senator Schatz, we've increased, Senator Baldwin, sorry, we've increased the funding by another 9%. Wouldn't it be better to invest additional child care funds in a program that directly helps subsidize child care costs for low-income families?
Senator, my staff can be in your office immediately after this hearing if you'd like to discuss how we get there, because you're absolutely right. We need a long-term solution. I think most everyone sitting at the dais would say that. But while we get to that long-term solution, we need something for those small businesses that are going to close tomorrow. We need something for those parents who are looking for a quality child care service today. And without the stabilization funds, we will lose ground, we will lose businesses, we will lose families having care for their kids.
Thank you.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Chair Murray, and thanks to both secretaries for being here today. Secretary Mayorkas, you said something in your opening statement which I want to return to, and that is the majority of narcotics and fentanyl coming into the United States comes in through ports of entry transported by U.S. citizens. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe it's more than 90%.
More than 90%. More than 90% comes through ports of entry transported by U.S. citizens. As Willie Sutton, when asked why he robbed banks, said it's because that's where the money is. Isn't it pretty clear that that's where we ought to focus our efforts, at least our startup efforts, to deal with this fentanyl crisis?
Most certainly, Senator, and that is indeed where we are focusing our energies, both with respect to the deployment of technology and the law enforcement operations that we undertake.
So is the Biden administration putting their money where their mouth is in terms of asking for money that will help you fight the fentanyl crisis at the border?
We most certainly are.
Does it include not only increased numbers of personnel, but also new technology?
Yes, it does, Senator. The non-intrusive inspection technology, which is so effective in scanning vehicles of all types.
Well, I certainly agree with Senator Collins. We should be concerned at the other 10% that's coming across the border. What are we doing about that?
We are deploying our personnel to the fullest extent possible to interdict narcotics. We need our CUAS authority reauthorized. That's our counter-drone authority. The cartels seek to smuggle drugs via drones in between the ports of entry. Our counter-UAS authority expires before the end of this year. We need that dramatically.
Now, that's something we can do that makes a difference immediately.
Yes, indeed.
And certainly the administration's request for more money when it comes to fentanyl intervention at the real source is time and money well spent, correct?
It is. It saves lives.
Now let's talk about the other issue before us. We have been, during the Biden administration, overwhelmed at the border by the numbers who have come in or tried to enter into the United States. Is that correct as well?
The numbers have been unprecedented, Senator.
And can you tell me your explanation as to why that occurred?
Senator, that is not something that is specific to the southern border of the United States. That is a global phenomenon. We have the largest number of displaced people in the world today since World War II. And that is something that is gripping our entire hemisphere. There are approximately 2 million Venezuelans seeking shelter in Colombia. We have an unprecedented gang problem in Ecuador that is causing an unprecedented number of Ecuadorians to flee. We have a situation in Haiti, which is dire. This is something that involves corruption, poverty, violence, natural disasters. We are, and in a post-COVID environment, we're seeing just a level of migration throughout our hemisphere.
The first item suggested by the Republicans, if we are going to discuss immigration, is a 900-mile addition to the wall between the United States and Mexico. Can you comment on the impact of such a wall, what it might cost, how long it takes to build?
It costs billions and billions of dollars. It takes years and years to build, and it is not as effective as a multi-pronged strategy that includes critically latest technological advancements. We need a 21st century.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, you're listening as the Senate Appropriations Committee is holding a hearing on the president's supplemental request for the Health and Human Services Department and Homeland Security Department. Earlier, we heard from Secretary Mayorkas and Becerra, and right now they are actually holding a question and answer portion to get more information on these supplemental requests. On the right side of your screen, following other top stories of the day, we are awaiting Ivanka Trump to enter that Manhattan courtroom to testify in her father's fraud trial. Also following the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war as those missile strikes continue at this hour in Gaza. Hello to you that are just now tuning in to Live Now. I'm Jeanne Francine. Thanks for tuning in on this Wednesday, November 8th. It's 9:45 on the East Coast, 6:45 on the West Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those top stories impacting you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. The stage is set as 5 candidates are set to face off tonight in Miami for the 3rd Republican presidential debate. Joining us now is Virginia Tech professor Nicholas Getter. Nicholas, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So for those that have never tuned in to a GOP presidential debate, explain what people can expect tonight.
Well, so we're going to see, I believe, 5 of the top candidates debating tonight, but importantly, that will not include the top candidate, Donald Trump. In order to qualify for the debate, the candidates had to achieve certain thresholds in polling and fundraising. And so we've seen a gradual dwindling in the number of candidates on the stage. But most importantly, Trump has refused to enter any of these debates. So in that sense, I think that's discounted the importance of some of the debates in the mind of a lot of voters and a lot of people in the party.
For Trump to not attend the debate, we actually know he'll have his own rally tonight. Do you think that helps him or hurts him when it comes to those polls?
Well, I think there's been very little that we've seen really affect Trump's polls in the last several months. So what's notable is that refusing to attend the debate has not hurt Trump. And so far, all of Trump's legal difficulties have not significantly hurt him within the Republican Party.
Let's talk about those that weren't even invited. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, one of those. Do you think that hurts him when it comes to getting those rankings as a top Republican candidate?
Yeah, I certainly think it does hurt him. He was also not in the previous debate. I don't think his campaign has any real opportunities to break through at this point.
As far as what we can expect tonight, some top standouts, who would you say are the people to watch tonight?
Certainly, I think the candidate that has the most upside is former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. She has seen her poll numbers rising. She's gotten fairly good reviews for her past debate performances. She's moved into a tie for second place in the first caucus that will be held early next year in Iowa. So I think she has an opportunity here to really distinguish herself as the primary rival to Donald Trump for the Republican nomination. On the other side, Ron DeSantis, who a couple months ago was certainly seen as Trump's primary rival, has seen his poll numbers declining. And he's turned in a couple of pretty subdued debate performances over the last couple months. And so I think he really needs to start seizing some opportunities if he wants to remain competitive in the race.
We know states had elections yesterday. Virginia and Ohio are top of mind. Can you share how those elections can play a role in this presidential debate?
Right. So Ohio's elections were primarily ballot referenda, so policy issues, especially Ohio enshrining a right to abortion in their state constitution. That was a referendum that won easily, and also legalized marijuana. I probably, in terms of national impact, the abortion referendum is more important. We've seen many, many instances where when abortion has been on the ballot in front of the voters, voters have shown an opinion that is very, very pro-choice and very much out of line with what Republican state legislatures and Republican candidates have been advocating for in terms of increasing abortion restrictions. So I think how the Republican candidates are going to kind of triangulate between the preferences of the people in their party and what are the clear preferences of the majority of voters is going to be interesting in this debate and going forward.
Nicholas Getter joining us, a professor at Virginia Tech University. Nicholas, I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation with you. Is there anything else you'd like to add about tonight's GOP presidential debate?
I think a lot of people will probably discount its importance, say it's not important as long as Trump keeps running and refuses to enter the debates, that all the debates without, sorry, I have a cat here. All of these debates are not very important. But I do think that just finishing second in the GOP nominating process is perhaps potentially very important, because whether Trump is popular within the Republican Party or not, I do think his legal difficulties present problems for him going forward, especially if he is convicted in the January 6th trial. There is a possibility that he will not be able to continue to run if he is convicted. And in that case, placing second in these Republican primaries could put you in a very good position to be the ultimate nominee for the Republican Party.
Great perspective there, Nicholas. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you. You too.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine, joining you on this Wednesday, November 8th. It's 9:53 on the East Coast, 6:53 on the West Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those headlines, top stories, and live events. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy you're waking up with us here on this Wednesday, November 8th, almost the top of the hour, 9:55 on the East Coast, 6:55 on the West Coast. We are following some top stories of the day that I want to share with you there on your screen. A live look inside of that Manhattan courthouse. We are awaiting Ivanka Trump to enter on this level. She is set to testify today in her father's civil fraud trial. Of course, when and if she speaks to the media, you will catch that right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another live look out there on your screen. Expected is a hearing on free speech on college campuses. A lot of eyes on this hearing as it relates to anti-Semitism and the Israel-Hamas war. That is one effect of it that we have learned here that is happening right here in America. We have learned that the Israel-Hamas war is crossing into the U.S. as far as anti-Semitism. So this hearing, when it kicks off, will be on free speech on college campuses. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. But while we wait, let's head back into this Senate hearing. There on your screen, Senator Reid listening to some remarks. We know the Senate Appropriations Committee is holding this hearing on the president's supplemental request for the Health and Human Services Department and Homeland Security Department. Let's listen in, and then I'll also pop up some other boxes of those other stories I just mentioned that we're following. That way, when they kick off, we can tune in.
It means that it costs more than 7% of total income. And the irony, of course, is child care workers are paid about $13 an hour, which is not exactly extravagant. So we have this dilemma. That's why I think we need to get this money out as quickly as possible. Can you comment?
I fully concur, and to save not just those families but our economy, we should get to work and getting those monies out there. It was used, those stabilization dollars kept businesses afloat and kept families with decent quality child care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
Senator Moran.
Chairwoman, thank you. Thank you and the ranking member, the vice chairman, for hosting this hearing.
Secretary Mayorkas, thank you for agreeing with us. Thank you for agreeing to be here, and welcome to Secretary Becerra as well. I indicated in my opening remarks last week in this room about the importance of your presence, in my view, for us to deal with a supplemental dealing with national security. And I continue to believe that the circumstances we face on our borders and elsewhere around our country continue to be a national security challenge for us. I've been to the border numerous times, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, in each circumstance and conversations with law enforcement, federal and local, as well as my own view in talking to Border Patrol agents and seeing firsthand the apprehension of foreign nationals on our border, including those from China. I am anxious for our efforts to deal with Israel and Ukraine and the challenges we face in the Middle East, but I'm also interested in making certain that we take this opportunity, this supplemental, to come together. We've heard in this conversation this morning by a number of my colleagues how they've worked on immigration reform, border security issues reform without success, and I would hate for us to miss an opportunity in this circumstance if we can put a package together that would be supported by Republicans and Democrats in the Senate and in the House. We have seen the largest increase in migrants crossing our borders, unfortunately, in the past few years. There's many push and pull factors that would contribute to that circumstance, including deterioration of conditions in other countries, as you indicated in your opening statement. But I'm also concerned about what appears to be an attitude toward immigration pull factors, the policy decisions that suggest to migrants that making the dangerous, life-threatening journey to and across our southern border will be rewarded by being released in the United States, being rewarded by a no hearing, no ultimate outcome determination. And you recently wrote in an opinion, it was on the board here, that Senator Graham indicated he agreed with your statement, only Congress can bring immigration and border security systems into the 21st century. Are there not things that can be done in this supplemental that can address that, at least in part, that we can reach an agreement on with the administration and Republicans and Democrats in the Senate? And also, how would you change those seeking, migrants seeking asylum to present themselves at legal points of entry, limitations on parole, stricter punishment of visa overstays, to limit those pull factors and to reduce illegal immigration?
Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity. The supplemental funding request that we have submitted would assist us tremendously in our border enforcement efforts with respect to the hiring and deployment of personnel, the procurement and implementation of technology. What we need is an encompassing solution to an encompassing problem when we speak of policy changes. For example, the backlog in immigration court proceedings has been building year over year over year for at least 10 years. That is why the time in between encounter and final adjudication of an immigration enforcement case is years and years long when we speak of a pull factor. And if, in fact, we had a path to legalization for the millions of people who've been contributing so much to this country, we would so acutely alleviate the immigration court backlog, shrink the time in between encounter and final adjudication. So it really requires a comprehensive approach to what is such a comprehensive problem.
Well, Mr. Secretary, while I might agree that comprehensive reform or changes are advantageous, it has been my experience in my entire time in Congress that we keep waiting for comprehensive reform, and as a result, we do next to nothing. And I hope that you, the administration, will use this opportunity to seriously work with those of us who are willing to make changes to defeat this circumstance in our national security, this challenge, at least in the things that we can agree upon today, continue to work on the things that we can't agree upon. Otherwise, my entire time in Congress will be waiting for comprehensive reform. Thank you.
Senator Tester.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member. Appreciate you holding the hearing. I want to thank you both for being here. Look, my top priority is defending Montana and keeping our nation safe. It's just that plain and simple. That means getting the situation at the southern border under control. I have said this directly to you many times before, Secretary Mayorkas, and I reiterated to the President Biden last week. This administration needs to do more to secure our border. You guys have to do a better job prioritizing additional funding and the resources that Congress gives you to stop the deadly flow of fentanyl, which you talked about in your opening statement. Fentanyl that is taking the lives of Montanans and folks all across this country. When I talk to Border Patrol agents, our men and women in law enforcement, they tell me the same thing. They need more manpower. They need more technology. We have to know who's coming into a country and what they're bringing, and that starts with the folks on the ground and giving them the tools they need to get the job done. I do agree with some of my Republican colleagues here today in that in addition to additional border secure funding, Congress must also step up and pass bipartisan policy reforms to fix this broken immigration system. Congress needs to stop playing politics with the border. Congress needs to roll up their sleeves, and we need to do our part to implement meaningful solutions to address the chaos at our border, address workforce issues, and keep our country safe. So, Secretary Mayorkas, I have taken a look at your supplemental funding request. I see money to hire agents, to detain and remove folks, to install more technology, to combat fentanyl. But what in your proposal is actually going to plug the holes in our border to stop those intent on illegally entering the United States?
Senator, I think it is precisely what you have identified and what our supplemental contains. When we talk about hiring, for example, additional personnel to conduct the case processing, that means we can get more Border Patrol agents out into the field, which is where they belong to do the jobs they swore to do and they signed up to do, which is apprehend individuals who are seeking to evade law enforcement. Hiring additional Border Patrol agents accomplishes that as well. The technology that we seek to deploy, it is force multiplying. And so all of the things that we include in our supplemental achieve precisely the outcome about which you inquire.
So I will tell you what I was told about the supplemental. I thought it was very helpful, but didn't see a lot that would directly impact the areas in between the station. Your testimony last month, I believe in front of the HISCAT committee, said that in FY23 there was about 600,000 people that entered this country illegally. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Do you feel confident in this supplemental that you can shut that down? Those 600,000 that were coming in, do you have faith that you'll be able to significantly reduce that number?
I do.
And do you have any goals in mind there? And you anticipate you'll be able to do it with manpower and technology, I assume?
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, you're listening and watching in out there in Washington, D.C., as the Senate Appropriations Committee is holding a hearing on the president's supplemental request for the Health and Human Services Department and Homeland Security Department. There's being a question and answer portion held right now with Secretary Mayorkas and Becerra in attendance to answer those questions. Senator Tester speaking to them right now. On the right side of your screen, moments ago, we saw Ivanka Trump walk into the courthouse. She entered the courtroom doors right there on your screens to testify in her father's fraud trial. She chose not to speak to the media, which could be a good or bad thing, but nevertheless, she did arrive and she did enter the courtroom. And we're also following the latest happening in a few minutes. The House will have a hearing on free speech on college campuses as it is related to the Israel-Hamas war and anti-Semitism. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine, here to bring to you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines on this Wednesday, November 8th. It's the top of the hour, 10:07 on the East Coast, 7:07 on the West Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, we'll get right back into those headlines impacting you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were listening in on the Senate Appropriations Committee, but right now I want to switch gears. We have another Senate hearing on our screen. Many of you following the latest of the Ukraine and Russia war. This is in relations to that. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee holding a hearing on your screen on the U.S. national security interest in Ukraine with Assistant Secretary of State James O'Brien and others. Right now, Chairman Mr. Cardin is speaking. Let's listen in as this relates to Ukraine and America response.
We have three witnesses today. I want to first thank each of them for their public service, their commitment to what they do, and they're extremely engaged and spending a great deal of their efforts to help America, and we thank you very much for that. Your entire statements will be made part of our record. We'll ask that you try to summarize in about 5 minutes. Let me introduce you in the order in which you will present your testimony. First, Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasia Affairs, James O'Brien. Assistant Secretary O'Brien assumed his role just last month after serving as sanctions coordinator at the State Department. He is a former career employee of the department, receiving numerous performance awards, and served 2 previous U.S. administrations as Special Presidential Envoy for Hostages and for the Balkans. His long and successful career has allowed him to hit the ground running. Next would be Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources, Jeffrey R. Pyatt. No stranger to this committee, career diplomat Assistant Secretary Pyatt has been in his current role since September 2022. He served as U.S. Ambassador to Greece and Ukraine. He's held numerous leadership positions throughout the department and won numerous awards. And our third witness is Assistant Administrator Erin McGee, who serves as the Assistant Administrator in the Bureau of Europe and Eurasia at USAID. Prior to this position, she was the U.S. Ambassador to Papua New Guinea and to the Solomon Islands. Prior to her ambassador appointments as a member of the Senior Foreign Service, she served in numerous leadership roles throughout USAID and the embassies abroad. Before her U.S. government career, she developed private sector experience, including throughout the former Soviet Union. So we'll start with Secretary O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for the strong statements of support. I'll try to address 4 questions that I hope will lay the framework for what we're discussing today and provide some detail. The first is, why Ukraine? And I think you've begun to touch on this, but Ukraine is a place where we are on the cutting edge of freedom today. Since World War II, America's worked to widen the range of freedom, but also of stability on the European continent. This is the base from which we work around the world, along with our allies in Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. So this is stability, as opposed to the 100 years before we began this effort, when Europe was a source of instability that forced America into 2 world wars. It's also about standing up for core human values. These aren't just lines on a map. Ask the citizens of Bucha and Irpin about the torture and human rights abuses they suffered, or the children stolen from their parents in the areas Russia seeks to annex. So with all of those things, we feel it's very important we work there. We work in Ukraine. But this is also the core foundation of America's strength around the world. The coalition that we're leading in with regard to Ukraine, and that Ukraine hopes to join, that is the basis from which we will confront threats to the international order, whether they emanate from the European space or the Indo-Pacific space going forward. So if we turn our backs here, we are turning our backs on those who would confront us around the globe. Secondly, how does what we're discussing now help Ukraine win? Well, there'll be other settings, maybe classified settings, to discuss military tactics. But it's clear President Putin is now playing a waiting game. He thinks if he can wait for our elections or for Ukraine to get tired, that then he can survive. So as Secretary Blinken said today, what we need to do are several things at the same time. We need Ukraine to continue fighting and thrive while this war goes on, and to soften Russia's hold on parts of Ukraine so that when the decisive battles come, they are able to fight effectively. How do we do that? Well, the supplemental we've proposed goes through the end of our fiscal year in the fall of 24 and sets Ukraine up to thrive through 2024. It also provides an answer to the all-out war that Putin is waging against Ukraine. Let me just offer one example. This is around the Black Sea and Crimea. Ukraine has, through its own ingenuity and with weapons that have been provided, loosened Russia's grip. Russia tried to blockade the ability of Ukraine to export. But now Ukraine is starting to export more grain, more metals, and this is enabling it to pay for more of its war itself. So just a few numbers as we go through this. Ukraine is hoping to get about 8 million tons of grain and metals out through the Black Sea over the course of the next year. If it does that, it will provide about $5 to $6 billion more for its tax base than it has now. That helps to make up the shortfall that our supplemental will cover for the meantime. But it also then provides the employment for millions of its citizens to work within Ukraine. Now, that is a path to victory where we help Ukraine by providing assistance to have its energy grid strengthened, air defense over its employment centers, and the export routes it needs so that it is able to fight this fight over the long term and to hold Russia off thereafter. The military assistance in the supplemental is about $45 billion. That goes to acquire American equipment that Ukraine will then use to pay for American service people to support Ukraine, and to pay other countries to acquire American equipment after they provide equipment to Ukraine. The direct budget support that we provide to Ukraine enables Ukraine to put all of its tax dollars to support the war. Ukraine pays for about 60% of the costs of this war right now. The direct budget support pays for hundreds of thousands of educators, first responders, firefighters, and healthcare professionals to work within Ukraine. That's what the supplemental does. Who wins if we don't do this? President Putin says if we walk away, Ukraine falls in a week. As you both mentioned in your opening statements, President Putin has hosted Hamas recently in Moscow, the president of the DPRK, and he has visited China. That's the coalition that is against us. That's who wins if we walk away. The next question is who's with us? We have more than 40 countries. They provide much more assistance to Ukraine than we do. It's about $91 billion to our $70 billion so far. They've hosted 4.5 million Ukrainian refugees at a cost of around $18 billion. They are proposing another $50 billion in assistance just from the European Union. That's who's with us. That's our foundation for global reach, and that's who we have to stand with as we go forward. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I've always been taught if you leave when a job's half done, you're going to have to go back and do it again. Right now, Ukrainians are willing to do this job because it's in their territory. If we abandon them, then somebody else is going to have to do this job later, and it's likely to be us. So I'd rather confront Russia and its destabilizing attitudes right here, right now, and we can finish the job with the supplemental that we've proposed for your consideration. So thank you, and I'll look forward to the questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Secretary Pyatt.
Chairman Cardin, Ranking Member Risch, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the importance of continuing the United States support to Ukraine. For over a year, Vladimir Putin has tried to break the will of the Ukrainian people through attacks on energy infrastructure, seeking to achieve through missile and Iranian drone strikes on civilian targets what Russia's troops have failed to achieve on the battlefield. In response, working closely with our G7 partners, the private sector, and humanitarian groups, we have worked to help Ukraine keep the lights on and houses warm, ensuring that Putin's effort to weaponize the winter ends in failure. For Ukraine, this coming winter promises to be even more challenging than the last. Ukraine's generation capacity has degraded about 50% since the start of the war. Ukrainian energy workers have labored day and night, often under fire, to repair, restore, and harden grid and generation facilities, often by cannibalizing parts from elsewhere. But most spare parts by now have been consumed, and Russia has recently resumed its bombardment of power plants and refineries, including just this morning in eastern Ukraine. During the November 22 NATO ministerial in Bucharest, Secretary of State Blinken launched a new coordination group of G7 plus states to mobilize and coordinate broad support for the restoration of Ukraine's power grid. Since then, my team in the Bureau of Energy Resources has convened more than 40 meetings of this group at various levels, to include 3 chaired by Secretary Blinken. We mobilized resources to repair the damage Putin had inflicted, identified partners who had equipment that could be repurposed, and reached out to manufacturers and governments about needs identified by Ukraine. Since February of 2022, thanks to congressional action on prior supplementals, the United States has mobilized $520 million in energy sector funding. Led by colleagues at USAID and the Department of Energy, the United States has delivered thousands of tons of critical energy sector equipment, some of which was installed and operating within hours of delivery. But our G7 plus partners have done even more, providing hundreds of millions of dollars in energy-related assistance, including grid repair equipment, power generators, and support for heating points. The European Commission and its partners managed a complex logistics chain and successfully delivered over 7,000 tons of equipment from 35 countries. We cannot let up now. The World Bank has estimated that after last winter, Ukraine needed at least $411 billion to rebuild its infrastructure. That was 8 months ago. Every day, that number grows. Electricity grid damage alone amounted to $10 billion in 2022. Ukraine's economic future depends on investment by the private sector, and energy is key to unlocking that industrial recovery. The recent appointment of Secretary Pritzker as the President's Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery will intensify our efforts in this direction. American energy companies like Halliburton, GE, and EQT have been active partners in this effort, providing vital equipment to Ukraine and actively exploring future commercial opportunities. We're working together to build a better future for and with Ukraine, modern, cleaner, and with a more decentralized power sector that is fully integrated with Europe, even serving as a power exporter to the rest of the European Union. But another front of Putin's war against Ukraine has been his manipulation and cutoffs of energy supplies to Europe. That effort, too, has failed, thanks significantly to the European Commission's rapid response through its Repower EU package and US-EU cooperation through the Energy Security Task Force and our Energy Council. After the full-scale invasion, US LNG producers stepped up to surge supplies to Europe as our allies turned away from Russia as an energy source. Since 2022, US exporters have supplied the EU with approximately 90 million tons of LNG, 3 times as much as the next largest supplier. Last year, 70% of US LNG exports went to Europe. Europe's shift away from Russian energy has happened much faster than predicted and marks a permanent shift in the international energy map. The brutal invasion of Ukraine has laid bare that Russia will never again be viewed as a reliable supplier of energy. This shift will result in real long-term losses for Russia in terms of both its global energy influence and future energy revenues. This has huge implications for a country that has historically relied on oil and gas revenues for 45% of its federal budget. And on the sanctions front, we continue working to degrade Russia's status as a leading energy supplier by targeting entities involved with the expansion of Russia's future production. In sum, the energy pillar of our Ukraine-Russia strategy is working, and Congress's continued support is vital to U.S. interests. Putin is targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure because he sees it as central to his war aims. The energy sector funding that is included in the National Security Supplemental is therefore essential to Ukraine's success on the battlefield. I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Assistant Administrator McGee.
Chairman Cardin, Ranking Member Risch, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to speak to you today about our ongoing efforts in Ukraine. As you stated, we are at a critical moment with our partners fighting for a war for survival and our adversaries seeking to exhaust our will to support Ukraine's vital needs. Since Putin began his full-scale war, the people of Ukraine have demonstrated unforgettable courage and resilience in the face of a brutal, unjustified onslaught. The Kremlin's invaders threaten the people of Ukraine with unconscionable abuses and atrocities, including documented evidence of war crimes such as conflict-related sexual violence, including gender-based violence against children, women, and men, human trafficking, and other abuse. Russia's forces have ripped Ukrainian children from their homes. This is an orchestrated and systematic effort to forcibly transfer children to occupied parts of Ukraine or to Russia itself, where they are subjected to pro-Russia indoctrination and, in many cases, military training. Ukraine has outperformed all expectations on the battlefield. We understand there is concern for how long the war may take. And I want to reinforce that our assistance to Ukraine has strengthened Ukraine's ability to withstand Russia's aggression and has strengthened the United States' partnerships with Ukraine and the other European democracies under threat from the Kremlin. USAID is providing humanitarian and early economic recovery assistance. Combined with direct budget support, we are supporting Ukraine's recovery from the shock of the full-scale invasion and helping Ukraine return to financial independence. In response to the immediate crisis, USAID has provided nearly $2 billion in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine since February of 2022. The generosity of the American people has supplied emergency health care, agriculture, and energy support to Ukraine's most vulnerable populations. And thanks to the congressional appropriations, USAID dispersed reliable, sustained direct budget support to the Ukrainian government, along with unprecedented levels of oversight. This enabled first responders, healthcare workers, teachers, and others to continue their vital work and sustain Ukraine's economy and institutions while they defend their country's freedom and sovereignty. To respond to Russia's weaponization of hunger, USAID launched the Agriculture Resilience Initiative to keep farmers afloat. USAID also works very closely with the private sector to improve Ukraine's energy security and transform Ukraine's energy sector into a modern engine of growth. Side by side with our agriculture and energy efforts is USAID's support to small and medium enterprises, helping Ukraine increase jobs and generate revenue. Without continued funding for this economic development, embattled Ukraine will remain dependent on donor support. At this time, there is no funding left for direct budget support. Without further appropriations, the government of Ukraine would need to use emergency measures such as printing money or not paying critical salaries, which could lead to hyperinflation and severely damage the war effort. USAID has also exhausted all of its supplemental humanitarian assistance funds. Additional funding is critical in the face of what remains an enormous need. If Congress does not approve supplemental funding, our partner organizations in Ukraine would have to either reduce the number of people getting this humanitarian assistance by up to 75% or suspend.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee are holding a hearing on U.S. national security interests in Ukraine, several speaking at the moment. And good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you on this Wednesday, November 8th. Almost 10:30, 10:28 on the East Coast, 7:28 on the West Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, getting right back into those headlines, live events, and top stories. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's continue with our top stories of the day. We know the stage is set as 5 candidates are set to face off tonight in Miami for the 3rd Republican presidential debate. Joining us now is Dr. Larry Walker, a professor at UCF. Dr. Walker, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
At this point, we can call you a regular. We seem to have you on every week, as we thoroughly enjoy. I'm going to ask you, for those that have never tuned into a debate, what can they expect tonight?
I think you can expect some fireworks. The numbers have shrunk a little bit. Recently, last few weeks, former Vice President Pence announced he's going to drop out. But the candidates that are left for the Republican seeking a Republican nomination, it's around a time you started getting desperate because they keep raising the threshold in terms of how you qualify for these debates. And what's happening right now behind the scenes is many of these candidates are getting calls and questions from donors, saying, when are you going to break through? So there are a lot of everyone on that stage today is under pressure, and they're really going to have to perform well to ensure for a few of them that they can stay in the race.
Those who were invited, those who will be attending, who do you think will be the standouts tonight?
So you know what? I'm going to go with Ambassador Haley. I think she's in the last couple of weeks has picked up some momentum, even if you see her numbers in terms of poll numbers in Iowa. Now, look, none of them. Let's be frank. None of them are going to beat former President Trump. Let's be clear about that. But I think that Ambassador Haley is someone to continue to look for to stand out. Let me add, though, a little caveat. Senator Scott from South Carolina really needs to do well. I think over the last couple of days there was a memo leaked about him being aggressive, but there's certainly calls from some of his donors, from some of the things that I've heard, that if he doesn't perform well in this debate, he may likely have to drop out.
I'm glad you mentioned former President Donald Trump. He said he will not attend. He is hosting his own rally tonight. He said he doesn't need to be around anyone else. Do you think that's a good thing for his campaign?
It is. He's the front runner. I mean, I just saw a poll number, and give an example. I think even was Governor DeSantis, and he's outpolling Governor DeSantis by a significant number. So when you look at the polling national or even state by state, he's really crushing the rest of the candidates who are seeking a nomination. It's not even close. So anytime you could have an alternate, it's like he's having like alternate prom, so to speak, and having not even debating and just essentially giving a speech. That speaks to how comfortable him and his campaign are in terms of where he is polling wise.
And we know just recently, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis got that endorsement from Iowa's governor. Do you think that will help or hinder his campaign?
I think that getting Governor Reynolds, I think it's important. Whether it will catapult him to the front of his other colleagues, time will tell. But I think in getting this endorsement, obviously everyone wanted it. It's important. But I think the challenge is if his poll numbers don't dramatically increase, then the questions will be, well, you got this endorsement for the governor, and then your numbers didn't dramatically increase, and that could lead to him having to drop out long before he even gets to gets the state of Florida, the state where he's governor. So I think the endorsement is great, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword because, like I said, his numbers don't dramatically increase. His donors are going to be asking a lot of questions.
Dr. Walker, over the weekend was the Florida Freedom Summit, and one of the speakers was former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. He gave some remarks, but as soon as he spoke negatively about former President Trump, the boos came. You could hear the boos from the crowd. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson will not be in attendance. Do you think that's starting to speak to as how the party looks? You have those who support Trump in the Republican Party, and then those who don't share his same views, and they're supporting those other candidates.
This is former President Trump's. This is his party, and it has been for even it's been a few years since he lost the election to President Biden. It is his party, and listen, there are a lot of other legal issues, that will be some will be addressed between now and in November of next year. But the reason why you heard the former governor booed is because, like I said, this is the party of former President Trump. And so, even though we have these DeSantis, Haley, Scott, et cetera, Christine, among others, running for the nomination. They're really running for a distant second and third. It's clear that President Trump is going to be the nominee, even with some of the legal challenges. So the boos are consistent with what you see when you see individuals like Christie who offer some kind of, you'll see that this evening maybe, when, former governor of New Jersey, Christie has offered some, has often criticized the former president, and there are many times he's been booed.
I want to ask you, and I know you'll be honest with me, there are some candidates who have chosen not to say anything negative about the former president. Do you think that's strategic, so just in case they don't win, they can be on a cabinet somewhere, they can work closely by him to still have some type of political role?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think this is a really good point because, like I said, mostly people running for second and third. And so some of the criticism is they realize they all know he's going to be the nominee. And so, yes, some of them are certainly thinking about what if he's ever to win the presidency, what that would look like and what kind of opportunities. Also, they see the polling and are attending these various, debates, et cetera, and they know how popular former President Trump is. So why poke the bear? And we also know if you poke the bear, speaking of former President Trump, he is likely to poke back. So I think the other point is that you also don't see a lot of criticism because the former president is very vocal, not only on Truth Social, but also publicly when it comes to individuals he feels like has slighted him or attacked him.
Dr. Walker, I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to add as far as what people can expect tonight as they tune in to this third GOP debate?
My prediction is that, you'll see some fireworks, but I certainly think that after this debate, at least one of these candidates over the next 2 weeks will drop out.
All right, Dr. Walker, as always, thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox to share your commentary, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for having me.
And if you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you on this Wednesday, November 8th, 10:37 on the East Coast, 7:37 on the West Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, I'll be looking at the live feeds, sharing you all of that news impacting you. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. So happy to be here with you on this Wednesday, November 8th. Taking a look at our live feeds, we have some action going on out there in Washington, D.C. A House hearing on free speech on college campuses underway. All of this as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war and anti-Semitism. Someone being escorted out of that House hearing after an outburst. I'm going to pop up a viewer discretion advised bug because even though we are raw and unfiltered, I have no idea what someone might say. And so I just want to warn you ahead of time. But the speaker, they're laughing on the screen. Let's listen into what's going on.
out is there are 10,000, over 10,000 Gazans dead and more buried, half of whom are under the age of 18. And you're going to send money and talk about this? Where are the anti-violence issues in this room? Nowhere. So you are not offering plurality of opinion. You are offering partisanship. And you are offering murder to more Gazans. Free Palestine!
My name is Connor Ogrijak, and it is an honor to bring my experiences before you today. Although I had hoped that my arrival to higher education would mark the arrival to a bastion of free speech, many of my first-hand experiences of freedom of speech violations at the University at Buffalo came during my membership of UB's chapter of Young Americans for Freedom. Two of the most prominent examples of freedom of speech bias that I witnessed at the university each came in the form of speaker events hosted by my chapter. In spring of 2022, as vice chair of my chapter, I had the opportunity to assist with hosting Lieutenant Colonel Alan West at UB, an event which was preceded by delays in the signing of our contract and a forced venue change, which was exposed by a Freedom of Information request. However, the most striking action taken against us followed Lieutenant Colonel West's speech, which had included a discussion of race in America and accounts from his decorated past. When the floor was opened to a question and answer session, student protesters shouted from their seats before the audiovisual employees from UB Student Association, the student government, cut powers to the event's microphones and speakers, ending the session. Confrontations continued upon the exit from the event, and once outside, as you just saw in the video before the opening statements, chapter members were chased by a 100-person mob across campus. What that footage did not show was the former chapter chair being forced into a bathroom where she called 911 for rescue and another board member being physically attacked. With silence from the university and charges not pressed by the Erie County District Attorney's Office, I've since been left to consider the precedent this sets for those who plan to protest future events on campus. Though I may not be qualified to determine what constitutes adequate evidence in the eyes of the justice system, if those who were involved in this mob were able to resort to fear tactics and violence without consequence, what is keeping a pattern of this despicable behavior from being set and executed repeatedly? This thought remained on my mind throughout the planning of a March 2023 event that I hosted as chairman featuring Michael Knowles. This event would grow to gain more pushback than any event on campus in the previous 4 years and provide the most clear-cut examples of freedom of speech violations. This pushback included delays in contract signing from UB Student Association that deviated far from their outlined standard course of action, condemnation of the event by a local New York State senator and multiple Western New York-based organizations, a circulated petition constructed by 3 university professors calling for the cancellation of the lecture, which gained thousands of student signatures, a forced venue change orchestrated not only by university administration this time, but voted on by a SUNY council, a multitude of threats and torn literature, and even a tweet from Governor Kathy Hochul on the day of the event calling comments from Michael dehumanizing. The decry of this event garnered a responding statement from University President Satish Tripathi explaining that the Constitution protects speech on campus, quote, no matter how noxious the content, end quote. Based on the actions taken by faculty and the rhetoric used by Tripathi, I cannot name more clear examples of evidence that demonstrate the case of a university concerned only with following the letter of the law, rather than uplifting conservative values to a level equivalent with the values of the left, which are often celebrated in the university's own Distinguished Speaker Series. Unfortunately, this was forced to extend into a federal lawsuit with representation by Alliance Defending Freedom, once our YAF chapter was banned from campus as the result of a new national affiliation ban by the student government. Though I graduated in the previous spring semester and am no longer able to engage in discourse with opposing students, I am fortunate to still have friends on campus, including current YAF board members who can. Something that has particularly concerned me recently, both on campus and off, is the outward support for Hamas under the guise of support for Palestinian civilians. I will not generalize entire groups. However, an unsettling number of students who appeared both in a 300-person pro-Palestine march on campus, as well as a protest against a pro-Israel speaker, did not solely speak out in support of Palestinian civilians. Rather, these students stated their support for Hamas directly. I would like to be clear. Regardless of background, I do not wish for civilian death. Support for Hamas is not support for Palestinian civilians. It is the opposite. Support for Hamas is support for a terrorist organization, and this must not be misconstrued. Regardless of what side of the political aisle you reside on, it should be common ground that no student deserves to be threatened, mistreated, or silenced on campus due to their personal beliefs. Conservative students currently face a relentless uphill battle for representation on campus, and though we may seek support from outside groups and legislators such as yourselves, we will not accept the label of victims. Standing up for your beliefs will never be a waste of time, and as Americans, we hold this in our hearts. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan, you are recognized.
Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, and the members of the committee. My name is Jasmine Jordan, and I'm blessed to have the opportunity to speak with you all today. I was raised in the church and homeschooled from preschool through 5th grade. Both of these were crucial in shaping my early upbringing and my worldview. They gave me the strong foundation of moral beliefs and values that the Constitution was founded on. Lessons like iron sharpens iron, be a leader, not a follower, and so help me God are ingrained into every aspect of my character. As I progressed through the public school environment, this strong moral compass guided me throughout my journey, and I carried it with me to college. In spring 2022, I joined Iowa Young Americans for Freedom when I discovered that this organization aligned with the Christian conservative values instilled in me by my church and family. The more involved I became in the club, the more I discovered that the playing field for freedom of speech on college campuses was not equalized. The first time I noticed this was when Iowa YAF hosted Kellyanne Conway as a speaker. In response, I was doxxed in a group chat of over 800 students and was falsely labeled as a Nazi, a token, a white supremacist, and a bigot. Some individuals even expressed that I made them uncomfortable and feared that I might commit a hate crime against them simply because I am Black and hold conservative principles. These students believe that if you are conservative, you are hateful, support oppression, and only want to benefit straight white men, even though such beliefs are untrue. When we hosted Lieutenant Colonel Allen West speak on campus last year, he spoke on the topic of debunking diversity, equity, and inclusion and proved that America is not racist. We used chalk advertisements to promote the lecture, which is something many colleges do, to effectively let students know about upcoming events. Immediately, our chalk was altered, which is a violation of school policy. New messages were put in place saying that Allen West is racist and that racism is prevalent in schools, thus critical race theory should be supported. At Allen West's lecture, a protester stood in the back holding a sign that read, "Stop the alt-right, punch your local Nazi today." This is blatant irony. Conservatives are slandered by students and faculty as harmful, yet here's an obvious example of someone openly delivering a violent threat and facing no repercussions. The entitlement continues. I find that when a conservative doesn't want to hear a speaker, they just don't attend the event. But when a leftist doesn't want to hear a speaker, they do everything they can to shut the lecture down. Our club recently hosted Matt Walsh. Students and faculty were willing to do anything to cancel the event just because they found Walsh's speech to be offensive. Some people were so dedicated to silencing our voices that literally as one of us was advertising with chalk, a leftist student was erasing each of those letters with a wipe. We received death threats along with plenty of verbal harassment. That night, before the speaking event, my hallmate, who happened to be the one erasing the chalk, stalked outside of my bedroom door by putting his ear on it to see if I was in my room because he was just so outraged by my involvement. That was a terrifying experience, but what I find to be more appalling is when I talked to our hall coordinator about this, and she replied, "People are allowed to think, feel, and react however they want to about this upcoming event." At the event, someone threw 20,000 marbles on the floor to prevent people from entering the venue. Attendees were spat on. Outside, a popular pep band well known to our school played loud music to try and drown out the speaker's message. I share these occurrences with you all to show that despite repeatedly meeting with the university administration, the rules are continually permitted to be broken by left-leaning students. They are in fact coddled by our school. The university expresses affirmations and puts together support, solidarity, and celebration spaces. These individuals act out against conservatives without care or consequence and are empowered to act this way because of the lack of action by the administration and university leaders. Conservative organizations do not get the same resources that these other organizations receive. Conservatives often have to hide who they are and what they believe in so that they do not lose relationships or receive a lower grade or face constant doxing, harassment, intimidation, or threats. I went to college with the expectation that I would hear different points of view because I thought it would be a place where young people could come together, disagree, and still be friendly and courteous to one another. However, after 2 years, I've realized that this is not the case at all, and that students who hold opposing views are often subjected to frequent violent threats and other forms of harassment with no accountability. Our founding fathers guaranteed every U.S. citizen the right to free speech in the Constitution. It is an important resource for all Americans, not just a small percentage of them, particularly if they hold different views and ideas than those of others. To ensure that peaceful continuation of the nation, we must all come together and understand that differing opinions and expressing them, we should nevertheless show respect for one another and refrain from causing each other bodily, mental, or emotional harm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Ms. Silberstein, you're recognized.
I was alone in a world gone mad. These are the words my grandfather wrote on the day in October 1942 after his father had been shot dead and the Jews in his small Polish town, including his entire family, were deported to a death camp. He was a teenager, alone in a labor camp with a bleak future filled with unimaginable suffering. I have thought about my grandfather's words often in the 32 days since October 7th, and I have watched what I can only describe as a world gone mad. I have seen and heard things on and around Cornell's campus that just over a month ago, I could not have imagined. Cornell professor Russell Rickford publicly justified and celebrated barbaric acts of terror as exhilarating.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, emotional and compelling comments out there at this House hearing in Washington, D.C. It's a free speech on college campuses hearing, all of this amid the Israel-Hamas war and anti-Semitism. Since we first came to this, about 4 people have been escorted out. And then you can see those protesting in the crowd with the tape on their mouths and also holding up hands with red on them as well. On the right side of your screen, pandas who have been living at the Smithsonian's National Zoo will soon depart to China. And also, we're following the latest of the Israel-Hamas war. You're getting a live look out there at that Jordanian field hospital out there in Gaza. If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine. We appreciate you tuning in on this Wednesday, November 8th, 10:52 on the East Coast, 7:52 on the West Coast. We must go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, my colleague Mike Pace will be taking over, giving you all of those headlines, top stories, and live events impacting you.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us right here. You're looking at the Dow, down just slightly, about a point to 2 points there. So nothing major right now. Trading flat as we continue to take a look right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here, where we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here on Live Now. I am your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We have a lot of live events to go to, and since that's in our name, you know we're going to go to it right now. Let's go out to the Senate hearing underway, talking about national security given the Russia-Ukraine war continues to rage on. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
No, it'll invite more aggression.
I think this is one of the most important decisions we've faced in the time I've been in the Senate, probably the most important decision. I'm astounded that colleagues who supported corrupt government in Afghanistan and an invasion of Iraq now want to bail on the freedom-loving, democracy-defending people of Ukraine who are dying with the cause. And I must say, I think it will be one of the biggest foreign policy mistakes we could make in generations if we bail on Ukraine. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Senator.
If there is a emergency supplemental in which the funding for Ukraine has been thrown overboard, should we pass it?
We've asked for this united supplemental because it is one fight globally.
So we should reject it?
Yes, I think the Senate should pass the full supplemental.
Will President Biden veto a bill in which the funding for Ukraine is thrown overboard?
That's ultimately the president's decision, but he's asked for the supplemental he believes should be passed.
Will you encourage the president to veto a bill in which the funding for Ukraine has been thrown overboard?
I'd encourage the president to make whatever statements needed to get the full supplemental that we need.
My concern is we're going to see a repetition of what we saw earlier when we were facing a continuing resolution in which, the Senate procedures are very, very slow. It takes a week to get a bill to the floor. It takes a week to get the amendment that has the basic proposal in place. And it takes only 1 hour in the House for a proposal to be put up and voted on. I'm afraid they're going to send us a continuing resolution that throws the funding for Ukraine overboard. Should we reject such a strategy from the House of Representatives?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to our panelists here today to talk about Ukraine. As we discuss Ukraine and we think down the road about rebuilding Ukraine, I think there's an important point to make, which this should not be done solely on the backs of American taxpayers or European taxpayers. Russia began its full-scale war against Ukraine, and there's public reports that more than $300 billion in Russian sovereign assets have been frozen globally, and estimates are the cost to rebuild Ukraine will be about $400 billion. Now, there's a phrase, I'm sure you've all heard it before, called "you break it, you buy it," and one of the things I'd like to highlight here is Ranking Member Rish's Repo Act, that would require Russia to basically pay for the damage they've done. It's common sense legislation, has bipartisan, bicameral support, gives the president the legal authority to confiscate Russian sovereign assets that have been frozen in the U.S. and transfer them to assist Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. The House Foreign Affairs Committee marked up its version of the bill yesterday, and Mr. Chairman, I would encourage us to work on this as well to be able to get this bill done. I think it's going to be important. Assistant Secretary O'Brien, do you agree that Russia has legal and moral responsibility to compensate Ukraine for the damage its illegal invasion has done to the country?
Oh, yes, Senator.
Do you think Russia will ever compensate Ukraine for its aggression or pay for Ukraine's reconstruction?
So the president and his G7 colleagues and the secretary and his just today reaffirmed that Russia must pay and that Russia's immobilized funds, which as you say are about $300 billion, will not be returned to Russia until it does pay. So we have leverage in this discussion.
Given that Putin is unlikely then to pay for the damage he's done, will and will continue to use Russia's veto power in the UN to block traditional mechanisms for compensation. Do you agree that the U.S. and our allies and partners should consider all options to ensure Russia pays rather than the taxpayers in this situation?
Yes, Senator.
Great. So just, again, want to encourage us to be able to continue to take up this Repo Act. I think it's an important piece of legislation. Also, Assistant Secretary O'Brien, a couple of weeks ago at our Black Sea subcommittee hearing, we discussed the dangers of the People's Republic of China involvement in Ukraine reconstruction. Obviously, this would go against our interests and those of our allies and partners. The PRC would use its involvement to collect intelligence on Ukraine and foreign supplied military capabilities, as well as the intellectual property they steal from all around the world already. They would do that in Ukraine. And its track record of spreading corruption and undermining the rule of law will only serve to undermine Ukraine's efforts to be able to fight corruption in their own country. Given the reconstruction efforts will cost at least $400 billion, there's going to be a temptation for the Ukrainians to take money from Beijing. And, you know, we've already seen it. There were reports last month that Ukraine hasn't excluded the PRC telecom suppliers from supplying equipment to rebuild damaged infrastructure. Our country's deputy digital minister, Ukraine's country's deputy digital minister said that the U.S. and our allies had not provided any official proof of security risks associated with the PRC of vendors. And as a result, Ukraine would have to give the contracts to the lowest bidder, which could be Huawei or ZTE. A couple weeks ago, you said that you felt confident we would have the Ukraine firmly in our camp where we were comfortable. And ultimately, it's their choice, but that's why we need to stay in the game. And from a financial standpoint, it may be Ukrainians' choice whether they allow the PRC to be part of the reconstruction effort, but it's our choice with regard to U.S. assistance benefiting Beijing. Do you think we should condition U.S. aid to prevent U.S. tax dollars from supporting PRC-owned or controlled entities from providing the reconstruction?
Senator, we do. That's why it's so important to have the supplemental so that we remain in the game and can set the conditions that make it impossible for opaque, illegitimate contractors like the Chinese to enter. And I know my colleagues can speak at some length about how in energy, telecoms, and other sectors, we do exactly that. But if we're not there, then we can't provide the guarantees you want.
Great. And I just want to go back to something that Senator Merkley was talking about earlier as well, with regard to Putin's next steps if he's successful in Ukraine. You made a reference to him talking about the Baltics. Has he made overt statements that the Baltics are renegade states, that he sees them as part of the greater Russia, that sort of thing?
Yes, he has.
Great. Thank you very much.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The existential nature of where we are right now, Mr. O'Brien, is something that can't be understated if we do not rise to meet this moment in the United States of America. From China to Iran, people are watching the resolve of this nation to protect a democratic ally. Failure in this moment could have catastrophic costs, not only to Russia's continued territorial ambitions, which they've made clear and laid plain, but also China and Iran as well. I want to thank the Biden administration for putting Penny Pritzker in charge of really focusing on reconstruction. And I think we have a little bit of historical amnesia about how critical that is to preserving democracy. Years before the end of World War II, years before, we began work on the Marshall Plan, and we saw after World War II that countries that have been devastated in war are very susceptible to the winds of extremism, whether it's fascism or communism, that undermine the ability for governments to sustain themselves. And I think we are at that moment right now where discussing reconstruction at this point is so critical, because investments made now are not only important for the war effort, but sustaining the Ukrainian people going forward. And I wonder, there seems to be a lack of understanding that the supplemental resources that are being debated in Congress right now are for critical investments, not just for winning the war effort, but in helping for the critical long-term reconstruction. And I was wondering, Mr. O'Brien, if you could speak to the urgency, not just to supplying their military with resources, but the urgency right now, both in the immediacy and in the long term, why this supplemental is critical investments that will pay dividends for the security and the strength and the victory that we're looking for in Ukraine.
Thank you, Senator. I will try this, and I know each of my colleagues have a piece of this as well. I think that's very well said. And what we see in the integrated supplemental request is an effort to address each part of what's needed for Ukraine to thrive during the war and be prepared to succeed after the war. So right now, if we provide the air defense that's needed, the economic industries that drive Ukraine's economy can begin to work again. That's employment and hope for Ukrainians. It's tax dollars that go to make up the shortfall that we are currently meeting with our partners on the direct budget support. If we can then create the space for the energy supply to be reliable, then we have employment and Ukraine's economic activity working. That's what Ambassador Payet is working on. There are about $2.2 billion to go to both the energy supply and to the economic activity that's needed for Ukraine to begin to repair its access to the outside world. That's also important to us. When Russia invaded Ukraine, grain prices went up 6 times in many places around the world because Ukraine is an incredibly important part of the global grain trade. The work that AID does to help Ukrainian farmers get their products to market. In the supplemental, the $100 million that is for demining will help farmers get their product to market. All of that directly benefits the markets in which our consumers are a part. So if we do all that, then Ukraine has, as I mentioned in my statement, if we can get them to about pre-war export levels, that's an extra $6 billion a year in tax revenue just from the exports, as well as what the industries pay and what happens around the society. Now, Secretary Pritzker, and she should come and testify this herself, she's doing an outstanding job at building a strategy that lets us focus our efforts in key places so that Ukraine's economy will begin to work and contribute to the global economy even while this war is going on. All of that works together to make sure that Ukraine can succeed and has the leverage needed when we get to a negotiation, as Senator Paul wants.
And in my seconds left, it is so frustrating to me to see that people do not understand essential to winning the war is investments in this space. And if you listen to the Ukrainian people and folks I've talked to, they are looking for resources to strengthen their democratic institutions, their energy sector, their nuclear sector, anti-corruption efforts that are going on right now that are critical to winning this, governance reforms, European cooperation integration, modernizing and diversifying key elements of their economy. Without this, we cannot win, and to be penny wise and pound foolish really is to undermine ultimately the war effort and the effort to win the peace. Yes or no, you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, and thank you all for being here. I want to start with the basic question for Secretary O'Brien, and I don't want you to overdo it. I want you to really give me your blunt assessment. What do you think the connections are between Russia and Hamas? We've seen that they had a delegation in Russia. We've seen an unwillingness to designate them as a terrorist organization. What else do we have in terms of a through line? I believe we're in a fight against global fascism, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have operational ties to the extent that we can prove them. So give me the real scoop on how closely they're aligned right now.
So I think there are probably details that are more suitable for another venue. President Putin sees Hamas as a way to distract us and to weaken the coalition that we have built against him. So his unwillingness to condemn what Hamas did October 7th and his unwillingness to use any leverage he might have to get them to say, move out of Gaza City so that it's not the subject of the focus it is now, is a sign that he prefers to see us distracted by this fight, and he prefers to see Hamas a sort of second front against us. And that's the connection that's most troubling.
If Putin is successful, do you think he then, I mean, we obviously understand he has additional territorial ambitions, but obviously, but my question is, if he's successful, does he deepen ties with some of these terrorist organizations because he's now got some new capacity having won the war? I don't want to contemplate this, but I think that that's what we're really talking about here. If we don't provide funding, that could be it. We hope that we provide funding, and we hope that if we don't, somehow the Ukrainians and the Europeans and everybody else pulls a rabbit out of a hat. But I think that we need to be clear-eyed about what it would mean to, for a second time, vote no on a supplemental, or do Israel only, or do a CR with no hope of a supplemental. I want to understand, what does Putin do next if he wins?
He wants instability around his borders. So if Ukraine loses, he will promote instability in the Baltics and around Eastern Europe, across the Black Sea. He will also reach into Africa and the Middle East, where we see him already active. He'll try that anyway, but he'll be much more powerful if we walk away.
Thank you. Mr. Pyatt, how are we managing the energy infrastructure question? Obviously, Putin is trying to weaponize civilian infrastructure against the people of Ukraine. How do we help? What can we be doing?
So the most important thing we've done is mobilized our allies and partners around the world. The United States has provided significant assistance. I was in Kyiv in December, the week that the first tranche of Department of Energy sourced hardware from the United States was delivered to Poland and then onward into Ukraine. There was a profound sense of relief, as if the cavalry had arrived. But since then, as I mentioned, we've built this G7 plus coalition involving our G7 allies and the regional neighbors and key institutions like the EBRD to mobilize assistance, to listen to the Ukrainians, to source this stuff. To give you an example, one of Putin's principal targets last year were these high-voltage auto transformers, which connect the national Ukrainian grid. His objective was to fracture the grid, to deny Ukraine the ability to move power around the country and keep houses warm. We have worked with Japan, we have worked with Korea to source the auto transformers and the equipment that Putin is destroying. We have a lot in the pipeline, but we face supply chain challenges. The other aspect of this, Senator, if I can for a minute, on your question to my colleague, Assistant Secretary O'Brien, I was ambassador in Ukraine when the occupation of Crimea happened. And I remember vividly at that moment working with many members of this committee. I remember the analysts stating confidently that that would keep Putin busy for a decade. That was not the case. In fact, a few weeks later, I had a CODEL that I was hosting. I remember distinctly Senator Barroso and Senator McCain were coming to Ukraine. We were going to go to Donetsk, to the capital of Donbass. That CODEL, that trip was scrubbed at the last moment because Russian-supported forces had begun to flow into Donbass. I think we need to take Putin at his word. His objective is the dismemberment of Ukraine, and if he is successful in that effort, he will then move on to his next targets. So I fully agree with my colleague Jim, but also would underline the immediate tactical relevance of the support we provide in the energy sector. As I said, that equipment delivered last December, some of it was plugged into the grid in a matter of days. And so the ability to continue to do that kind of procurement is directly linked to the resources that are part of this emergency supplemental.
So in other words, we need this money to get for Ukraine to get through this winter. Set aside the defensive and offensive capabilities. In order for people in Kyiv to not freeze, we need some resources so that we can backstop whatever mischief Putin may be doing to the grid.
That is exactly right. And then on Ranking Member Rish's point about connecting the dots, I would point out that the greatest threat to the energy grid today are these Shahed drones, and which Russia is now beginning to industrialize the production of those. We can talk about that in a classified setting. But there is a direct Iran-Russia nexus in the attacks on Ukraine's energy system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schatz. I am up next, and I would like to bring the conversation back to what I think we talk about a lot, but sometimes we forget the human cost of this war. Last year, I met with a group of Ukrainian women soldiers, and one of the things they've said to me I have repeated multiple times since that meeting, and that is, give us the weapons to fight the Russians so that the United States doesn't have to. Well, I had a chance to meet with one of those young women again recently. This is Andriana. Some of you may have met with her when she was in Washington a couple of weeks ago. She was driving in a civilian car on the front lines of the war because they didn't have armored cars. And she hit a Russian anti-tank mine, and she was temporarily paralyzed. As you can see from the photos, she's spent some time in recovery, 9 months. She had to relearn how to walk. But as she said to me when she came back to Congress, she's planning to go rejoin her unit because she's committed to this fight. And we had a really fun exchange about Ukraine's motto, which is freedom or death, and how she could identify with New Hampshire's state motto, which is live free or die. Well, Ukraine is fighting so that we don't have to, and people are dying to make sure that they can be a free country that is not occupied by Russia, and they are fighting for democracy in the United States and around the world. And the United States, I believe, needs to continue to support this effort because not only is it in Ukraine's and NATO's and Europe's interest, but it is in our own national security interest. And Senator Schatz, I think, was asking about the nexus between Russia and Hamas. But Secretary O'Brien, can you talk a little bit more about what that nexus is? How does the U.S. response to Putin's war in Ukraine serve the broader national security interest of not only defeating Russia, but of deterring Iran and beating back our other adversaries?
Thank you, Senator. And there's no one more eloquent than a Ukrainian fighter talking about her commitment to freeing her country. As I said in my opening statement, this is about the foundation of freedom and stability that the U.S. has spent 80 years building. And Ukraine has, after a few decades of finding its way as an independent country, unequivocally made the commitment that it wants to be a part of that foundation. So the rest of the world looks at us and asks, are we ready to take this opportunity and bring 35 million talented people into the space that will help us as we move forward over the next decades? If we say no to that, they will judge us as having turned our backs on the world and not caring about other places that also want to be a part of that foundation. So it will set us back decades and will, I think, just make hollow the commitment that thousands of Americans made starting in the 1940s if we miss this opportunity.
Thank you. I certainly share that. Assistant Secretary Pyatt, last month I chaired a subcommittee hearing on the importance of the Black Sea region. Can you talk about how Russia's actions in the Black Sea specifically affect Europe's energy potential and what can happen as the result of the vision that would allow energy from Central Asia to come across through the Black Sea region and supply Southern Europe?
First of all, Senator, thank you for your strong focus on the Black Sea region, because you're exactly right. This is one of the fulcrums of the energy map of Europe today. I think one thing that will be true whenever this war comes to an end, the center of gravity of Europe will shift to the south and the east. So the Black Sea becomes vitally important, and the redrawing of the energy map around the Black Sea that's taking place. Romania's investment and work that Romania is doing with support from my bureau to develop its offshore wind industry in the Black Sea. The new pipeline infrastructure that I have been involved in supporting through multiple jobs, the Southern Gas Corridor, to bring gas from Central Asia to European consumers. The investment that we made to support new pipelines linking Greece to the countries of the Western Balkans to allow them to break their 100% dependency on Gazprom. So what's happening in this Black Sea region is of vital importance. Right now, it's significantly impeded by Russia's occupation of Crimea and the military threat that Russia has presented to the Black Sea. An important aspect of that, which directly impacts American companies, is the pipeline which goes from Kazakhstan to bring crude oil produced by Chevron and ExxonMobil out into the Black Sea, which is vulnerable to the conflict that Russia has brought to the region. So as I look at and in this global responsibility that I have today, I have to think about the geopolitics of our energy interests around the globe. But the region that you focused on in the Black Sea is of absolutely critical importance, and we're fortunate there to have very strong allies. I've been to Bulgaria, Turkey, Romania 3 times in this role, precisely because of how important it is to shaping the energy geopolitics of Europe and the wider region as we look to the future.
Thanks very much. I agree. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Senator Shaheen. Thanks to all 3 of you for being here today and for your great work on behalf of the United States and our interest in supporting an independent and sovereign Ukraine. Listen, I don't understand the games that our Republican friends are playing with Ukraine aid. I think this is an existential moment. We are at the 0 hour with respect to Ukraine's needs. I want to pass comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform as badly as anyone, but to hold Ukraine hostage to unlocking that very difficult knot is dangerous for us and the world. But I'm there in good faith trying to listen to my Republican friends to try to get a path forward here. But this is really one side of the equation, the support that Ukraine needs. And I hope that we find a path in the next 2 weeks to be able to get Ukraine the supplemental assistance it needs. The other side of this equation is what we can do to make it harder for Russia to be able to sustain this level of operation. And so I wanted to ask maybe both you, Ambassador Pyatt and Ambassador O'Brien, about how Russia's long-term prospects look to be able to afford this war and what the United States can do. You know, here's a note. Russia started out spending about 4% of GDP on military endeavors. This budget for the upcoming year will have them spending 6% of GDP on their military. That puts them in the top 5 in the entire world in terms of the percentage of their economy dedicated to military spending. Note that number 1 on that list is Ukraine, that is spending 33% of its GDP, 33% of its GDP on the military. But the IEA projects that Russia's share of globally traded oil is going to fall by 50% by 2030, and that their net income from gas sales is going to fall from $75 billion to $30 billion. You're spending already 6% of your GDP, and you have a potential catastrophic fall coming in oil and gas revenue. That is one of the things, maybe the primary factor, that may push Russia to the table to try to drive a conclusion to this conflict. So what can we do as members of Congress, and how can we support your efforts to continue to make it harder for Russia to finance this war? And how much of that is...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us here as always, as we are taking a listen here of a Senate hearing talking about the Ukraine war as it continues to rage on. And we'll get back to that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to continue on with some other top stories here of the day. And one of them that we are following is Ivanka Trump is testifying in her dad's civil trial in New York. And let's go out right now to New York City. That is where we find Fox News' Nate Foy. He has been following this trial and now joins us with the latest.
Hey, Mike. Ivanka Trump has been on the witness stand for about an hour now. She's very calm and composed, answering each question softly, at times even being reminded to speak into the microphone so that the court can hear her more clearly. This wraps up a week of Trump family testimony with Eric and Don Jr. testifying last week, and then former President Donald Trump himself testifying on Monday of this week. Ivanka is the final witness that the state will call before resting its case. Take a look at this video as she showed up at the courthouse this morning. And remember, Ivanka was originally a co-defendant in this lawsuit, but a state court removed her from it because the statute of limitations had run out. She is expected to be questioned, and she already is being questioned about her role at the Trump organization in securing loans, specifically at the Trump Doral property in Florida. Ivanka was an executive at the Trump organization until about 2017. And New York Attorney General Letitia James, on her way into the courtroom this morning, explained what she expects to happen on the witness stand today. Listen to this.
She will attempt today to distance herself from the company, but unfortunately the facts will reveal that in fact that she was very much involved. We uncovered the scheme and she benefited from it personally.
So President Trump again testified himself on Monday. He called it a very sad day for America. A lot of contentious moments in his testimony. The judge asked him to give shorter answers, at one point saying to Trump that he wasn't here to hear what Trump had to say, at which point Trump attorney Alina Habba said that is exactly why the judge should be there, to let the defendant defend himself. Habba also tells Fox News that after the state rests its case, they plan to ask for a mistrial on the grounds that the state did not prove its case and also biased, but there's only so much that she could share on that second point because of an expanded gag order in this case that applies to Trump's attorneys as well as both parties in the suit, including former President Trump himself. Ivanka's testimony is expected to last into tomorrow, and that's partly because former President Trump's lawyers will question her after the state, and they're doing that because they don't want to make her come back up to New York from Florida for a second time in this lawsuit, as Trump's lawyers will begin making his defense if that mistrial is not granted after her testimony wraps up. We'll send it back to you.
And Nate, when she does wrap up for the day and then even for tomorrow, is she expected to maybe make any statements like we've seen, of course, with Donald Trump himself and Eric and Don Jr.?
Mike, it's anybody's guess, but while she's on the witness stand, she will not be able to speak to the media. As we saw, that's been the case with every single witness in this case, including former President Donald Trump himself, who on Monday was reminded twice by Justice Arthur Engoron to not speak publicly while actively being on the stand. But as we saw with Eric and Don Jr., as well as the former president, they spoke before and after they were done testifying. Ivanka did not speak on her way into the courthouse this morning, so we'll wait and see if she speaks to the media after she's done testifying, which again is expected to happen tomorrow.
All right, Nate Foy, with all the details here in this civil trial that continues to play out in New York City. We appreciate it, as always, Nate, right here on Live Now from Fox.
You got it.
No problem. And we will be taking a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, all eyes tonight on Miami, as it is the third GOP debate. When we come back, we'll talk about the security and how police are getting ready for the big day right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here, all in real time, as we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. I am your host, Mike Pace. We'll be here with you for the next several hours, bringing you these live feeds. And remember, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered here as well. Well, let's continue to talk about the third GOP debate happening in the great city of Miami, and a lot will be talked about today leading up to the debate and, of course, after. But what we want to talk about now is more of the security and leading up to the big debate there in Miami. So we thought, who is the best person to talk about that? You know it right here, the Miami Police Chief here, Manny Morales, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much.
How are you, Mike? Good to be here.
No problem. And, well, you guys are, of course, Miami, no stranger to big events. You do sporting events. And now you got this third GOP debate there. Does anything go a little bit different compared to a big sporting event that you guys cover?
I think we already have a very solid foothold on handling big events in our beautiful Magic City, as you kind of mentioned. But when it comes to any type of political event, we do take a little heightened approach, given the climate that we've seen on our nation. So we will have a stepped up security throughout the venue for tonight. One of the great things about South Florida, it is the incredible partnership that we have, not only with our local partners, but at the state level and our federal partners. We work extremely close, and we will all be working together to ensure that we can have a safe and an incredible event tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what we all want to see right there. And Chief, we also have not only the debate there, but you are going to have the former President Donald Trump in town as well, doing a separate event, a separate rally.
Yes, so the former president will be holding a rally in Hialeah, which is one of the neighboring cities, just a little bit north of the city of Miami. But we have an incredible relationship also with Chief Fuentes, and he has a fine department in Hialeah. The men and women of that department, I'm sure, will ensure that that event goes off without a hitch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the debate coming up tonight here, what are some areas that will be focused on? Obviously, right outside of the venue there, but making sure not only the candidates are safe, but the people attending, especially, like you said, given this climate that we are in, where, you know, it's either people are for somebody or they're totally not for them.
So, Mike, we have a comprehensive security plan, which we don't discuss before the event for operational security reasons. However, I can tell you that we'll have plenty of folks at hand to make sure that we have, you know, any contingency covered, right? And one of the things that I like to tell the folks is just be mindful. There'll be some traffic tie-ups in the area as we do some hard road closures right around the PAC, the Performing Arts Center tonight, where the debate is going to take place. So hopefully it won't inconvenience our residents too much, but in the name of safety, we got to make sure we take all precautions.
No, absolutely. And you guys always do such a great job from whatever event that you're hosting, from parades, like I said, to sporting events there. So we know that you guys will be all teed up here, ready for this event, and especially the people of Miami, too. They're used to these different setups as well.
Absolutely. We're no stranger to big events in the Magic City, so our folks are ready. We do have an incredibly safe city, so we don't expect any issues tonight.
Nope. And we know that, again, Miami will be a great host for this debate there. And Chief, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us some insights, and you stay safe as well as your whole department.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
You too. No problem. And, of course, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to bring in other newsmakers and policy deciders talking about the debate and, of course, after as well tonight. Let's take a 2-minute break right here on Live Now, bringing you live, raw, and unfiltered coverage from across the country. Everyone continuing to join us right here. I am your host, Mike Page, where we continue to bring you top stories, live feeds, and breaking news as it happens. Well, our next topic right here, it's a great one. Take a look at this. Teddy and Booker T. It's the new book out by Brian Kilmeade, the Fox News host there, how two American icons blazed a path for racial equality. And now he joins me live here with all of the details. And Brian, this is such a good one. Another one of yours talking about historical figures and their importance. And these two figures, I mean, they were very different when it comes to the spectrum of life.
Yeah, I mean, what I tried to do is all of a sudden, when I started doing these books, it was the passion that I have for history. And I thought that people that watching the news would maybe have the same passion. It gives context to what we're seeing. I didn't think we'd be in a war on history. We literally, I mean, every 2 or 3 months, there's some problem with one of our founding fathers or Christopher Columbus on Christopher Columbus Day, because we expect everyone to be perfect. So then people accused people of not seeing true history. I said, well, why don't I just go back to one of the most challenging times, the Jim Crow era, when separate but equal, when we had this whole disastrous 1877 compromise. We had this bad election. And the result out of this, Union troops move out of the South. And the South, in many sectors, goes back to treating African Americans like second-class citizens. And the people that brought us through that difficult time don't get enough credit. And I don't think many people know the name Booker T. Washington, but they don't know what he did. And he simply educated a generation of African Americans, of blacks in America, to not only grow their mind, but to learn a skill, a trade, which is like why Mike Rowe is on the back of the book. Because when I saw that, he said, I don't care how smart you are, you got to learn to use your hands. And then when I read about Booker T. Washington, starting really 3 years ago, Up From Slavery was the first one. Then I see Teddy Roosevelt all over referenced in his other books, and how Teddy Roosevelt was such a huge help and how much respect he had for him. Went to the Roosevelt side, and it turns out he had mutual respect for Booker T, and together they worked together for 7.5 years when he was president, and the friendship never stopped. He served on the Tuskegee board. And at a time in which people are talking about black people here, white people here, us not being a melting pot, I want to push back on facts and with biographies. And that's why I did Teddy and Booker T, which, by the way, is a special on Fox Nation right now, which you could download.
You know, I'm so interested too in this book, because when you're doing your research on these two figures, what do you think they would be thinking with this world that we are living in right now, and everything that we saw in 2020 with the racial divide there, with George Floyd and so after? What would they be thinking right now?
What a great question, because I was out with the president and freedom fighter Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass in that battle for America's soul prior to this, when 2020 was happening, when this stuff was happening. And I think, yeah, there are problems. There's some times when crimes happen because they're racially motivated. I mean, we're seeing right now anti-Semitic behavior because of somebody's religion, which is nuts to me that we're going through it. Other people have a problem, you know, with somebody, the color of their skin, whether it's Hispanics, Asians, whites, blacks. Okay, fine. That's always going to be the case in the world. But America is the most successful multicultural country in the history of the planet. It's the place where everybody wants to be. But we always have to move forward. And to move forward, we need great people at the right time. And I think they would, to put my idea of what they would think is, do these people know what we've been through, how great we have it, how close we've come to a truly equal society? Freedom for all, we got it. Let's get equality of opportunity, not outcomes for all, not equity, equal opportunity, and how great it is to have an America where there's no cap to what you can achieve. And old people are going to have difficulties. Some people aren't going to be as fast when it comes to sports. Some people can't jump as high when it comes to basketball. Some people aren't as smart when they sit in a classroom as Elon Musk. But having said that, we all have abilities, and we all have a challenge to overcome and have some grit. These guys had grit. And for those people who say Teddy Roosevelt, man, he was so rich, Brian, wait, how could you compare him to Booker T? I can't. Slavery's slavery. He was a slave until he was 9. But I will tell you, as a kid, he was so sick he couldn't leave the house. He had bad stomach issues. He also had asthma. And back then, parents would just watch their kid gasp for breath, and for sure they thought he was not going to survive childhood. He could not go to school with other kids until he went to Harvard for college. So he had a sense that life is going to be over soon. I got to make the most of it, and I got to take my greatest weakness, which is my physical body, and I got to make it my strength. And from then on in, this guy was going down the Nile, going through the Amazon, working out with weights before Arnold Schwarzenegger was dazzling us in pumping iron. And I think he overcompensated. And Booker T. Washington knew what it was like not to have shoes and not to have freedom. And instead of just worrying about himself, he educated a generation and impressed people like Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, Julian Rosenwald, founder of Sears, was a celebrity in the UK and throughout Europe. And this guy, again, no connections, no dad, never knew his birthday. And if these two can not only be successful but work together at a time in which blacks and whites were not together in many sections of the country, I think it's a great example for the country.
Yeah, it really, really is, because you could be a slave in the environment and everything around you, but he definitely wasn't a slave in his own mind.
No, and that's just it. One thing he said, and I'll just paraphrase it, his self-esteem was not for sale. So if you have a problem with him because of the color of his skin or by the way he walks or talks, okay, I'm not going to get mad at you. That'll give you too much power. I'm going to move on to people I can work with. When he was walking the streets of New York and Boston, talking to the affluent about helping out at Tuskegee, a school he founded, and if they were going to close the door in his face, that's fine. But one door would open and the next one would open and say, how do I help out African Americans become more a part of America? And more people would write him checks, and the most powerful people in the country, when they saw what he did at Tuskegee, a school that started with 30 students and ended up with more students in Harvard graduating class, they said, how can I help? Would show this goodness in Americans in every generation in the most challenging times in which we were polarized. And I just think we're almost there now. Teddy Roosevelt, same thing. His mom's brothers is from the South. His mom's brothers fought for the Confederacy. So he was still able to see Booker T. Washington and treat him like an equal, despite maybe things that his mom would ignorantly say to him because of the environment she grew up in. So, and also I think that when he was 7 years old, his grandfather's apartment overlooked Broadway. And down Broadway in 1865, Teddy Roosevelt saw the body of the slain Abraham Lincoln come down the block. And that made him his favorite president, an indelible mark. Also knew the danger this country was in and how we literally fought our way out of it. And he wasn't going to take one day for granted. Both of them had one thing especially in common. They both wanted to make the country better. They didn't want to become rich or more famous. They wanted to make the country better. And they thought they'd be better off working together because of that. And that's what I try to put in the book. Give you an idea of these two great men, how they came together for the country that doesn't get enough attention, that will give some context to what we're seeing now.
Yeah, so true. And Brian, I want to ask you a little bit of news of the day here. We have the next Republican debate happening tonight. Third one here. I got to ask, why do you think they're still running these debates here on the Republican side when it seems like with all the polling, Donald Trump's the man?
I've never seen anything like it. You've never seen anything like it, where we have a president that lost coming back. We weren't around for Grover Cleveland. So he's going to come back, give it another shot. And he is the most popular, even though he's got the most challenges. 91 charges, 4 indictments, civil trial going on right now. I think he got quality on the stage. I mean, you're not looking at Dennis Kucinich and Bernie Sanders. You're looking at quality candidates on the stage. They're all saying to themselves, if something should happen with any of these cases, or when the actual voting starts, will everything tighten up and maybe go for a more traditional candidate? I want to be there should the wheels come off. And Donald Trump, even his greatest fan, knows you never know what's happening next. People feel he's been targeted on these trials, and I think you got a lot of credence behind that. The civil trial is a calamity. It's bad for the country and totally unworthy of our time in court or the Attorney General sitting through the time in court. But I think they're waiting to see if Trump's going to come down to earth. And we're not talking about 4 or 5 primaries. We haven't had a caucus yet. So I understand why they're still fighting it out. And Nikki, for example, before the debates, we never heard of Nikki Haley. Vivek Ramaswamy got well known, but I don't know if he got well liked. Tim Scott's got to show himself strong. Chris Christie, knowledgeable on every topic. And Governor DeSantis has proved nothing. If you don't like him, that's fine. No one can doubt his competence on all these issues. So I think they're showing there were solid alternatives.
Yeah, definitely. And you make a good point there. It feels like they're just holding in the wings just in case if one of these charges really sticks against Donald Trump. It should be interesting to see how it all plays out. I mean, as we get through the holiday season, and January is going to come really quick, and that's when, of course, things are going to fly there with the caucuses and primaries.
Yep, you got Iowa somewhere in there. They got to set a date in New Hampshire. And then they're going to be in South Carolina and Nevada, then Super Tuesday. I know you sound like Donald Trump a little bit because I talked to Ronna McDaniel on Monday, and Trump calls her every other day and says, will you call off these debates? But they bring millions for the Republican Party. They get huge ratings for the network. It gives these guys and these women a chance to shine and introduces them to the American public, get some real reaction time, quick decision time. I don't think there's a downside.
There we go. Brian Kilmeade, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. The new book, Teddy and Booker T, How Two American Icons Blazed a Path for Racial Equality, out now. We appreciate your time, as always, and have a great day.
Yep, BrianKilmeade.com to see. I'm going on the road, so you'll have a chance to see me in person. Hope to see all of you. Thanks so much for the time.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here. We want to now go out to our station, Fox 5 in D.C. They are covering a giant story. Giant pandas back on the move. They're returning to China from the National Zoo here. Let's join their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
FedEx. It has truly been a collaborative effort. We are moving 3 dangerous carnivores halfway across the planet, and there is zero margin for error. And so today has been every step that we've been taking, working with them as a team. I'm absolutely confident that our pandas will travel to China in luxury, in style, with every treat available to them. And because I am an optimist, when you work with giant pandas, you have to be an optimist. I will also say with hope as I look forward to welcoming you all here sometime soon again as we celebrate the return of giant pandas to Smithsonian's National Zoo. Thank you.
Brandy, thank you so much for allowing FedEx to be included on this adventure. So at this time, let's prepare to bid a fond farewell to Meishang, Tian, and Xiao Qi, and wish everyone aboard the FedEx Panda Express safe travels to China. We look forward to hearing about their arrival tomorrow. Thank you all for being here.
And there you have it. And they summed up, I think, how we've all been feeling. It's a moment of heartbreak and joy. This was a conservation effort and a successful one, and the longest, she said, in history in terms of saving animals. And the giant pandas are no longer an endangered species. So certainly bittersweet, but they are headed to China on a 19-hour-long journey. We've also been told that aboard the FedEx Panda Express, they have enclosures that they've become used to at this point. They're going to have their bamboo and also experts on board to help them on the journey, which they believe will be a successul flight.
It's an elevated first class for the pandas, if I've ever heard.
Yeah, so
love to see that.
Sad, but we're going to move forward and look ahead.
And that's why we're having our panda party here on Lion Lunch Hour, filled with all the delicious pastries and cakes to really, celebrate as if it's a fond farewell to our panda friend.
All right, there we go. Panda Party on Fox 5 DC right there, giving coverage as giant pandas leaving the National Zoo and their journey to China, happening via FedEx plane there. So, again, bringing you that coverage, try to bring you as many different live feeds, just what we do here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Keeping an eye on some breaking news right now out of Texas here. This is where a chemical plant is burning right now, and this is in Shepherd, Texas right here. And these aerials continuing to happen right here on Live Now from Fox. There is a shelter in place issued as well, but these live feeds continue right now, bringing it to you here on Sky Fox. Once we get some more information, of course, we'll pass that along to you right here. But I want to continue on with more live feeds right here. Of course, let's go out to a House hearing talking about free speech on campuses amid the growing tensions with the Israel war that continues. Let's listen right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox.
Who may feel hostile to Israel to attack Jews because of it.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I asked the questions of the others. May they respond to? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So our flyers have been torn down, our chalk is washed away, and we even had an advertisement sign for one of our speakers, Chloe Cole, stolen, and the police recovered the sign, but they didn't figure out, I guess, who took the poster. We never received that back. And this stuff has been ongoing, continues to go on, and it's obviously showing that there is an equal opportunity for our speech. The left-leaning students groups, they get their posters, like theirs are literally right next to ours. You can see the remnants of the tape and our poster design still there, but then their posters are completely unattacked. And like I have met with the university president, I've met with other staff members to discuss this, and it just seems like there's no move towards change. I've asked, I was like, okay, what can we do to at least let our messages heard so we can have people attend our events and hear different points of view, and I still haven't received any other options. Because, it's a shame that we have to have different things be done so that we can have our speech heard. We should have the equal opportunity to have our flyers up just like other left-leaning students. We should have equal opportunity for our chalk to be unerased so that, we shouldn't have to do something different. And also all these actions that these students are doing violate school policy. It's very clear in the handbook, and again, it still keeps happening. So I just would like to see something positive, like just us being able to stay represented without being hindered.
Thank you for your question. I was very fortunate myself to not face any academic penalty while I was still enrolled at the university. However, I was also a biological sciences major. Oftentimes political topics stayed outside the classroom. However, we did have those 3 professors that I had mentioned in my opening statement circulating a petition, heavily protesting our Michael Knowles event, calling for it to get shut down. So I do recognize as well that while I was lucky, I did not have these professors in class. I recognize other students may not be quite so lucky. And additionally, it was very obvious that the protest following our Allen West lecture was mishandled. There was danger posed to students. This was widely documented through police reports, yet there was no apology from any university officials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Ms. Burdett, you are an expert on anti-Semitism, and I want to read a few different statements to you, and if you can just give me a yes or no as to whether you would consider them anti-Semitic. I prefer my kids' new Hanukkah from Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering. Anti-Semitic or not?
Very potentially.
I just think that's what they're about, is making money, in a reference to Jared Kushner and his Jewish family. You think that's anti-Semitic?
Anti-Jewish stereotype.
Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK to control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ, who the people known as the race black really are. This is who our people are. Anti-Semitic or not?
A little too confusing for me to decipher.
We'll get to that. This ain't a game. I'm going to use you as an example to show you the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me. I told you this is war. Now going to get you some business. Still confusing?
Uses 2 stereotypes about Jews as being motivated only by business and having nefarious control that isn't real.
Last one. I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda. What do you think about that one?
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned about is that we have anti-Semitic posts coming from this committee. And last October, the chairman tweeted out on October 6th, Kanye, Elon, Trump. Those 5 statements that I just read to you were from Kanye West, who had made a number of anti-Semitic statements before this tweet was put up, and then made the DEFCON statement about a day after the tweet was put up. I, the chairman at the time, Chairman Nadler, many people in the Jewish community asked the chairman, Chairman Jordan, to take this down. And it wasn't just members of Congress. It was nonpartisan Jewish organizations who said, Kanye West is anti-Semitic. I don't know what you're doing, but please do not give him a platform by leaving this tweet up. It stayed up for months. Defiantly, the chairman kept this tweet up. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to be just today your accountability partner, your online accountability partner, and just go through your social media. Because if we're going to have a hearing about anti-Semitism, we can't allow a tweet like this to be posted on our side or your side. In 2019, Chairman Jordan also tweeted at Tom Steyer and used the $ for Steyer to spell his name. Again, known Jewish philanthropist playing into what Ms. Burdett mentioned earlier, tropes about Jewish people and money. So this committee should have a conversation and a hearing about anti-Semitism. But I would first insist that the chairman, I don't know why he put this tweet up. Either he believes it, which I hope is not the case, or he just wanted to own the libs. And if that's what you're doing, you're hurting a lot of people by keeping that tweet up for so long, especially knowing what it represents. And if we're talking about being your online accountability partner, Chairman, you still have a subpoena in your inbox that's about 500 days old. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
First, does the chairman wish to dignify that with a response?
No, I don't.
Yield time. Yeah, it seems to me there are only 2 ways I know of to resolve our differences as human beings. There's reason, and there's force. I don't know of any other way. The American founders established an empire of reason and democracy. Freedom of speech is the beating heart of democracy. In fact, the sole purpose of this building and the others like it in this complex is solely to talk out our differences and resolve them. It seems to me there's only one way to separate truth from lies or wisdom from folly, and that's to expose one to the other and then trust the people to sort out the difference. That's our entire form of government is based on that. Speech can be ugly, it can be disgusting, hateful, prejudiced, alarming, but it can never be dangerous to a free society as long as men and women of goodwill have the freedom to dispute it, to challenge it, and to reject it. I've never been comfortable with this concept of hate speech simply because it's always seemed to be a very short step between banning hate speech and banning speech we hate. Mr. Marcus, this chant from the river to the sea, that clearly calls for the eradication of Israel. It is genocidal at its roots. The House just censured a member for repeating it. And let me say, it is absolutely despicable. But should that be banned or punished, the mere repetition of that phrase?
So thank you, Congressman. I'll just begin by saying again that most hate speech is protected speech under our Constitution, but context matters. Are we talking about public institutions or non-public institutions? Are we talking about public fora or non-public fora? But I will also say again that where one finds hate speech, one often, almost invariably, finds hateful conduct.
Well, there's a very bright line between speech and conduct. Speech we tolerate because it can be combated by appealing to the better angels of our nature, by exposing the nature of evil that is behind it. That's how we resolve our differences without resorting to force. Now, my point is this. We have this chant that calls for the eradication of Israel, and we punish people for using it. Well, I happen to believe in the eradication of Hamas. I'm not making a moral equivalency. There couldn't be a stronger contrast between good and evil than that. But the same freedom of speech that protects my right to advocate that position is at stake here, is it not?
So I also very strongly support free speech, even freedom of speech to say things that we hate. I believe that the Trump executive order on combating anti-Semitism does something important, which is to say it indicates that in many other areas of the law, we can use speech not as something to punish or suppress, but as an indicator of the nature of conduct. So that, for example, if you say certain things and then throw a rock through the window of the Hillel building, your statement may be used to determine whether that conduct was intentional, whether you intended to hit the building or not, and whether it was motivated in a way that implicates either student conduct codes or other rules of behavior. I believe it is important for rules, whether within universities or within the Federal Department of Education, to use conduct in this way. That is to say, speech must be protected, but it is sometimes a way of understanding conduct, which often crosses the line.
Well, yes, but then you're talking about the conduct and the influence of speech on it. But the issue is the conduct, not the speech. What measures, let me ask the students, what measures would you propose to protect your rights to free speech on the campuses?
Ultimately, I would just ask for less pushback from the university. I mean, as long as we can more equally represent all perspectives, I think it would be much easier, much more conducive to do so for other students.
There is a word for that. It's called tolerance.
Correct, yes, and it would be much less of a step up to speak your mind when you know that violence is not coming your way for doing so. Now it is so polarized. I just wish we could step that back or increase speech, allow others to not face such consequence when doing so. That would promote it.
Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, so I support what Connor said, and I think really instilling within the campus community that, you know, we need to be more tolerant of others' beliefs, whether we agree with them or not. Like, my school does a free speech training, but, you know, people will just click through that just to get it over with. They're not actually being taught to respect people just because of their beliefs. Like, that's just what we're asking for, to be respected. We aren't asking to be doxxed. We aren't asking to be violently assaulted or harassed or anything like that. We are simply sharing our viewpoint, and we respectfully listen to other students and faculty's viewpoints, but they won't do the same to us.
Similar to Mr. Marcus's comments, conduct often follows words. We saw at Cornell after chants of Free Palestine from the river to the sea, which calls for the genocide of the Jewish people and the eradication of the state of Israel, that soon following that, a student posted direct threats to murder Jews on campus. That those are very interrelated, and they cannot be separated.
So are you saying the conduct should be banned, or the speech should be banned, or both?
Speech advocating for violence should not be tolerated on a college campus.
Well, but what about the eradication of Hamas?
The eradication of Hamas is the eradication of a recognized terror organization.
Well, so it depends upon your viewpoint. Is that what you're saying?
When students who are protesting the Jewish people's right to exist, their fellow students' right to exist, leads directly to violence against those students.
Who's going to decide, though, which viewpoint is legal and which one is illegal? That's what concerns me. In a free society, we put all those viewpoints out there and let the people make that judgment for themselves.
In the context of a college campus, it is the school has a right, and the school is obligated to protect all of its students from violence, and students should all feel safe on their campus. I know that Cornell is implementing additional DE&I training that now addresses anti-Semitism that all students will be required to complete so that all students feel safe. And there should be similar DE&I training to prevent Islamophobia on campus as well. When talking about college campuses, the main priority is ensuring that students feel safe and that they can freely express their opinions without feeling harmed or that harm is coming their way.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make it very clear that our committee is not undertaking this hearing today because my Republican colleagues actually care about free speech on college campuses or even care about anti-Semitism. These are the same Republican colleagues who've worked tirelessly to defund all efforts for diversity and inclusion initiatives in the appropriations bills. These are the same folks who want to censor and remove books they disagree with from classrooms and school libraries. And the same folks—
Gentlelady will suspend. Just for a second.
My point of order was the statement that her colleagues, her Republican colleagues, do not care about anti-Semitism on college campuses or freedom of speech. I would request that those words be taken down because they're absolutely untrue.
It's a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
Matter of opinion. It's not true.
Some of you will be seeing a 2-minute break right here. As always, on Live Now from Fox, we bring you live coverage, top stories, and of course, breaking news as it happens right here on Live Now.
But we've talked about this before in the committee. I think all of us should be cognizant of attributing motives to our colleagues and or other individuals in the government, whether that be the president, the vice president, or former president. We should all be cognizant of that. The gentlelady is recognized for remainder for 5 minutes.
And I'll correct that. I'll say some of my Republican colleagues. However, again, these are the same folks who've worked to defund efforts for diversity and inclusion initiatives in the appropriations bills. Those are a matter of record. Those votes are available for anyone to view. These are also some of the same folks who want to censor and remove books they disagree with from classrooms and school libraries, and the same folks who balk at the prospect of teaching accurate history lessons on slavery and its repercussions in the United States. All of that is on the record and factual and available for anyone to review. What is going on here is that there is an effort to capitalize on an emotionally charged issue to sow further frustration and division. I have frequently complained and expressed my concerns around the fact that there are egregious efforts to continue to divide our country, and many of those efforts are coming from this committee. In the last 4 weeks alone, we've seen horrific incidents in the United States fueled by both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia alike. In the community that I represent of El Paso, Texas, we know full well, my community knows full well, the power of speech, the power of hate, and how that drifts into conduct. On August 3rd, 2019, a white supremacist drove over 10 hours to my community, and he published a screed online talking about the invasion of migrants and Hispanics and immigrants into the United States. Many of us flagged that speech as dangerous and as life-threatening, and yet members of this committee continue to use that same speech, knowing full well the kind of danger it creates for my community and other communities like mine. I want nothing more than for students to feel safe on their college campuses. I want all of us to feel safe and be able to express our opinions and to be able to address controversy head on without fearing for our lives or the lives of people who live with us, among us, near us. These conversations are critical and important, and I want to thank our panelists for participating in these conversations. And it is really important that all of you put pressure on all of us to ensure that everyone can live in peace and dignity, free from the fear of violence, especially young people on college campuses. Professor Nadel, Ms. Burdett, can you give us concrete strategies and policies that colleges can use in order to create those safer spaces for young people?
Sure, thank you very much for your question. And indeed, you know, there's a lot of serious work to do on this issue, and there are actions that could help that aren't being taken, aren't being funded. And I respect very much the spirit of what you're saying. So campuses have rules, and the way we use our rules tells the story of our values. And that's why I mentioned campuses they've had someone arrested. They have suspended people. There are privacy concerns around speaking openly about disciplinary action against a student, especially in such a charged time. But you get a protest permit, there's an approval process, there are rules you have to follow in that protest, and not all speech is permissible in our country and on a campus. And I think we heard one of the committee members say before that it's just up to people to decide. And that's just not okay, because of course I'm here to testify on behalf of free speech. I'm invited by the Democrats. I don't know why someone tried to divide this witness panel into two sides. I haven't heard two sides. I've heard people of conscience, my fellow panelists. But when you call immigrants vermin invading our country, hate crimes against people who look like an immigrant go up. I'm a practitioner. That's my indicator. When Israel is in the front page and people are fighting about Israel, and you assault a Jew because of their connection to Israel, that's bigotry, that's a hate crime. And words do have consequences. And of course we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I like the Austin Powers movie also, but we are civil society and elected leaders. And we can distinguish the difference between free expression that people don't like, including conservative views that should be aired on campuses, Ms. Jordan should never have been called a Nazi. I was tearing up while she was talking about it. But words have consequences, and we can't just have Lord of the Flies in our free speech marketplace. Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. College and free speech go hand in hand. And college is meant to be a place where students are safe to express ideas and confront ideas that they may or may not necessarily agree with. We've heard for years about microaggressions and how silence is violence. And colleges have spent years condemning and monitoring speech as they deem dangerous. But when actual physical threats of violence occur, do colleges know how to react? Under the logic of the left, microaggressions are hate speech, but physical threats of violence can be free speech depending on if the group being threatened is not oppressed enough. It appears that colleges have labeled everything hate speech but hate speech itself. They claim to be committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the dirty little secret is that there is a hierarchy of oppression within a DEI club. And colleges fail to act when they consider these less oppressed groups to be threatened. Tragically, universities have put their responses to free speech under the DEI lens, and oftentimes that lens fails to respond to threats for fear of angering the DEI gods. I went to Cornell. I earned 3 master's degrees in 4 years from Cornell. I went to Johnson, IRL School, and a master's in public administration. I graduated in 2015. I didn't see any of this when I was there. I cannot believe what has happened over the course of the past year. The threats to you, ma'am, are pretty disgusting. It is not just happening at Cornell, it's happening all over the country. These attacks are not just coming from students. A week after the horrendous Hamas attacks on Israel on October the 7th, Cornell professor Russell Rickford said at a rally, challenged the monopoly of violence, and that terror attacks against defenseless Jews were exhilarating and energizing. I have a motion to submit to the record a letter from Cornell President Martha Pollack addressing that issue, sir. According to this letter, Professor Rickford's punishment is that was placed on this person was a leave of absence for the duration of the academic year, while the university is considering whether or not his personal opinions demonstrate an unfitness to serve. An unfitness to serve. That's it. This man was praising Hamas attacks on Jews, and there needs to be an investigation as to whether or not this guy displayed a fitness to serve. I think this response from Cornell demonstrates the problem going on in our institutions of higher learning today, and I have a sneaking suspicion that if this professor made these hateful statements against Muslim students, black students like me, or trans students, the professor would have been out of a job immediately. No investigation. I dare anybody in this room to tell me I'm wrong based on what we see from Ivy League schools in the past few years. As a Cornell alum and a father of 3 children, I can guarantee you that if this is how this university is going to approach anti-Semitism, my children will not be attending Cornell. Whenever we have this kind of behavior and people don't step up and call it out for what it is, we have students that then make comments like Patrick Dye. He said, if you see a Jewish person on campus, follow them home and slit their throats. Rats need to be eliminated from Cornell. Interesting. He also said, rape and kill all the Jew women before they birth more Jewish Hitlers. I'm a combat veteran. I've seen a lot. I've heard a lot. I'm an Apache pilot, so you could imagine some of the things I've seen in combat. Hearing things like this really boils my blood because it shouldn't be happening to students like you. I've been black for my entire life. I've been as conservative probably about as long as I've been black. Ms. Jordan, thank you for being here. It's okay to be black, and you don't ever be a black conservative, and you don't ever have to put up with anybody telling you differently. This is America. I fought for these freedoms, and you have the right to think however you want to think and express it the way that you see fit without prosecution. Ma'am, Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. The text messages that I have gotten from my Jewish friends and colleagues that actually took me to Israel twice while I was at Cornell during Passover to learn about their culture, I promised them that I would defend them. I promised them that I would defend their rights, and we will continue to do just that. We are not going to rewind this clock back to 1930, not on our watch. I really appreciate your bravery. Thank you so much for being here, and I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Ms. Ross for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know what's going on with this, but thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. This is a highly charged topic at a highly charged time in our country, but it's not new. I want to begin by joining my colleagues in condemning all forms of anti-Semitism on college campuses and all forms of discrimination. That is not what America is about. And like many communities across the country, my region in North Carolina has seen a spike in anti-Semitic incidents since Hamas's horrific attack on Israel on October 7th. But we had seen a spike earlier. That's why Congress is giving money to religious institutions, in particular to synagogues, to be able to protect people. And when I have worshiped with my constituents, there are armed guards in front of synagogues in my district. I've also spoken to Hillel leaders in North Carolina who have told me that their students in particular have reported an alarming number of anti-Semitic incidents in the past month, and these students fear for their safety. All students, whether Jewish or Muslim, progressive or conservative, deserve a safe learning environment at school. College campuses are supposed to be places where people can discuss ideas, including foreign policy, with civility and with the goal of understanding different perspectives and learning from their peers. This sort of environment is only possible when harassment, discrimination, and behavior that seeks to silence, intimidate, and dehumanize is not allowed. Congress's role here should not be to dictate which perspectives held by students are acceptable, but rather to address this problem writ large. It is the duty of the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, an office that my colleagues on the right have refused to fully fund, to help you with this mission. At this moment, when tensions on college campuses are high, we must ensure that the Office of Civil Rights has the tools it needs to properly address anti-Semitism and all discrimination on college campuses. My first question is for Professor Nadal and Ms. Burdett. Could you let's go back to the basics. Why is it important that students at universities have freedom to espouse and explore a wide range of ideas?
It's critical that the university continues to uphold the value of free speech. Because what happens on the university campuses is that these are the places where our students learn to be future leaders. How are they going to learn to be future leaders if they don't, if they're not exposed to opposite ideas and different points of view? I think one of the most powerful statements came from the Dean of Students at the University of Chicago when he wrote to the entering class of 2020, and
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. So that is a live House hearing that continues. We try to bring you as many different live feeds as we can right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to continue to talk about how in Israel there is growing talks that we are seeing across the country for a ceasefire. We've seen many rallies like that happening across the country and really around the world. We are going to be talking to a very special guest here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up, John Hanna, the former National Security Advisor to Vice President Dick Cheney, will be breaking down why a ceasefire is not good in a time of war. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the top feeds, live stories, and, of course, breaking news when it happens. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. As always, we appreciate you joining us here in real time. We continue to talk about the Israel war as it continues to rage on after October 7th, there, that horrible attack that Hamas did to Israel, and we're still hearing and not even hearing all of what has happened there. It's just terrible, terrible. But now there is still growing talks that there should be a ceasefire. We've seen many rallies across the country there, and now there's a new report that the State Department wants a 3-day pause in this war. So I want to bring in our next guest here this hour on Live Now from Fox. This is John Hanna, the former National Security Advisor to Vice President Dick Cheney. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Terrific to be with you. Thanks for having me.
No problem. I'm glad that you're here and help break down. So we're hearing these calls for a ceasefire during a time when Israel is at war. And I just want to get your thoughts here. I mean, could you imagine when we go back to the days of 9/11, something that you know very well, and when we were in Afghanistan, if about a couple of weeks in, if there was talks about a ceasefire there where other countries were telling us that, what would happen?
Yeah, no, I can tell you that would have been dismissed out of hand for anybody who had attempted to raise it after 9/11. After the rise of ISIS, and going all the way back, of course, to our fight against the Nazis in Imperial Japan. If anybody had told Franklin Roosevelt or Harry Truman they needed to let their foot off the gas in order to allow humanitarian supplies to go in and to somehow salvage the regimes in Nazi Germany or Tokyo, or in this case, ISIS, bin Laden, people would have said, you are insane. They would never have allowed it to occur. And of course, neither should Israel.
Yeah, and maybe can you help us break down why it seems like whenever Israel is attacked, not only here in this country, but we hear from other allies as well, that they always say, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. Well, yeah, that's what happens when a terrorist comes in and does that. Of course you have a right to defend yourself, but why is it always with Israel they always have to say that?
Listen, it's a good question, and it's probably an incredibly complicated answer. Why Israel in general and the Jews in particular are constantly singled out as having to abide by a separate standard, either morally, legally, diplomatically, militarily, from the rest of the world. Again, I can assure you, United States traveled 6,000 miles when we were attacked on 9/11 by a terrorist group in the godforsaken landscape of Afghanistan. Israel was attacked on its doorstep by a genocidal group that committed the worst pogrom in modern times against the Jewish people. Troops in Israel now look over their shoulders behind them, and a half mile away, they see the communities that were slaughtered just 1 month ago. They know what they're fighting for. They're fighting to save their country, to fight for the survival of the only Jewish state that exists anywhere in the world. They are not going to stop until they actually now, finally, after 16 years of putting up with Hamas rule in Gaza through at least 4 or 5 different wars, they're not going to go back to the wash, rinse, and repeat cycle here. They're going to finish the job and get rid of Hamas rule in Gaza forever.
Yeah, and John, help break down to our viewers here with this new report here that Antony Blinken wants a 3-day pause here. What would a 3-day pause in this war do? And it seems like it would embolden Hamas.
Oh, for sure. I mean, with your troops on the offensive, Hamas is obviously on the defensive. They're laying low. They're finding it very difficult to attack. Removing your foot from the pedal at this point, forcing the Israeli troops to stand down, I think will endanger them. And it only gives that Hamas leadership that is under those tunnels time to prepare, regroup, go on the offensive themselves. So I think it's deeply problematic, and it's not something certainly that the United States from thousands of miles away ought to be applying a screwdriver to adjust the Israeli military campaign. Now, there is a separate question. Israel, unlike most militaries in the world under similar circumstances, has given warning to Gazans, to almost 1 million Gazans, to move from the battleground in the north to the south, where they can find safe areas, and trying to do as much as we can in the world community and with Israel to provide those people with the minimum standards of food and security and health care. It seems to me is an entirely responsible thing to do that shows that Israel and the IDF and the world care far more about Palestinian lives and civilians than Hamas does. That's a separate issue from any kind of military pause, much less something like a ceasefire.
I mean, some people would say, if you look at the Iraq war there, and when our troops were at the gates of Fallujah, if we were right in the midst there, almost going to go in, and then calls for a ceasefire would happen. I mean, what would happen in that situation? It would never happen there. So when you do have the enemy cornered and at the backs there, why is that talk happening now when it should be full throttle?
Listen, the most charitable interpretation you can put on it is that war is hell. It's brutal. Those pictures of Palestinian civilians that are playing 24/7 across the world, particularly in the Arab world, putting a number of our partners in the Arab world under enormous pressure, who just want to see those pictures of Palestinian civilians go away, who don't get the full story about what happened on 10/7 in Israel and the kind of genocidal atrocities that occurred against Israelis. They just want those pictures of suffering Palestinian children and civilians that are very real to go away. That's the most charitable interpretation you can put on these calls for ceasefire. All I can tell you is the United States military would never have put up with it, much less if it had been a terrorist group that killed the equivalent of 40,000 of our citizens on the border with Mexico. Believe me, parts of northern Mexico would have been leveled within days of that kind of atrocity. That's what the Israelis have suffered. People have come into their homes, killed people on a scale not seen since the Holocaust, taken control of territory for a period of time. They have shown what their genocidal intent is, and no country in the world would put up with that, with maintaining that kind of threat, allowing a ceasefire to happen and allowing this kind of group to stay in control of territory and military capabilities and several million people for a day longer than necessary. And Israel's not going to do that. And I think it's up to this administration in Washington. I think the president has been admirable in his support for Israel, but you can see it weakening. You can see him beginning to crumble. I think he's got to make it clear to all of the bedwetters internationally, in terms of our partners in Europe and the Arab world, that at the end, when the dust settles in this war, the United States believes one thing: our national interest, Western civilization, our allies' interests will only be served when Hamas is gone and there is regime change in Gaza. Once we're clear about that, I think everybody will begin to adjust, that the United States is not going to allow a ceasefire. They'll have to adjust. Let's figure out a way to take care of as many Palestinian civilians as possible, and let's start thinking and working together. What does a post-Hamas Gaza look like, and what role are we all prepared to play to actually give the innocent Palestinians in Gaza a future, and one that's consistent with the security and stability and prosperity and survival of our best ally in the Middle East, the one and only Jewish state, Israel.
So true and so well said. John, before I let you go here, I do want to get your take here on, we haven't heard too much because this has been in the news so much, rightfully so, but there's another war going on still in Ukraine there. And what do you think the Russian president, Putin, is thinking about this situation that is happening? I mean, he has to be really excited about this part where there's not a lot of pressure, it seems like, on him right now.
Oh, for sure. I think you're exactly right. Both of our great power enemies in Moscow and in Beijing must be elated over that Hamas attack and the catastrophic success it achieved. And as you say, particularly for the Russians, the amount of world attention and U.S. resources and energy that are now being put back into the Middle East, where we were trying to pivot away from. All of that attention and energy and resources have been taken off of the Ukraine conflict, freeing up Putin and Xi Jinping to do whatever their nefarious plans are without worry about the Western spotlight being on them. And I'm almost certain that they're using what influence they do have in this conflict, particularly with the Iranians and Hamas and these other axis of resistance forces, encouraging them to make as much trouble for the United States to pin down our political and diplomatic and military energies in the Middle East, rather than focusing on these great power enemies that do pose the longest term threat to the interests and security of the American people.
Yes, so true. John Hanna, thank you so much for coming on. It was a great talk. You gave great insights of what we are seeing and really the calls that continue on and what that would mean in this war if a ceasefire did happen. We appreciate it, as always, here on Live Now from Fox, and we would love to talk again in the future.
Thanks so much for having me, and thanks for all the information you're giving your viewers. Appreciate it.
No problem. You have a great day, and enjoy the rest of the week as well. And, of course, we got you covered here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out now live to the State Department. Let's listen in right here on Live Now.
Clear about this before, that we believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization, one that has a very clear track record of carrying out violent terrorist attacks on the Israeli people. I needn't point further than the attacks that were unleashed on October 7th. And so, of course, we are supportive of efforts that are being undertaken to not only hold Hamas accountable, but to ensure that the activities and events that took place on October 7th can never, ever again be repeated. And that's why we believe that Israel has every right to defend itself and defend its security. But beyond that, I'm just not going to comment on the ongoing operation. Barbara.
Vedant, now that the Israelis are circling in on Gaza and they're getting closer to the Shifa hospital, what would be the U.S. advising them on whether or not to strike it, given that they've talked about Hamas's extensive command and control center underneath? Would you be saying they should hold back?
It's important to remember, Barbara, that when we talk about the scope to which Hamas has integrated and co-located itself throughout civilian infrastructure, through its network of tunnels and otherwise, that's not hyperbole. That's something that there is a very clear track record of. That being said, it is, of course, and very important to us to ensure that this operation is conducted in accordance with international law, that efforts are taken to minimize civilian casualties, and so that is something that we'll continue to raise directly with our Israeli partners.
So you think that you agree that there's a Hamas command and control center under Shifa Hospital?
I'm not going to get into intelligence or operational assessments from up here. What I am simply saying is that when the United States, when entities across the U.S. government, when entities across the Israeli government say that Hamas has a track record of using civilians as human shields, when Hamas has a track record of co-locating itself and integrating itself amongst civilian infrastructure, that is not hyperbole, that is the truth. But beyond that, as it relates to conducting this ongoing military operation, I'm not going to comment or critique that from up here beyond reiterating what we've said before, that we expect this operation to be conducted in accordance with international law and steps be taken to minimize civilian casualties and the impacts on civilians.
You have in the past said it's never right to hit a hospital. So in this case, would you say that, or would it be worth it? I mean, I'm just wondering if there would be.
We're talking about hypotheticals, Barbara, and I'm just not going to get ahead of this process or operation.
The Israelis have been hypothetical about this.
I'm just not going to get ahead of this operation or comment on everything that happens as it relates to this military operation that's being conducted.
Just one final question,
Sure.
quickly. So you are not talking about a timeline for this humanitarian ceasefire. There's the report about Mr. Biden asking for 3 days from the Prime Minister, and then Mr. Netanyahu in his interview saying something like an hour here, an hour there. Is there actually something on the table that's being considered? I mean, without asking what exactly it is there something concrete being considered for a humanitarian pause with Israel?
I'm just not going to get into the specifics of these diplomatic discussions. I will just use this opportunity to say again that we are looking this in three different ways. The first, conditions being allowed to allow for the flow of increased humanitarian aid into Gaza. Two, conditions being created that will hopefully allow for additional and further release of hostages. And three, this happening in a way in which Hamas cannot regroup and re-strengthen itself. I think this morning in Tokyo, the secretary put it quite aptly when it comes to the various calls for a ceasefire that we're seeing from various corners of the world. That those who are calling for a ceasefire have an obligation to explain how to address the unacceptable result a ceasefire would bring, which is Hamas left in place, Hamas being left in place with more than 200 hostages, with the capacity and its continued stated intent of repeating its attacks from October 7th. Camilla, you've had your hand up. Sorry. Go ahead.
And welcome back.
Thanks.
In addition to what the Secretary said at his presser this morning about what the U.S. doesn't want Gaza to look like, in the sense they don't want a reoccupation of Gaza, yesterday Mark Regev on NewsHour said that he believes that there will be a buffer zone, that there needs to be after what we have been through. So is that something that the U.S. is in agreement with in terms of the buffer zone? And then I have one more on fuel.
I think given where we are in this conflict, I'm just not going to get into the specifics of what is on or off the table beyond just reiterating what the Secretary says, which is there are some clear, very finite points of view that we bring to this as it relates to reoccupation, as it relates to governance. We continue to feel very strongly that it needs to be respective and reflectful of the will of the Palestinian people, and that ultimately we are interested in seeing a Gaza that is unified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. But beyond that, we're just not going to get ahead of this process as we continue to work in the day-to-day to address these immediate needs while also laying out a pathway for some longer-term objectives.
Fuel. An IDF spokesperson said last week that Israel will allow fuel to enter the Strip as and when hospitals run out and will need it. Does that not contradict what the U.S. is trying to work towards to get fuel into the Strip? Are you in agreement with that particular parameter which has been set about hospitals waiting for hospitals to run out of fuel before fuel can go in?
I addressed this a little bit yesterday. Obviously, fuel is incredibly important for hospitals because there's, of course, a dire public health need, but as we also know that there are a number of other activities or actions that require the use of fuel, whether that be the desalination of water, the distribution of clean water, wastewater treatment, and so on and so forth. So beyond that, we recognize that there is a dire need for fuel, and we are working around the clock with Special Envoy Satterfield, with others, with the government of Israel, with Egyptian authorities, donors, and other aid agencies to see what avenues are possible to allow further fuel into Gaza for the benefit of civilians. Go ahead, in the green. Yeah.
Thank you. Yesterday, during the briefing at the White House, it was said that the State Department is solely responsible for managing the list of Americans who are in Gaza and need to leave. When the Rafah crossing reopened, although the United States are not responsible for the list itself of foreigners, what is the criteria for defining who can or who cannot leave Gaza Strip regarding foreigners? And the second question, if possible, if the U.S. agree with this limitation, limiting the number of foreigners who can or who cannot leave.
There's an important perspective to remember here, and that is first and foremost that this is not a crossing we control. This is not a crossing in which we really have much input into whether it can open or close. The role that we are playing is providing the best information to our partners in the Israeli government and the Egyptian government of American nationals, American citizens, LPRs, and eligible family members who have indicated a voluntary desire to depart Gaza. And at regular intervals, the Palestinian General Authority's Facebook page for Borders and Crossings posts a list of which foreign nationals are eligible to exit Rafah crossing on a particular day. And when we see which Americans are reflected on that list, we do our best to get in touch with them and ensure that they are able to make their way to Rafah to exit. When Rafah is open, American citizens, foreign nationals who may have had their names published on a previous day's list, our expectation is that those individuals will still be able to exit.
Can the U.S. diplomacy somehow help to push even Israelis or Egyptians in order to put more names in those lists? Citizens from other countries.
We are continuing to work around the clock to ensure that Rafah crossing can be open as often as it needs to be to allow for the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, but also for the allowance of foreign nationals to be able to leave when they see fit. Lalit, go ahead. I think there's going to be a lot more on this, so I can come back to you later. Shannon, I think you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
Something you said about the Palestinian Authority a moment ago.
Yeah.
The Secretary's comments earlier today seem to be the strongest endorsement that the PA should lead Gaza. So is that the administration's view, and would that look something like pre-2006 or something different this time around? And does the PA's, their lack of popularity, does that raise any concerns?
So I think just to reiterate what I said to some of your colleagues, I'm not going to get ahead of this process as what this is about and what the Secretary's comments were about. We're laying out some longer-term objectives and pathways that'll help share our approach in addressing some of the immediate needs. But what I can say is something that is not new is that we have long felt that the governance of Gaza and the West Bank, of course, needs to be reflective of the will of the Palestinian people. We believe that puts the region on a pathway to Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in states of their own with equal measures of security, freedom, and opportunity. And that continues to be our point of view. And you saw the Secretary reiterate that this morning in Tokyo. Jackson, go ahead. I'll come back to you right after that.
Thank you so much, Vedant. Has the State Department prepared for a possible government shutdown in 9 days? What's the department's reaction to the House GOP wanting to pair supplemental Ukraine funding with border security? Would that only undermine Ukraine?
We believe that there is an imperative to continuing to support our partners in Ukraine who are defending their country and protecting their territorial integrity and sovereignty. We also continue to believe that there is an imperative to support our partners in Israel who are defending their security and have every right to defend themselves. Beyond that, I am not going to get ahead of the process as it relates to a potential lapse in appropriations. Our colleagues in Congress, I have no doubt, are working around the clock to ensure that that doesn't happen. But should we march closer to that potential outcome, we will take appropriate steps to ensure that this department, this building here, as well as our missions and our consulates and embassies around the world, can take whatever appropriate steps they need to.
And the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, said in a meeting that he has said that he supports Ukraine aid. But so what is the department's reaction to this? Does this make getting supplemental aid through Congress easier?
Because he says he supports aid for Ukraine, you'd think that if the Speaker of the House says he supports aid for Ukraine, it would make that would be a good sign. Humaira, I answered two of your questions. I'm going to work the room. Humaira, go ahead.
Can I just go back to what Michelle asked? Yeah. Because I think he asked you if the United States believes that Israel can achieve its end goal, and that is eradicating Hamas. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you told him Israel has a right to defend itself, which is something that you guys have said multiple times. But I mean, and the Secretary has asked his Israeli counterparts about the end goal, and you guys also discussed with them the plans to achieve that end goal. So I want to ask, does the United States assess that Israel is going to be able to achieve that end goal or not?
Humaira, I think, again, you are asking us to predict and look into a crystal ball about something that is currently ongoing. I think what is important to remember, and what this is about, and the Secretary spoke a little bit about this on the trip, I believe, that you were on, is that this is about defeating and dealing with Hamas in terms of dealing with it physically, making sure that it is not in a place to repeat or redo or attack again the people of Israel just like it did on October 7th. I'm not going to parse into the specifics of this military operation, but there are track records and examples out there, Humaira, of the United States, of other countries, of coalition forces being able to degrade terrorist organizations to a point where their threat and their level of risk is not as much as it once was. And the best example I would give of that is how when we talk about the work that has been ongoing to degrade ISIS.
Right. Because the civilian casualties have been on the rise, I feel obliged to ask that. And when you say in a place that Hamas can no longer repeat October 7th, does the United States have a clear idea what that looks like then?
That is not for us to decide. We're not the ones carrying out this military operation. But again, we have long felt that Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas has used Palestinian civilians as human shields. It has used Gaza as a launching pad to attack Israel and the Israeli people. And so we believe that it's imperative that steps be taken to ensure that that can't happen again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. How long of a pause is the Biden administration demanding of Israel? Are we talking a few hours, a day, weeks, or months? And have a follow-up.
So I just addressed this when answering Saeed's question. I'm not going to assign a time length or limit or longevity to our calls for a humanitarian pause. What our calls for a humanitarian pause are about are for allowing the conditions to be created so that Hamas cannot regroup and strengthen itself, that humanitarian aid can flow freely additionally into Gaza, and that conditions be created that will potentially allow for additional hostages to be released.
Okay, thank you, Vedant. Can you compare and contrast the two between a pause and a ceasefire, because the lack of specificity is confusing?
Again, I spoke about this a little bit yesterday. I think it is less important to be focusing on the names here. I think a ceasefire, we believe, would allow Hamas to regroup and re-strengthen itself and allow it to carry out its very clearly stated intent of repeating the attacks of October 7th again and again and again. We believe a humanitarian pause will, our hope is, allow conditions in which hostages can be released, in which aid can flow into Gaza, and simultaneously not allow Hamas to strengthen itself. Alex, go ahead.
Thanks, man. Non-military related, if you don't mind.
I'm going to let Sam go, then I'll come back to you, because I suspect Sam's question is on the region.
Hamas? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Not
please,
Are you also named Sam?
No, please. Oh, he says Sam?
Thank you. What's your distinction between, well, first off, there was breaking news about a Red Cross truck being hit, apparently by Israel. Do you have knowledge?
I don't get notifications of that stuff when I'm up here, Sam, but I'm happy to track it.
Several hours ago, I mean.
I don't have any specific updates on that specific report.
You accept Israel's premise that it is actually targeting Hamas and not the civilian population of the Palestinians, in spite of all of this evidence?
We do. We accept the premise that Israel is undertaking a military operation to degrade Hamas, to target Hamas, and to do everything it can to hold Hamas accountable for its terrorist attacks on the Israeli people on October 7th.
The reports are of over 10,000 civilians and over 4,000 children.
Sam,
how
I'm
many
not
Hamas,
disputing.
How many Hamas dead have they got?
Sam, I'm not disputing that there has been an immense impact on civilians over the course of this operation, that there have been an immense number of civilian casualties over the course of this operation. We have been very direct with our Israeli partners about the fact that there is an imperative to target Hamas terrorists and not civilians, and we will continue to raise that, and we have made so very clearly that we believe that there are additional steps that can be taken to minimize the impact on civilians. But your question was, do I take issue with their stated intent of targeting and undertaking Hamas? I do not.
No, I wasn't asking that at all. I was saying, do you accept at face value, in spite of all of the evidence?
We have no reason to not accept that Israel is undertaking an operation with a stated intent of targeting Hamas and degrading Hamas.
I know that's their stated intent. I'm just saying that the evidence of hospital after hospital and school after school undermines that, wouldn't you say?
Sam, we have been, this is not the first time you've heard me say this, we have been very vocal about the fact that steps need to be taken to minimize the impact on civilians. We recognize that there has continued to be an increasing impact on civilians over the course of this operation, and we'll continue to be very direct with our Israeli partners that this operation needs to and should be conducted in accordance with international law, and that there is a strategic and moral imperative to do so. But that does not change the fact that Hamas also is an entity that continues to use Palestinian civilians as human shields, that has integrated and co-located itself with schools, hospitals, and other critical civilian infrastructure. Hamas is a group and it's a terrorist organization that is bent on hijacking the political future of Palestinian civilians, and there is a clear track record of that.
I sent our exchange from Monday around to a series of international lawyers. I don't know if you're familiar with Richard Falk. He's a very prominent international lawyer, taught at Princeton for years, was the UN rapporteur. He emailed back to me, Gaza remains, from the perspective of international law and the UN, an occupied Palestine territory subject to the Fourth Geneva Convention. I don't believe that Israel recognizes the Fourth Geneva Convention for all of these decades. I don't know what U.S. policy is on that question. So that's one question. This means that Israel is an occupying power and has a primary obligation to safeguard the safety of the civilian population. It is entitled to take reasonable, lawful measures to restore its security in the aftermath of such an attack, referring to October 7th. As such, it has no international legal right of self-defense. Even if it had such a right of self-defense, it would have no legal or moral basis for engaging in a genocidal assault, the character of which has been strongly confirmed by Israel's top leaders. Does the U.S. recognize the Geneva Conventions as applying to Palestinian territories?
Sam, what I'm just going to say is what you've heard us say before is that
I'm
we
not
believe.
In that. I'm asking a specific question.
That's the answer that I have for you, which is that we believe wholeheartedly that Israel has every right to defend itself and to defend its security. And what happened on October 7th would be unacceptable to any country, and steps must and should be taken.
About another country.
Steps must and should be taken to ensure that those events cannot be repeated. Now, I've taken three of your questions. I'm going to work the room.
One country attacking another. We're talking.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melanie. I have two topics, but before we dive into my questions, I want to ask if the department has any position on the European Commission's decision today to grant 10-day status to Georgia, Moldova, and
Thanks for your question, Alex. We welcome this announcement from the European Commission on its recommendations on EU enlargement, and we strongly support the EU aspirations of the 10 candidate and aspirant countries that were recognized. This is, of course, as you know, Alex, an EU-led process, but we believe that this is a pivotal moment for the transatlantic community, and we encourage candidate and aspirant countries to seize the momentum to realize their full potential.
Thank you. Now to my topics. The arrest of Arifia, the reporter. Now we are approaching to 1 month. National Press Club today came up with a statement urging the administration to immediately designate her case, her imprisonment as wrongfully detained. Where are you at this, and also any progress on your end to reach out to her in jail?
So, Alex, you've heard me speak about this before as it relates to the formal wrongful detention designation that this department uses. That is an active and ongoing process, and it is not something I'm going to speak to in specificity to any particular case.
There is an obvious example you can give us to demonstrate that this actually is an ongoing process.
I'm not going to speak to these specific processes, but if you look at the cases that we have been public about their wrongful detention designation, they did not always necessarily start out that way. It is a process. Sometimes it happens incredibly quickly. Sometimes the nature of the detention evolves, and we will take this process step by step.
Have you heard back from the Russians formally in terms of this case?
I'm just not going to get into the specifics of the diplomatic discussions.
The reason why I'm asking,
Alex,
because there's an impression that we're allowing ourselves to be paralyzed, to paralyze this process because terrorists in Russia, surprise, surprise, is not cooperating. Is that the case?
I'm just not going to speak to the specificity of the process, Alex, but I'm happy to check back and get back to you.
Thanks so much. My final topic on Azerbaijan and Armenia. Anything on Special Advisor Barnett's trip to the region? What is he hoping to achieve this time?
When we engage on these issues, Alex, what we bring at the forefront is our desire and hope to see peace between these two countries and a durable peace in the South Caucasus. I'm happy to check to see if there's some specific information that we can share from his trip, though. Lala,
Yemen,
okay, then I'll come to you. Go ahead.
The Houthis in Yemen claimed to have shot down a U.S. drone over Yemeni territorial waters. Are you aware?
I'm not.
All right, as you can see there in the bottom right, White House briefing just getting started. Let's listen in for a little bit right here on Live Now.
President Biden's agenda to stand up for fundamental freedoms and build an economy for the middle class and protect democracy. Now let's turn to Ohio for a second. On the heels of an attempt to weaken voters' voices at the ballot box in August, the people of Ohio voted decisively last night to make reproductive care a constitutional right in their state. Ohio is now the 7th state where voters turned out in droves to reject attempts by Republican elected officials to impose extreme abortion bans since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And from Kentucky to Virginia to Pennsylvania, voters in those states also turned out to roundly reject abortion bans that jeopardize the health and the lives of women, force women to travel hundreds of miles for care, and threaten to criminalize doctors and nurses. The stakes could not have been higher. And last night, voters sent a very, very clear message. We have always said that voting matters and polls do not. Our focus is going to remain on our work to grow the economy, lower costs for families, and protect fundamental freedoms against dangerous agendas that are out of touch with the American people. Now I want to turn to what's going to happen at 2 o'clock today. Domestic Policy Advisor Neera Tanden will brief the American Jewish community on the ongoing implementation of the national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, including the administration's response to the rise of anti-Semitic incidences on college campuses. We continue to see an alarming trend of anti-Semitic threats and attacks targeting Jewish communities across the country, disturbing acts like ripping down posters of Jewish held hostages by Hamas, vandalizing Jewish institutions, threatening to commit acts of violence against Jewish students, Jewish faith leaders, and Jewish communities inflame tensions, stoke fear, and are completely unacceptable. The president strongly condemns these brazen acts of anti-Semitism and has repeatedly made clear targeting Jews because of their beliefs or their identity is unacceptable. Make no mistake, we will continue to speak out against hate of every dimension. And that is why just last week you heard from this administration. The president and vice president announced that the administration.
All right, White House briefing will continue to carry on. We'll get back to it a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our first break here of this hour, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the third GOP debate tonight. It is happening later this evening. We'll have some insight to getting you ready for the debate right here on Live Now from Fox when we come back in just 2. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here as always, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, the stage is set for tonight. Once again, the GOP debate, the third one, this time happening in Miami. Thank you again for joining us here as always. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We want to continue to talk about, get you ready here for this third debate that will be happening in Miami. Do want to bring in our next guest here of this hour. This is the national political correspondent for Politico, Braxton Booker. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, who is covering this debate.
Thanks so much for having me.
No problem. Okay, so third one here. Ron DeSantis still trying to get closer in the polling to Donald Trump. What does he have to do to try to get his messaging across to Republican voters?
Well, I think task number one is he's got to get past Nikki Haley, right? Like Nikki Haley has been the one that has had more of the standout moments at these debates. It seems like she has been surging. That would be backed up by polling that sees her, that has shown her catch up to Ron DeSantis for second place behind one and only Donald Trump. So I think his first task, if he is trying to set himself apart from the other four candidates that are going to be on the stage, is he's got to find a way to minimize Haley's surge.
Yeah, that is definitely something that we have been seeing, and you are seeing it there in the polling, no doubt there. It really started even after that first one, and it kept on climbing. For Ron DeSantis, it seemed like when he was going to be making that official announcement, I was thinking to myself, okay, when he does finally announce there, he's going to get that big surge and he's going to be competitive with Donald Trump. Well, the announcement happened, that video comes out, he gets a lot of talk that day, but then after that, it just sort of dwindled. What happened?
Look, I think when it's all said and done, if Ron DeSantis continues on this trajectory that he has been ever since his launch, when he tried to do it on Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk and had the hiccups of the start time, I think it's the real takeaway is what happened to the failure to launch for Ron DeSantis. Now, look, I think he's had a couple of items where his campaign has tried different things and they just have not been able to stick. And you've seen him, like we talked about, come in and have securely that second place standing behind Trump and never really made his case to voters about why he should be the standard bearer and not Trump. And what you've seen is the rest of the pack catch up to him. I think for Ron DeSantis, I think he may have miscalculated how far the anti-woke crowd was willing to embrace his message. I mean, it was easy for him to do in a state like Florida, where I am now, where you have supermajorities in the state legislature who can help pass bills that make you look good. But it's different when you have to leave the state of Florida and go make that same case to voters of Iowa, to voters of New Hampshire. And it just seems like that message is not really catching on right now.
Yeah, and it just seems the total messaging. I mean, I want to give our viewers an example here. Last week, there was a big GOP Florida event there, and the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, is doing the matinee speech while Donald Trump is the headliner, and it's happening in his own state.
Well, look, I mean, you're seeing some of that counter-programming play out now, right? Like, Ron DeSantis is still sitting governor of Florida. So this debate is actually taking place on home turf for him. So this should be a home game. He, in theory, would have some of the crowd behind him, right? But just down the road, Trump is having a big rally, which is going to be counter-programming for the debate. But I mean, if you see huge crowds turn out for Trump at this rally tonight, and you don't hear that same kind of you don't feel that same kind of energy from the crowd when he's giving his lines or his attack lines at the debate tonight, that is really going to say something about his staying power. And look, I think a lot of people are looking at this current crop of Republican White House hopefuls and saying, look, Trump has this vice grip on the party right now. So everyone is either playing for second place or really playing for the 2028 elections. This is like an audition, if you will. I know all the candidates who are running for president don't want to look at it that way, but they're going to have to make some kind of move if they are going to challenge Trump. And right now, Trump is very unbothered by any of these candidates.
Yeah, and I wonder what are the candidates thinking when Donald Trump does this, alternate viewing here, and he's not on the debate stage with them. So all they can do is talk about him. They can't directly go after him and try to engage with him. This is much different than any type of debate setting we've ever seen. When you have the leading candidate, he comes to the city, but he's not on the stage.
Right. Look, I mean, I think what you'll hear from the candidates is they will continue their attacks and saying, hey, if you are really the front runner, you would not be afraid of coming to debate us on this stage, right? But I think it's been good politics so far for Trump to not appear on stage, to make himself almost look smaller in relation to where his standing is within the party now. Because right now he's saying, I'm above all of you. You all are trying to catch me, and I'm not going to give you the opportunity to come bloody me in this debate. But all these other White House hopefuls, all they can do is continue to try to lure him into the next debate stage in Alabama. But as it stands now, Trump is not taking that bait, and the polls and the voters so far are not making Trump pay a price for not showing up to these debates. So I don't see the real incentive for Donald Trump as he tries to continue to turn his attention to a general election fight against sitting President Joe Biden.
Yeah, so true. And Braxton, we know that you're there at the event there in the media room. If you could just give our viewers some insight here. So when the debate is going on, how are you taking a look at it as it's happening live and covering it for Politico? And really, what are you looking at as far as sound bites or things that are said or things that are seen? How do you do that in the media room? Just give our viewers that look.
Sure. Well, the interesting thing, and I will tell you, I didn't realize that until I showed up to grab my credential today. The media room is actually not at the same venue as the debate. We're actually around the corner from the Adrian Arsht Center for Performing Arts. I'm actually at a hotel ballroom that is, as you see behind me, is not quite full yet because we're several hours away from when the debate is taking place. So what we're going to be trying to do is try to look to see where candidates stand, certainly on foreign policy. I think a lot of times when we get to the debate settings, so much is focused on domestic policy. But since the Hamas attack on Israel, certainly foreign policy has taken center stage. And this gives the candidates a chance to really showcase their foreign policy chops. And I think you're going to see both foreign policy as it relates to Israel and Hamas, and also Ukraine, I think, is going to take center stage on this debate. And certainly, I think there are going to be questions about what happened last night in the off-year elections, where you see Democrat Andy Bashir hold on to a state that Trump won by 26 points, and Daniel Cameron not coming really that close when it's all said and done to toppling the incumbent there. I think abortion is certainly going to be front and center in this debate too, and there's a little bit of daylight between these candidates, and the real question is whether or not Republicans overall have a good message on the abortion issues, because what we've seen in Wisconsin earlier this year, what we saw last night, is that voters are sort of embracing the Democrats' message on abortion so far. So I think those are what folks are going to be looking for in this debate tonight.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of questions to be asked there, and we will continue to be showcasing some of the insight and analysis leading up and of course, right after as well. Brockton Booker with Politico, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We hope you have a great one today.
Thanks, you too. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. And of course, everyone throughout the day, we will be providing you coverage leading up to that debate. And then right after the debate, join us right here on Live Now from Fox as we will bring in others to give analysis and insight of the debate that happened in the evening there. And we'll also have another programming note here for you. We will be taking Donald Trump's rally that will be happening in Florida as well, 7 o'clock Eastern, right here on Live Now from Fox. So we have a lot in store for you into the afternoon and evening hours right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, my conversation with Florida's Lieutenant Governor. Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. I am your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories, live feeds. And remember, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, tonight it is a big night in Miami. It is the third GOP debate, and it will be happening, and we will be bringing you coverage before and after with analysis and insight. And of course, all eyes again on the stage will be Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis there as he continues to try to climb in the polls there to meet Donald Trump, who is currently leading on the GOP side for the nomination. I do want to get some insight on Ron DeSantis, and who better than bring in our next guest here on Live Now from Fox, the Florida's Lieutenant Governor there, Jeanette Nunez. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now. We really appreciate it.
Of course, glad to be on.
All right, so let's get right into it. Ron DeSantis taking the stage once again. What does he have to do to continue to get his message out there and continue to talk to the voters, not only in Florida, but across the country, to try to match Donald Trump there in the poll numbers?
Well, what I think the governor has to do is exactly what he's done the last two debates and show a command of the issues present a clear and compelling vision for the rest of the country, those that don't necessarily know Governor Ron DeSantis like Floridians do and his record of achievement, and be able to stay above the fray. Of course, the competition is going to want to attack him. Of course, they're going to engage in petty back and forth. But the governor is really focused on the issues that matter to Americans, and he wants to talk about his record as well as his vision on the economy, on the military, on securing our border, on education, and things that really matter to the American voter. And we're just a couple of months away from Iowa, the first in the nation caucus, and we're really excited going into today's debate to be able to announce that we got Governor Reynolds' endorsement and really the movement and the momentum we're seeing on the campaign side.
Yeah, that was a big endorsement coming this week from Iowa's governor there. And when that announcement was made, we brought some of the coverage there on Live Now from Fox. But talk about just what that means, not only for DeSantis' camp there, but him as a person and a candidate to get that big nomination from Iowa's governor.
Well, kudos to Governor Reynolds, because it would have been easier for her to stay on the sidelines and say, look, we're the first in the nation to caucus. I'm not going to get involved. But she understood what it means, this election cycle, what it means to Americans. And she understands the future of our country really is at stake. So not only does she know Governor DeSantis, she's worked with him very closely. They share the same values. They've championed a lot of the same conservative issues. But they also recognize that we need someone that's going to serve 2 terms. And so she not only endorsed him, but she's also going to campaign with him throughout Iowa and probably throughout the rest of the country, too. She's very popular, and she's shown that she's a tough leader, someone that delivers results for her state, just like the governor has done here. So that endorsement was really important for us. And I think not only did she commit to caucus, but a lot of Iowans are going to commit to caucusing and supporting Governor DeSantis in the coming weeks. So really, it did move the needle, and we're excited about what that's going to do, not only for Iowa, but for other early states, and looking forward to continuing to deliver that message to states all across the U.S.
And Governor Ron DeSantis really raised his national profile during the pandemic on how he did with businesses during that time, a very difficult time for so many, but really got his name out there in many ways on the ways he handled the pandemic. But is there any type, some people were thinking, okay, he has the big name there, he's Florida's governor. Some people might have said, okay, I'm thinking that this race would have been a little bit tighter with Donald Trump, given that Ron DeSantis has a big name as well. Is there any thinking that as we get closer now to Iowa, that those numbers will tighten up?
Indeed, what you're going to see is the governor is going to be able to differentiate himself from every other candidate in the race on the Republican side. Whereas the previous president was locking down businesses, was telling states, do not open up, don't get kids back in the classroom, was bowing down at the altar of Fauci, Governor DeSantis stood strong. And he countered a lot of that narrative that was permeating throughout the country, both in Republican and Democrat circles. In addition, the amount of debt that we incurred as a country. We continue to talk about the national debt and the implications it has on us, our children, our grandchildren, and future generations. The governor has shown that he's governed fiscally conservatively. We've built up record budget reserves. We have made sure to bring tax relief to Floridians, making sure that our economic policies make sense for everyday, hardworking Americans. So he can be able to differentiate himself both on his record, on his vision for this country. He's the only candidate that is a veteran. He's a young father. He understands what's at stake. He understands that we need to reverse American decline. What has happened under the administration of Joe Biden is an utter disaster everywhere at the border, from the Bidenomics, inflation, pain at the pump. We need a new, fresh start. We need a leader that can deliver, that has a record of achievement, and that has a vision for this country that he cares so deeply about.
And one of Ron DeSantis's big moments here is also talking about the border, like you just said there, and the crisis that is happening every day. We're seeing thousands and thousands continuing to come in there. And we've seen DeSantis talk about this at a number of campaigns, of course, there. But can you just explain how, when a lot of people would think, okay, Florida, how is that, worried about the border there? But it's a big issue because as soon as they come in, they come in at every town and city in this country.
Sadly, what we're seeing is that every state has become a border state. We recognize that the disastrous policies of Biden as it relates to the border have implications far beyond border towns. The amount of people that are coming in through the border, it is completely wide open. It is just an utter debacle. But what I'll say is that the governor has a plan. He has set forth his vision on how he's going to address it. He's going to deal with the Mexican cartel, the CCP, which is pouring in fentanyl through the cartel system and wanting to make sure that we keep our residents safe. So I think when you have, the previous president campaigned on building the wall, and yet there was no wall ever built, there was no accountability. That's why I believe the governor is very serious about addressing this head on. And he has a very specific plan, and one that I can assure you, having worked closely with him side by side over the past 5 years, when he says he's going to do something, he does it.
All right, and lastly here, I have to ask you, if Ron DeSantis does not get the nomination, will he help Donald Trump there, given that Donald Trump is going to need really every vote there? We've seen what is happening in this last voting here in Ohio, Kentucky. Will he commit to Donald Trump if it doesn't work out for him?
We fully expect that Ron DeSantis will be the nominee of the Republican Party, but he has also said that he will campaign for whoever the Republican nominee is. Unlike the former president, who I don't believe is committed to do so, but nonetheless, we recognize what's at stake. You have to put your country before yourself, your ego. You have to make sure that you're fighting for the future of our children and our grandchildren. So I think the governor has been very clear. He's going to support who the eventual nominee is, but he fully expects to be campaigning for himself come April, May, June, in the fall.
Well, it's going to be an exciting time, definitely the third GOP debate. So many people will be watching, and as we get closer to January and February, and we know things will definitely continue to heat up there. Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and giving us some great insight on Florida's governor. We always appreciate it.
Thank you.
He listed every single topic that every single discussion the president has with every single foreign leader came up. I mean, there'd be no end to these announcements. I mean, I have no doubt that the situation in the Middle East will come up. I don't think you should read anything into the fact that it wasn't in the announcement. I wouldn't worry about that. Clearly, there's a lot on the plate to discuss with the president, and President Biden looks forward to that, particularly when it comes to the security, economic, and diplomatic challenges that remain in the Indo-Pacific.
Quickly, can you just confirm, Japanese media is reporting that November 15th is the date of the Biden-Xi meeting. Can you confirm that and just preview that for us, please?
No. And no.
I wanted to ask you again about the civilians living in Gaza. You've talked about your pushes for a humanitarian pause and that you don't support permanent, what did you call it, permanent displacement of those civilians outside of Gaza.
That's right.
Can you lay out what the U.S. position is then on protecting these civilians from these airstrikes or from other Israeli military operations, given that what the U.S. position is on protecting these people when they have nowhere else to go?
You're talking about the civilians that are moving to the south or are near the crossing. Yes, with the caveat that we are not involved militarily in this conflict. Obviously, we continue to urge our Israeli counterparts not to take military action, strikes, that would put innocent civilians in greater harm's way, particularly in all cases, but certainly particularly in those cases where these folks are doing exactly what they've been asked to do, which is move out of North Gaza and into South Gaza and to collect near the crossing as we continue to try to get folks out. So we've been very plain about our concerns over military action that could put those folks in greater harm's way.
Are you putting any pressure on neighboring countries to take in Palestinians fleeing Gaza temporarily? I know you said you don't support permanent displacement, but what about a temporary solution?
That's going to be up to those countries to decide whether they're, what their refugee policies are, and I'm not aware of any specific asks that we're making of other countries to take in a certain number. We understand that most people, most Palestinians, they don't want to leave. I mean, it's home, and we know that some of them are worried that if they were to leave, that they might not be able to go back in. It's not. The most pressing issue right now is the internal displacement of more than 1 million. I think it's like 1.5 million right now, and making sure that they're as safe as possible, to your first question. But I'm not aware of any specific discussions we're having with other countries about refugee resettlement.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Karina. Admiral, thank you. 2 questions. First, on the Middle East, understanding that it's been closed for security reasons, can you say when you think Rafah will reopen fully?
Well, I mean, it remains open for stuff getting in. As I said, 80 more trucks overnight, which is a good thing. And I wouldn't characterize it as closed, not in a permanent sense. It's just that we weren't able to make any progress over the last 24 in terms of people getting out. But that doesn't diminish our confidence that we'll be able to continue to get folks out over time. But every day, it's a series of negotiations. Every day, it's a series of discussions about process and procedure and vetting and all that. And, there's going to be some days where we're more successful than others, but we're not considering it permanently closed.
And then separately, on the DFC announcement of the $553 million investment in that port terminal in Colombo, I was wondering if you can put that into context as the U.S. tries efforts to kind of counter what you see as China's unsustainable infrastructure lending in the region. Can you talk about the strategy here and how that's working to kind of win over global South countries on that front?
Well, so a couple of things. It's not about winning folks over. We're not telling people they can't enter into investment arrangements with the PRC. That said, the president has worked hard now over the last 2 years to advance what he calls the PGI, the Program for Global Investment and Infrastructure, which is providing in ever-increasing amounts investment opportunities for lower middle-income countries to seek more fair, more transparent, and quite frankly, more economically beneficial investment opportunities for their own infrastructure all around the world. And he has talked about that at some length. It is providing, we believe, it is providing them alternative funding to help their own economies and their own people, so that they don't have to rely on the quote unquote Belt and Road Initiative, which is pretty high interest and low results so far.
Jared.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to this idea of sort of the humanitarian pauses versus a ceasefire. I know you've talked a lot about how those are very different.
All right, White House briefing continuing right now, and we will check back in. John Kirby again updating on the war in Israel and other topics with national security measures. We do want to go on to other topics right here on Live Now from Fox, and it was a big night in Ohio as reproductive rights were on the ballot. Ohio is the latest state where voters approved a measure to protect access to abortion since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Joining us right now is Fox's Kennedy Hayes, joining us from Columbus, Ohio, with all of the reaction today.
Hi, Mike. That's right. A big win here last night. Ohio is the 7th state where a majority voted to protect abortion access in just the past year. Now, the latest results show almost 56% of voters in this conservative-leaning state approve the abortion protections known as Issue 1. Ohio's decision comes after voters in 6 other states, California, Kansas, Kentucky, Michigan, Montana, and Vermont, voted in favor of state ballot measures backing abortion rights last year. President Biden issued a statement overnight saying voters in Ohio chose to, quote, protect their fundamental freedoms, while top Republicans in the state say the measure went too far. Voters here in Ohio shared how they believe the election results last night could impact the upcoming presidential election.
Hoping it goes the same way it did in Ohio and other states, because I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good for everyone to have that choice.
Might have some impact, but I think that there'll also be a lot of other things that play into it.
I'd rather see the Republicans take over the House, Senate, and the White House. But again, it looks like it's going to be dictated by reasons other than probably what should dictate who runs the government.
Beyond here, looking into 2024, Arizona and Missouri are considering similar ballot measures. Back to you.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how it all shakes out there. But yeah, that was big news there in Ohio, and we'll see if it catches on nationwide as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox from Columbus there. Kennedy Hayes, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will be taking our final break here of this hour. We're keeping an eye on a lot of live feeds here today, where the latest U.S. House hearing on free speech on campuses is going on right now. We do have a live look here on the House floor as Congress is meeting. We are going to be getting an update from Texas on that chemical plant fire that we have been bringing you images all afternoon here today. Of course, we do have the White House briefing still going on, John Kirby at the podium. But we are going to take our final break here of this hour and then get you back out to some more live coverage.
administration that could assuage those concerns?
Look at the supplemental request that the president submitted just a couple of weeks ago. Biggest chunk of that is for Ukraine, for economic assistance, for security assistance, for replenishing our stocks. I think, we've prioritized it appropriately, and obviously it's not something at all that we're walking away from. And in fact, quite the contrary.
You're the last one.
Thank you. Given that India has a good relationship with both Israel and Palestine, do you see any role for India in resolving the issue? Given that in the last few years, this administration has worked with India in working with other countries in the region, like I-2U2, the IMEC corridor.
To the Quad. Yeah, no, but India is a key strategic partner, and I think you saw that on full display when Prime Minister Modi was here. But we'll leave it to the Indian government and the Prime Minister to decide what their stance is going to be on any particular crisis or contingency around the world, to include the Middle East. But they remain a key strategic partner, and we're dedicated to advancing that partnership every single day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming back. All right. Okay, Zeke.
Government is going to run out of money in 9 days. Can you update us on what the president is doing to stop that from happening? Does he plan to speak with the speaker, with congressional leadership, have them over here?
So we don't have any readout or potential calls on the president's outreach to members of Congress in the next upcoming days. What I can say is, and I'm sure you guys have reported this, is that the OMB director, Shalonda Young, is continuing to do outreach, and she is on the Hill to outreach to members of Congress today, and certainly laying out the urgency of making sure that our national security and domestic supplemental, which, as you know, is our emergency needs, are certainly met. As we know as well, there is bipartisan support for those supplemental asks that the president has made. And also, as you know, as the Admiral just mentioned, it includes Ukraine, Israel, and some critical humanitarian assistance. So we're continuing to have those conversations. They've been happening for some time now with the OMB, certainly director, and certainly the Office of Leg Affairs and other folks here in the White House. And we have made ourselves very, very clear how important it is to make sure that the government stays open, make sure that key vital programs that American people need continue to get funded. It is important. We should not be here again. Congress has to make sure they do their jobs. And so that's been very clear. This is something that they have to act on. This is something that they can avoid. And so we have been clear about that. We'll certainly continue to make that clear to them.
And then last night in a bipartisan vote, the House censured Congressman Tlaib. Does the president believe that was appropriate, that her comments justified that action?
So I'm not going to speak to the actions that Congress takes. We've been very clear, and any other resolutions that include a censure, we've been very clear, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, that is for certainly Congress to take action on, and that is their prerogative. We've been clear. You've heard from members of NSC, whether it is the Admiral or whether it is John Feiner who spoke to this, that when it comes to the phrase that was used from river to the sea, it is divisive, it is hurtful, to many find it hurtful, and also many find it anti-Semitic. And so obviously we categorically reject applying the term to this conflict. But I will more broadly say, and this is something that John Feiner said when he had his interview on Sunday on Face the Nation, we respect that there are strong feelings about the war in Gaza. And and there are legitimate public debates and concerns about how it is being fought. So we have expressed strong views ourselves in public and in private conversations with Israeli officials, as you heard the Admiral speak to, as you all aware about the importance of preventing civilian casualties for sure, for certain. But remember, Israel is defending itself from terrorists who committed a horrific act. That's what we saw on October 7th, as you all know, and who have taken about 240 people hostage, including American citizens. So not going to speak to the actions that Congress took, but certainly as it relates to that term, we've been very clear. We strongly disagree.
Has anyone from the White House reached out to the Congresswoman, and given that she used a phrase that you just described as divisive and potentially anti-Semitic, does the White House plan to have any engagement with her? The president's head of the Democratic Party. Is there a place in the Democratic Party for somebody who uses phrases like that?
So we've been very clear. We just said we think that we strongly disagree in using that phrase. I mean, that is coming from here, from the White House, in a very public way. It's been said by many people at the White House. So we've been very, very clear about that. I don't have any conversations to read out to you with the Congresswoman. I just don't have anything from here at this time to read out. But look, we've been very clear, very, very clear about using how it is important to be mindful about the language that we use, especially in this time, and we'll continue to speak out to that.
Thanks, Trine. What does the president think last night's election results say about his own chances for re-election, if anything?
So I'm not going to get into his re-election, obviously, from here, or anything that's related to 2024. You saw the president's statement yesterday about a particular, obviously, issue 1 in Ohio. You heard directly from the re-election campaign, so certainly I would refer you to the re-election campaign. But what I can say more broadly, and I think it's important to note here, and I said this a little bit at the top, of how what the American people made very clear. They spoke out loud and clear, and what we believe we saw across the country is that we saw the president's values and agenda win big across the country last night. And this is not just in 2023. We saw this in 2022. We saw this in 2020 as well. And Americans spoke loud and clear how we need to protect reproductive rights. Women should have we should have the freedom to make a decision on their own health care. That is important. We heard them speak very loudly against dangerous conspiracy theories that we've heard out there, right, which are incredibly dangerous, as I just said, and they rejected that. And look, you saw the American people continuing to say that they support the president's agenda. Because if you think about how Governor Beshear ran in Kentucky, he ran on the infrastructure, right? He ran on lowering costs for the American people. Those are parts of the agenda that the president has led on, whether it's the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, and making sure we're lowering costs for the American people. This is the president's agenda that was on the ballot clearly, and the American people spoke very clearly about it.
And then just secondly, on the Israel war, the Israel-Hamas war, the majority of the Democratic caucus has sent to the president a letter asking for reassurances that Israel has a viable plan for defeating Hamas and that U.S. military aid will be used in line with humanitarian law, among other things. Has the president responded to these Democrats, and is he prepared to offer those assurances now?
So look, I can't speak to any response to the letter. What I can say is, and this is something that Feiner actually spoke to as well, which is any country that receives arms and military aid from U.S. must use them consistent with international and humanitarian law, which is a standard part of our security assistance agreements. So obviously we have been in close communication with Israel throughout this conflict, urging them to do everything possible to avoid civilian casualties. You heard that from the Admiral just now. And even as Hamas uses civilians as human shields, and that's what we've been seeing. And so as we've seen events take place that concern us, we will continue to raise those directly with the government of Israel, and that will not stop. There is constant communication with them obviously from here with the Israeli government, and that's going to continue. Okay, Gabe.
Thanks.
Thanks, Corinne. Does the White House believe that abortion is the defining political issue heading into 2024?
So I'm not going to speak to, obviously I'm not going to speak to 2024, and on that, I'm just going to be very careful. I'm going to refer you to the campaign on that. But what I will say is that, again, the Americans were very clear last night. They spoke in a loud and definitive way, and they believe that politicians should not have a say in making decisions, especially women making decision on their reproductive health care. And that's what we've heard. And this president and this vice president is going to continue to support and be in strong support in making sure that women have the right to make their own decision and make sure that Roe v. Wade becomes the law of the land. You've heard that from the president over and over again. Obviously, he put out a statement to this last night.
You mentioned the president's agenda. Were the victories last night, were they more to do with Democrats' agenda or the president himself? A large number of people in exit polls said that he should not run again.
So look, if you look at, again, I'm going to go to Kentucky, because if you look at what Cameron did there, he spent $30 million trying to connect the governor of Kentucky, Beshear, to the president, right? And he called it a Beshear-Biden agenda. $30 million. That's what he did. And so obviously the president was injected into that conversation, into that election. And what did the people in Kentucky say? They rejected that $30 million. They rejected what the Republican nominee for governor in Kentucky tried to do. And not only that, as I mentioned just moments ago, Beshear ran on infrastructure. He ran on lowering costs. Those are the president's agenda.
But the president didn't go out and campaign himself on that issue.
But it is rare for a president. It is rare for a president to go to a state that has been coined by all of you, a deeply red state. That's what Kentucky is. And let's not forget, the president kicked off one of his first events that he kicked off this year was going to Kentucky and talking about a bipartisan infrastructure, but going to a bridge that had bipartisan support. Governor Beshear was there. Mitch, I forgot his name. The Senate leader, Republican leader, was there, and so you saw this bipartisan support for this bridge. It was really incredibly important. He literally kicked off this year going there. And so, look, it's very rare for a president to go again to a deeply red.
All right, you're just watching here the White House press briefing continuing on. We might be getting an update momentarily out of Texas. Of course, we're watching that fire take place. Let's go out to that right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen into Karine Jean-Pierre. John Kirby was at that podium, but let's listen into this breaking news press conference out of Shepherd, Texas on that chemical fire here on Live Now from Fox.
As y'all can see from over there, the smoke plume is down. We have Set Track on location, SEMA on location, and DPS will talk with y'all in just a minute. We also have air monitoring on the Livingston side and our side, monitoring the airs, and they have found no chemicals in the air at this point. As of right now, y'all gonna hear for Sheriff Capers.
Yes, once again, I don't have any new information to update you as far as the sheriff's office. DPS has been a valuable asset to us. They came in and they started redirecting traffic off of 59, I believe at 190, and then down at Loop 424 there in Shepherd. But I will let their PIO talk to y'all about what it is that DPS is doing and how they're helping us with this explosion fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon. So we know that we've got US 59 shut down from Livingston to Shepherd. So we're going to go with the northbound traffic first. Everybody going northbound on US 59 is going to exit State Loop 494. And you can take the direction from that point. If you're traveling southbound, you're going to exit US 190. All right? I wish I could tell you how long we're going to have this roadway closed, but like I said, like the sheriff said, they're working on getting this situation under control. So we'll make sure we're going to do it right. We're going to do it as best we can. And as soon as we get the roadway opened up, or as soon as they let us know we can do more, we'll open up one roadway at a time and go from there. Once we find that out, I'll be sure to get with you guys so you can push it out to the community and we can let them know that we're going to get back to track. All right? Thank you very much. Any questions? 424? 494? It's going to be 424? Or excuse me, I need to be corrected. It's going to be State Loop 424. Thank you.
Emergency management. Clearly, this is an improved situation over here. Can you talk about what's been done to diminish that plume of smoke?
Oh, so like I said, fire crews are working. They got 2 ladder trucks right now They're putting foam chemicals on the fire in order to dissipate the fire. Yes. We're going to have Jeff speak again.
Hey, Jeff Harfield with Sound Resource Solutions again. Harfield. I said most of what I wanted to say this morning. I do have an update on our employee who was sent to a memorial. He's with the right people, and they're taking care of him, and he's doing good. He was worried about us, so he's doing good. He's going to be home with his family this evening, so that's good news. So everyone's accounted for. Everyone's going to be okay. Everyone that's working on this is the right people. You guys have amazing people up here. The first responders, everybody's been careful. Everybody's been prudent. Everyone's been smart. No one's taken any chances. And as you can see, it looked a lot different this morning, right? So we think the worst of this is gone. We'll now work with people like the TCEQ and the EPA, and we'll make sure that any remediation work that needs to be done is going to be done in the right way so that there's no effect on the community that we've loved for 14 years.
Any idea those of us that are arriving at this press conference, you know, this is the first one we've received from our standpoint just due to logistics. Can you kind of touch over briefly what happened, what ignited, what was burning, and how it was done?
Our basic business is industrial chemical manufacturing. We deal with a lot of flammable materials. We're not going to release a whole lot of stuff because everything's in the middle of an investigation. It's not prudent to speculate. What we want to do is get good information, and then we're going to give it to everyone. We're not going to hold back from everyone. You're going to know. Everyone's going to get the information that they need to know that we are the right people to do this type of work.
Any idea whatsoever what may have triggered it?
It's a forklift incident. We've spoken to the person that was involved, and he's healing, but we just want him to heal. We're going to do all the investigation. We've been in contact with every agency you can imagine, and we're going to tell them the exact same thing. We're just going to say yes to everything. Whatever people need, whatever people want, whatever people want to know, they're going to find out.
Hey, one resident told us that they smelled chemicals in the area earlier this week. Do we know if that has any connection with this incident?
I can't really comment on them. I'd like to talk to them about it myself and find out more information.
So I'll touch on that. So that report came out yesterday. That was a multi-jurisdiction area report that chemicals were being smelled from San Jack all the way down to Polk County in Alaska. We believe at that time it was more than likely a truck that's driving through the area. We had fire crews looking in Polk County, Liberty County, and San Jack County yesterday, and nothing was found.
So is the fire contained now?
Correct. The fire is contained, yes.
And for the people who are in Shepherd, they live on the opposite side because they're coming out of the south, they were moving north in Livingston and Goodrich. Are those communities, some of our viewers were saying they wanted to start to leave that area. I know roads are still shut down there, but are they able to keep their families, or do they have to stay there even if they need to get out?
So to answer that question, I can't speak on what Polk County is doing, but on the San Jack side, like I said, a lot of our hold-up area is for the safety of our personnel that's on location.
And currently, what is being done to mitigate the fire, you know, to get the thing totally knocked down, and about how long, you know, is that expected to take, kind of the procedures you're going through?
So on the answer to your question on that, I can't give you a definite answer. We will be back in about 3 hours, and if anything changes, we'll call y'all back up close. You know, if the 3 hour time frame is shortened, then we'll call y'all back up and give y'all more answers then.
At what time did the explosion or the fire started this morning?
It's about 8:17 a.m. this morning.
17?
Yes.
Is the shelter in place still effective for the mile radius?
Just currently, yes. We'll be looking to review that in just shortly. Yes.
In the name of this facility, what is the name of this? This facility?
Oh, the company name is Sound Resource Solutions.
Can you spell that? Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear. I'm sorry. It's Sound Resource Solutions.
And they're just a chemical manufacturing plant?
Industrial blending facility. Yes.
So at this time, we're going to take 2 more questions, and then after that, we'll be back in 3 hours.
Right now, we have seen a lull in that thickness of smoke, but we keep seeing these random plumes of black smoke coming back up. What does that suggest about how they're maintaining the fire? Is that the retardant? Is that the water? Could you speak to that?
So a lot of times what that is that just when they focus on one area, then another area may reignite. So that's where you'll see the plume come from. Yes. One more question.
Is this private school the only evacuation that's been so far?
I'll let you.
Yes, sir. That Wildwood Academy, that is the only evacuation that's taken place.
So to follow up, why would there be shelter in place remaining if, we're monitoring the air and there's nothing in the air?
If the people need to get out, they're more than free to do that. They just can't traverse that section of 1127. We actually have 2 other routes for them to go out in people's pastures to get out. So it's like if somebody had a medical emergency or something, we escort them through the guy's pasture, and then they're able to go to wherever they need to go. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all. Once again, we'll be back in 3 hours. Thank y'all. Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there. 2 officials providing that update. Certainly it was a big fire taking place at that chemical plant there as well. They said the shelter in place remains in effect, but they don't believe that there are any chemicals right now in the air, but certainly some wild images from earlier today. This fire there in Shepherd, Texas, just north of Houston in that area. Of course, an employee was injured in an explosion that it prompted a shelter in place. Of course, they are closing down some roads as well. The employee was injured, sustaining first-degree burns. You heard an update there on them. The individual, more concerned about everyone else at the facility. According to the sheriff's office, some 19 employees were at work at the time. No other injuries reported. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Certainly a very busy day coming off Election Day, and now in time for the 3rd GOP debate. Of course, that will come up a little later on tonight. You can watch it on NBC, but also we'll have live coverage following that, as well as the former president, Donald Trump, who will not be at the debate, will carry his speech in Miami as well, live here on Live Now from Fox. So certainly a busy few hours. Also, in relation to the former president, a live picture there in New York City, his daughter Ivanka Trump testifying there in this civil fraud trial. Of course, the former president was on hand earlier this week on Monday. He was on the stand. You can see cameras ready. We did see Letitia James walk through this corridor just a little bit ago. No comments, though. We have heard from the former president, Donald Trump, at these, but you can see potentially someone walking through here momentarily as cameras get ready for all of this. Probably about a lunch break or something taking place, but this is still awaiting any arrival of Ivanka Trump taking the stand in New York City, revolving around the civil fraud case. Of course, her brothers also testifying on the father's personal financial statements. Certainly could reshape the business there as well. So let's just stick with the shot momentarily here on Live Now from Fox. As everyone waits, trying to get that money shot here down the corridor of this New York City courtroom. We've spoken with our Fox 5 team in New York several times over the last few days on the ongoing tensions there between the former president and the judge, and much more there. All right, so this one looks like it is continuing on, and we just saw the White House briefing, which I was about to go to next, wrap up. So we will shift gears here as we do on Live Now from Fox, kind of monitoring all these various feeds. Karine Jean-Pierre just stepping away from the White House podium. But we do have another live picture out of Detroit, Michigan, revolving around the war in Israel, a family welcoming home two of their children after escaping the war zone in Israel and Gaza. Let's listen into some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox out of Michigan.
They say if you're not safe, don't go. I have to go, I have to leave. And I try to give somebody more money to take me to the border. I go to the border, I stay all day. I call Miriam, is border closed. What am I gonna do? Stay close to the border. Okay, 6 o'clock, I don't know where to go. I cannot go back to my home because it's late and the world is like, it's not safe. Okay, I find family to get me, I go to some family and I don't know this family, and I go stay with this family like a couple days. I'm not member now how many days. I stay with this family like maybe 30 people in the house. Hard to get water, hard to go to the toilet, hard to get food, and maybe another day we eat one time a day, maybe tea with cake, just to be in life. Now nothing, and I wanna eat. I have my money, and we cannot buy nothing. No food, no water, no nothing. Too many people. You know, Gaza, they have like 2 million people over there. More than 2 million. And I say, no more about food. I want to get out. Hello, Mariam. Hello, Rashida. Okay, just wait. We'll call you back. Wait, we'll call you back. And I make video. I'm tired. My medicine is gone. Like 30 minutes a day, a night, a day. We cannot sleep. Every minute we count. The bomb is going to come into us. If I want to die, okay, I don't care. Die. Just, I don't want to just cut my feet, cut my legs, cut my head, and stay like this. And I say, God, whatever you want to do. Anyway, I wait for another call from the Washington, D.C., and Mariam called me, go to the border. I say, okay, I go. 6th time I go to the border, it was closed. And I say, what's going to happen? America, USA, you cannot take me out? What's the problem? And I stay, last time, when they take my name, they got my name in the list, they don't got Layla's name. I say, I'm not going to leave Layla alone. Who's going to take care of Layla? I'm not going to leave. Or go together, or stay together. And next day, she did whatever she did. I don't know what she did. She called all the night, 24 hours, to get Layla in the list. She get Layla in the list, and my name not in the list, whatever he said. Like the next day, we have Layla and me in the name, in the list. We go in the border, we going out. We get to Egypt. We have over there from the embassy, like from the embassy people, they help us. They take us from the border to the hotel for 2 days. They take care of us. And I stay 2 days in Egypt, and I move to here. Now I want to talk about other people in Gaza, American citizen. Next day I came here. I came to move to Egypt. The lot of people come in, American citizen, and they kill him in the way, in the street. Maybe everybody see. With this you see the passport, people die with the passport. Anyway, now, if you want to get the American citizen from Gaza, we have to call the Red Cross, to get him from home to the border to make him safe. Otherwise, it's nobody safe. Anyway, it's nobody safe in Gaza. And now, my house has got bombed. I have no house anymore. And I have like daughter and kids and son and kids. I want to get him out to be here with me. I don't want to leave him alone. No house to live. And this now, no food. I give him money. You don't have the money, you don't have the food. You cannot buy food. You cannot buy nothing now. And no gas, no water, no light. No light, 24 hours.
Tell me about the bombings, what you hear and what you see.
Okay, I watch TV live in Jazeera. The one kids, they like, they have like,
Amputated?
yeah, and he got the school bag in the back. The guy, the ambulance guy, they say, leave the bag. They said, no, this is not the bag. My brother here, pieces. I got my brother with me. Oh, everybody crying. When you see stuff like this, you crying.
I don't know if you understood that. He's saying
Yeah,
that the
he
individual said, leave your backpack. He said, that's not my backpack for school. That's my brother in pieces in my backpack, and I'm not going to leave my brother in the backpack.
We crying every day, and when we got the light on, sometime, like 30 minutes, we watch the Jazeera. We crying. Everybody see all the world.
Tell me what you experienced, what you heard, in the bombs, and what you heard. The neighbor's house and everything else.
Yeah, and everywhere the bomb. And when I stay in my before I go to the border, my wife, brother, they have lot of, you know, the bomb. You cannot sleep. This not like the noise. The noise like, you don't know. I can explain to you how you scary. People is scary from the noise for the bomb, for the Iraq. And this is like not normal for us. This first time for me to see all this stuff, the world. I was scary. And it was bad. Well, very bad time was. Very bad. Thank you.
What about the son? Would you like to say a few words?
Sure.
Then we can get to
Thank you.
Yeah, then we can get to questions right now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Lisa.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank everyone for being here today. And I also want to thank Mariam for all the hard work that she did. And I'm glad that my parents is back. But like my dad say, there's a lot of people out there need to come out. The situation on TV is not like when you talk to somebody face to face. It's hard. What you see there and what they have there, it's totally different than what you see on TV. As much you see on hard on TV, it's more very bad over there. The fact that no one has water, no one has food, no one has electricity, no one has cars to drive, no one has anything. It's really hard. Like I said, I'm grateful having my parents back, and I want to also thank my wife for being with me for all this time. It was tough days. It was tough days for us. It was tough days when, like I was saying before, I haven't worked for almost a month, but she was with me on step by step. Thank you.
All right, you're just watching there out of Michigan, the harrowing journey there of his parents home from Gaza. And also you just saw on the screen Ivanka Trump there walking through the frame in New York City as that civil trial continues on as we follow it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Coming up after, we're going to get more into the GOP debate, the third one that's going to take place tonight. 5 individuals there on the stage, and certainly all of them trying to stand out. The front runner, the former president, Donald Trump, will not be one of them. We'll have much more on this coming up in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to turn our attention now to that third GOP debate coming up tonight. You can watch it on NBC, but also we'll have live coverage following it to give you a breakdown on everything that was said. Of course, those 5 individuals there are going to be on the stage in Miami as we continue to follow Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Tim Scott as well. So certainly all eyes are on this debate as they try to earn a spot on the Republican ticket and then potentially earn a spot in this place, the White House. Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring in right now the National Grassroots Director for the Ramaswamy campaign, Kathy Barnett. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, those 5 individuals, let's focus on them, including Vivek. Maybe what does he need to do tonight to stand out amongst that group?
Yeah, I believe Vivek is going to continue doing what it is that he has done in the previous 2 debates, and that is keep his attention on the people. What you're going to see on that stage tonight, you're going to see a whole lot of neocons, a whole lot of warmongers, and you're only going to see one person on that stage who is not a neocon. He will not be walking us into World War III, and I'm excited to see him walk on that stage feeling completely unrestrained and just let them have it.
Yeah, and some people said he was maybe combative in debate 1, maybe a little bit more cordial in debate 2. In debate 3, maybe which Vivek are we going to see? Is it going to be the one kind of focusing on that issue, the war in Israel?
You know what? He's not combative. What he is pissed off. And I think more Americans need to be a little bit more pissed off about where we find ourselves as a nation. Right now, we're tiptoeing into World War III. We now have a war in Ukraine. We don't know when we're going to get out of that, maybe soon now that the money is running low. And now we're walking into this war in the Middle East, and we know China has their eyes focused on Taiwan. And so, and we have an open border, we have fentanyl, we have an unlimited number of issues. And so what we should be looking at is not a time to clutch our pearls and find out who's the quietest or who can come up with the most spiffy kind of gotcha phrase, but we need to have someone who has a vision, who can inspire. What we've learned last night across the nation in these elections is that there was a blue tsunami last night. And if we don't want to see the same thing happen this time last year, we better be real focused about finding someone who can inspire a nation, who can bring hope, and who can bring a sense of purpose to our people and make sure that they understand that we actually have a vision. I think that's what we're going to see with Vivek tonight.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, you talked about some of the issues, obviously the war in Israel, the economy, but also abortion. And Vivek there from Ohio, and issue number 1 in Ohio, kind of codifying abortion there in the state constitution. He did vote no on that issue back at home in Ohio. What will his message be? And maybe has the dynamic around abortion changed with this latest result in Ohio?
Listen, I am so grateful to God that that our nation is now having an opportunity to talk about life. Most people, most of your audience, I would imagine, know my own story. I am a byproduct of rape. My mother was very young when I was conceived, and I am so grateful to God that the adults in the room saw value in my life. And I'm so very grateful to be alive. And I'm grateful that I was able to get married, have a family of my own, and work with my husband to create a life for myself. And so I'm very grateful that our nation is having this opportunity to talk about life. I think the Republican Party need to get their head out of the sand and stop moonwalking back on this topic and remind people that life is beautiful. We should be able to protect it. Right now, Vivek's stance has been very clear that this is the right thing. What the Supreme Court did is toss this back to the state and allow states to have this opportunity to decide where they stand on the issue. All
right, that is a very powerful story there coming from you, Kathy. And of course, I do also want to talk about the 5 individuals that are going to be at the debate, but the one very big individual that's not going to be at the debate. And we've seen different candidates, potential nominees, kind of take shots at the former President Trump for not being. Well, do you think that's going to be more of a trend this time? Will Vivek maybe call out the former president for not showing up there when this group is just 5 now here for a potential nomination?
Yeah, listen, Vivek, like those within his campaign, we do not suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. So what you won't see is us, with the very mentioning of Donald Trump's name, lose our mind and do a pile on. What is happening to the former president is not the weaponization of our legal system against him, is not just about Donald Trump. Vivek recognizes that this impacts every single American. So you're not going to see a pile on by Vivek, but I would expect the other career politicians to do what career politicians do, and that is pivot away from talking substantively about the very issues that most Americans are contending with at their kitchen table, and do a pile on Donald Trump because they believe it will garner them some points. Yeah, and of course, the former president will also be holding his own rally in Miami, so certainly a busy night. Trump not there, like you mentioned. All right, Kathy Barnett, thank you so much for joining us, National Grassroots Director for the Ramaswamy campaign. Thank you so much for joining. I know all eyes will be on that GOP debate later on tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. All right, that was a great conversation there about some of the issues, the candidates, Vivek Ramaswamy. Of course, we're hearing from different people within different campaigns. We'll hear from Ron DeSantis' people coming up in just a little bit. Of course, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox, a live look inside of that courthouse in New York City. The daughter of the former president, Donald Trump, testifying there on the stand as well in this civil fraud trial, something we're following very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Again, a look there inside of that courthouse in New York City. Ivanka Trump walking back through. We did see that image, taking the stand there in the civil fraud trial. Of course, her brother's also on the stand last week, so this potentially could be the final witness, final testimony before the judge will make that decision around this, of course, about those inflating of the properties as well. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's give you a few Live Now looks at different things we're monitoring, including there in Washington, D.C., a potential House hearing Foreign Affairs Committee on the support for Israel by the United States. Of course, no one in their seats yet, so we'll take you out to that as soon
as it happens. Of course, also a live picture right now in Gaza. And of course, we get this shot almost every day around this time. And sometimes you can see flares in the distance on this shot there as we continue to monitor it as the ground invasion continues. Israeli Defense Minister said the military is operating deep within Gaza City and, quote, tightening the noose with thousands of civilians remaining caught in the crossfire. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has the latest from the Israel-Gaza border.
Israeli troops are now deep inside Gaza City, taking the fight to Hamas. The IDF announcing late Tuesday their forces are now engaged in close combat, going block by block, clearing the area of Hamas fighters and blocking off countless tunnels used for ambush attacks, with casualties expected to rise on both sides.
We continue forward. We are focused on the attack in Gaza. We are on high alert in Israel and thwarting terrorism, ready in defense and ready for any scenario required.
And as the IDF pushes further into the city, the pace of civilian evacuations is picking up. Thousands are now making their way south, a dangerous journey past Israeli tanks and troops. Some say they've been walking for days, with basic supplies now virtually non-existent in the city.
The siege has become absolute on Gaza. We have no water, no electricity, and no flour.
And while Israel and its allies have made clear a ceasefire is off the table for now, the U.S. is still advocating for what it calls a humanitarian pause in order to get aid into Gaza and foreign civilians out. And looking beyond this battle, the White House is pushing back on suggestions by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel could control Gaza indefinitely after the fall of Hamas.
It is imperative that the Palestinian people be central to governance in Gaza and in the West Bank as well, and that again we don't see a reoccupation.
The UN says more than 70% of Gaza's population has left their homes as the Israeli offensive intensifies. Along the Israel-Gaza border, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that. And of course, the death toll continues to rise. The conversation around humanitarian aid, whether a pause, and also lots of rallies around the country here in the United States and also around the world calling for a ceasefire. Of course, we also saw on the House floor yesterday, Rashida Tlaib there censured by the House for her comments, the Palestinian American there for her comments on this as well. All right, let's take you out now to the Israeli military, a spokesperson for them as they were providing an update here, of course, the translation into English.
מערכים שתכננו לעשות פיגועים אסטרטגיים כנגד מטרות שלנו בים ומטרות באוויר וביבשה.
Use them for strategic matters, all taken by us. We have now collected testimonies that the use of ambulances and hospitals in order to avoid attacks by the IDF. This is contrary to international law, and we'll continue exposing these testimonies by prisoners that we've caught and others, and they're using these international organizations, hospitals, etc., against as opposed to international law. We've seen over 105,000 Gazans leaving from the north to the south. They realize that Hamas has lost its control over them. And they know that in the south, they know well that in the south they can get water, medication, etc. Tomorrow as well, we'll allow Gaza residents to leave North Gaza out of the bonds in which they're held by Hamas. They're going south. Hamas, the leadership of Hamas is detached from its own fighters. It's from everyone. They're in bunkers. They also have no connection with anyone abroad. They're completely preoccupied with their own personal survival. The Gazan, the public expresses what's happening in the street vis-a-vis the Hamas leadership. In the north, to update you, there was no air intrusion. We have attacked. We have responded to Dovev and Shtula attacks against us by each and every occasion. Every occasion of attack is going to be responded immediately and significantly right away. We are at very high level of readiness, both defense and attack. Yesterday, I updated you about the app, the application. We have upgraded the apps in the iPhones, and I asked the public to update your app, your iPhones, so you'll be able to get all warnings both by phone. Now it's updated. Please use it. So far, we have advised 239. Again, the date, this number changes in accordance with identification we do in the field and elsewhere. 239 abductees, and unfortunately, and we have cases where we've been able to identify people who have died, who were killed, and first we advise the families, and then we update the public. It's a long, complex identification process. We'll continue doing so. We're doing everything in order to update the families in every piece of information that's at our disposal. We have not missed any opportunity to get our abductees back home. We also update the families of 351 families who lost a dear IDF soldier in combatants. They fought courageously, fighting the Hamas terrorists. Then there are all the people by the police officers, the Israeli emergency victims, emergency service, and we've updated the families. Questions? Is the IDF ready to do a ceasefire in return for getting some abductees? Dana, it's a good question. And there's no ceasefire. Listen well, no ceasefire. We are fighting Hamas. Hamas public is fleeing from the north to the south because understanding that being used as what there is humanitarian pauses. Such humanitarian, very limited times allow the population both to organize, both to move south safely, and we want to the public that the civilians will go to a safer place and remain there in the south. We are not fighting against the population of Gaza. We are fighting against Gazans who are holding our abductees, who have committed on 7 October murderous attack. We have to tear them apart. We have to dismantle them. They are now aware, they're people, that they are being utilized as human shields. We're doing this. And in the south, there's medication, food, water, together with the aid of Egypt and U.S. Do you know how many? There were less rackets against us. There are less this today. Do you know how many they have left? We have to remember Hamas has a launching ability. Listen well to the instructions on the app and everywhere else. You don't be complacent. We're going to continue fighting Hamas. So as far as we can, we're going to try to dismantle everything they're doing, including. How are you going to fight against the south? In the south, all the residents are moving to the south. At this stage, we are focusing on north, with specifically on the stronghold of Hamas in Gaza City. Wherever we know, we attack in the south as well, where we know specifically where there are leaders of Hamas. And we also aware where we know where the civilians are, the safe zone is, where they getting medication.
All right, you're just listening in there to that Israeli Defense Force spokesperson talking about this ongoing crisis there, humanitarian, also saying there will not be a ceasefire until hostages are released. Of course, a live picture there in Gaza. You can see some flares there in the distance as we continue to follow this. The Israeli force, they face pressure from some of its closest allies Wednesday over the plight of civilians in Gaza, where thousands streamed out on foot from the north due to dwindling food and water. Over 70% of Gaza's population of 2.3 million have already left their homes, but they're making their way south quickly recently as Israeli troops battle Hamas militants inside of Gaza City, and the humanitarian situation grows increasingly dire. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final 2-minute break of this hour. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Again, a live picture there in Gaza. You can see flares there as the ground invasion continues further into Gaza City. There, a city of roughly 650,000 people battling Hamas since that terrorist attack more than a month ago right now. Of course, I do want to give you an update back here at home on a very tragic story there out of Texas. I want to put up this tweet right now from Bill Malusian on the ground covering the crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border. I want to put up this tweet saying, breaking, 8 people are dead, including 2 innocent Americans, after a human smuggler driving a vehicle full of illegal immigrants crashed head into an SUV while evading police in Batesville, Texas, just a few hours south of San Antonio, killing everyone in both vehicles. This, according there to the Texas Department of Public Safety. The deceased Americans are from Georgia, several deceased illegal immigrants from Honduras, and a deceased smuggler from Houston. So certainly that image, very tough to see as the border at the crisis certainly may not get a lot of headlines right now with everything going on internationally, but still very much on the forefront for so many people down there in that region, especially with this crisis. And billions of dollars are on the line for President Biden's supplemental security funding request. Now the head of Homeland Security is working to convince lawmakers that the department will use those dollars to effectively address the border crisis. For more on this, let's go out to Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, who's in Washington with the latest.
Do you, as a resident of Chicago, believe that we should remain a sanctuary city?
Chaos erupted at Chicago City Hall Tuesday as leaders there scrambled to find a way to handle the influx of migrants.
Please come to order.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is in the hot seat on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are also searching for answers to the border crisis.
Solutions. The border is an open,
bleeding wound.
Mayorkas is defending the White House's request for roughly $14 billion for border protection. It's part of the nearly $106 billion in supplemental funding that President Biden had asked Congress for last month. And it also includes aid for Israel and Ukraine.
Ensuring the safety and security of the American people must be more than just a talking point.
Earlier this week, a group of Senate Republicans proposed solutions to the southern border that would in part resume construction of a border wall and implement asylum reform. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who is sympathetic to the Biden administration's broad approach to the supplemental funding request, says more border enforcement is the only way to get the package across the finish line.
We have to have a credible solution to the wide open border.
The Senate Republican border proposal is already facing pushback from some Democrats, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who called it a total non-starter. In Washington, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that story. Of course, we were in that hearing earlier on today. Certainly a very busy day there on Capitol Hill as well. Let's give you a few live now looks from around the world, around the country, of course, back there in Gaza. Very dark night as well. Humanitarian aid, more discussions about humanitarian pauses potentially, and more calls for a ceasefire. Back here at home at the United States Capitol, just approaching the 3 o'clock hour. And of course, also there at the White House talking about this new supplemental security funding request from the president there. Mayorkas there testifying on that. Let's take you now out to the White House press briefing. John Kirby, NSC spokesperson, talking about the war in Israel. Certainly is must-see TV every day when he takes there and takes a lot of questions being pressed from the media on a lot of topics. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Attended a meeting of G7 foreign ministers in Japan. Obviously, they held in-depth discussions about all the steps we're taking to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and meet the urgent needs on the ground. And today, hopefully, you got a chance to look at the joint statement that the foreign ministers issued, unequivocally condemning the terror attacks by Hamas, which happened a month ago, reaffirming our support for Israel's right and responsibility, not obligation, to defend itself and to prevent attacks like that from ever happening again, of course, in accordance with international law. And then the G7 also agreed that humanitarian pauses are a good steps that could advance key objectives to protect Palestinian civilians, to increase the sustained flow and delivery of humanitarian assistance, to allow our citizens and the citizens of other countries to exit, and help to facilitate the release of hostages. So I really urge you, if you haven't taken a look at that statement, to go ahead and do that. Lots of ground covered in it, and we're going to obviously continue to work on all those goals. In fact, to that end, you may have seen that the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, met today at the White House with former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, covering all those same issues, making sure that the former Prime Minister knew straight from our National Security Advisor how staunchly we're going to continue to stand by Israel as they continue to defend themselves. Just a brief update on the crossing at Rafah. Over the last 24 hours, more than 80 more trucks carrying humanitarian aid was able to enter Gaza. That brings the total to 650. Again, not enough. We're going to continue to work to push that. And as of now, we're aware of more than 400 Americans and family members who have been able to depart and sought the support of our embassy team on the ground in Egypt. There has been no change in that number since yesterday. So no more U.S. citizens or family members got out since the last time, well, since yesterday when I was up here talking to you guys. But I just thought I'd give you that update. That's it.
Quickly on that last point, is there a reason why that more Americans have not left? And do you have an update on the estimate of the number of Americans who are still in Gaza now?
Well, the fact that we know we got 400 or so out so far, that leaves a population of about 500 to 600 left when you count family members in there. So we're working to get them all out, obviously. And the reason why changes every day. I mean, as I said before, this is a dynamic situation. Sometimes it's the vetting process. Sometimes it's obstacles, not physical obstacles, but policy obstacles that Hamas might throw up. So we're confident that the flow will continue. But as I've said before, we shouldn't comfort ourselves in thinking that every day it's going to be sort of a similar approach and a similar number and some sort of similar sense of ease here. Every day it has to be worked almost all over again.
And you mentioned Secretary Blinken's comments earlier today, where he said that the post-war environment must include a Palestinian-led governance in Gaza unified with the West Bank under a Palestinian Authority. Is that the stated policy of the United States now, that Gaza and the West Bank need to be reunified under Palestinian Authority control? And separately, the Israeli government has said that they again said to say that we can come up with the mechanism that's appropriate, suggesting that they can control what is the final governance structure in Gaza. So who controls what will happen in Gaza? Is it the United States? Is it Israel? Is it the Palestinian people?
It's, as the Secretary said, we want to make sure that Gaza and the West Bank are for the Palestinian people, and that they have a vote, they have a voice, that they get to be the determining factor in what governance looks like, where they're living in their homes. And that remains our policy, and will going forward. Now, what exactly does that governance structure look like, and when does it get put in place, and who are the players that are going to help adapt that? All that we're working out. Those are all the questions we're asking ourselves and the questions we're asking of our partners. I can't stand here today and tell you that this is exactly what the structure is going to be, but that is what we're trying to drive to, is a process to get answers to those questions.
It sounded like Secretary Blinken was saying that there was a final goal in mind, which was unified control of Gaza and the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. Is that not U.S. policy?
We believe that the Palestinians should be in charge of their future, and they should be the determining voice and factor in their future.
Thanks, Green. Thanks, Admiral. Can you confirm that the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu discussed a 3-day humanitarian pause when they spoke most recently? And if so, how are discussions on that going?
No, I can't confirm those reports. I can confirm that in almost every conversation that we're having with the Israelis right now, we're talking about the benefit of humanitarian pauses. And again, you saw the G7 foreign ministers also unite around that idea.
How are discussions on that going?
We're continuing to have those discussions. I don't have an update for you. I would remind that there has already been a couple of small humanitarian pauses to allow people to get out, including a small number of hostages who have been released. So this is not a new idea, but it is something that we believe should be continue to be pursued.
The Secretary of State in his comments today also referred to a, quote, transition period after this conflict. Could you expand on that and explain what does a transition period look like to this administration?
I think he was referring to this idea that, and it came up yesterday, where Prime Minister Netanyahu talked about an indefinite period where they would be on the ground. I think he was referring to the idea, the fact that in the immediate aftermath of conflict, it's certainly plausible that for at least some period of time, Israeli Defense Forces are still going to be in Gaza to manage the immediate aftermath and the security situation. But that nothing's changed about our view that shouldn't be the long-term solution, that it shouldn't be about an IDF reoccupation of Gaza as a long-term governance solution.
One additional question. The UN Commissioner for Human Rights said today after visiting the Rafah border that, quote, he was witnessing the gates to a living nightmare. And he said that while Hamas, what it did on October 7th was a war crime, he also has concerns about the collective punishment of Palestinian civilians amounting to a war crime. What is the administration's response and suggestions, I guess, to what he is saying?
Well, again, without responding directly to every comment made by every official around the world, I would just tell you that we're watching these events as closely as we can, of course. We're in constant touch with our Israeli counterparts. We're not going to react to every event on the battlefield, but we are continuing to stress to our Israeli counterparts, and you heard that from Secretary Blinken as recently as today, to stress to them to be as cautious, careful, and deliberate as possible, and to avoid taking civilian life as much as they can in the prosecution of these operations. Now, you had asked me yesterday about Golan Heights. So
I did email one of your counterparts about it earlier too, but go ahead.
I know. Please. So I just wanted to be fair here. There's been no change in our position on the Golan Heights. I think Secretary Blinken talked about this back in February of 21. There's no change in our policy. And, as long as the situation in Syria remains as it is, we understand that that Israel has legitimate security needs there in the Golan Heights. So no change, no policy change.
John, is the Palestinian Authority capable of letting Gaza now, once the fighting dies down?
I don't know that, again, we've got a final solution here on how Gaza will be governed, Steve. And obviously the Palestinian Authority would have to be a part of that discussion from the get-go, and as well as with other regional partners. But I just don't know that we've got that solution set nailed down. What we do believe, as Secretary Blinken said, that the Palestinian people should be in charge of their destiny and their future.
And when you're trying to get American hostages out, how does that process work? Are you in direct contact with Hamas?
We don't have direct communications with Hamas, but some of our partners do, and they've been helpful in that regard.
But any progress to note?
I have no specific progress to announce or speak to today, other than that we continue to be focused on trying to get all the hostages out. Certainly the American citizens that we know are being held, but all of them. And in order to do that, as we saw with the first 4 that got out, 2 Americans and then 2 Israelis a couple of days later, there was enough of a pause in the fighting to allow for their safe passage, and that's what we're trying to get cemented, is an agreement for as many pauses as might be necessary to get all of them out. But it's a delicate negotiating process, and we're still working at it.
Thanks, Kareem. So on that note, John, and thanks for coming again, by the way, should we be thinking about humanitarian pauses in the context of hostages? Because you referenced, the last time the Prime Minister agreed to some, it was to allow hostages out. Or are there other factors, getting more aid in, etc.? I mean, how should we be thinking about this? Because every time it's happened so far, it's for the hostages alone.
I would recommend you think about it in terms of all of the above. I mean, obviously, one of the most urgent, pressing needs is to get the hostages, to get their release secured, get them back with their families. That's key priority. But it's also a priority to get aid in, and also to allow for people who aren't hostages to find a way out of Gaza, or ways out of Gaza. So it's all of the above, but the key focus right now is definitely on hostage release.
So is the lack of humanitarian pauses a factor in why hundreds of Americans are still stuck there?
There are lots of complicating factors to the earlier question I got about why we haven't seen more movement over the last 24 hours, and the need to be able to cross Rafah safely without fear of coming under fire is certainly one of those factors.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that hostages, Israeli government sources tell ABC News that Israel won't accept the release of 10 to 15 hostages, that it wants a bigger group, close to 50. Is that a position that the White House agrees with?
I am not going to negotiate in public.
Can you talk a little bit more about what demands Hamas is making to release these hostages? What is being asked for? I know you're not in direct contact. Any guidance you can give?
Again, I'm really not going to get into negotiating it in public. We have a way to communicate with Hamas. We're using that way, and we're doing everything we can to get these folks back with their families. But I think you can understand that I could be putting all that process at risk if I start talking about the negotiating stance of one or another partner in this.
And just any sense of proof of life, that anything you can give us as far as how you would know that these hostages are alive right now?
I am not aware of any specific proof of life for specific hostages, to include the small number of Americans that are still being held hostage. We don't have any indication to the contrary that they aren't still alive, and so we're certainly operating under that assumption.
John.
Thank you, Kareem. Admiral, it's been a few days now since the leader of Hezbollah
delivered a speech that sought there maybe prompts more violence in the northern front. Have you been over the last few days? Have we seen any? Has the U.S. tracked any escalation there? What do you expect?
We've seen some rocket attacks from southern Lebanon into northern Israel, but we have not seen some sort of wholesale effort by Hezbollah to join this fight or to open up a quote-unquote second front.
And as a follow-up, is there a sense as to what sort of role at the moment Tehran might be playing, sort of any sort of communication with the forces there in the north?
You mean Hezbollah forces? Well, I mean, aside from the fact that they continue to resource train and provide capabilities to Hezbollah, I'm not aware of anything overt that I could speak to today. But I mean, I don't want you to take away from that we're sort of blind to the fact that Hezbollah is supported by Tehran.
Thanks. John, we're reporting that Qatar and Egypt are negotiating some kind of deal with Hamas to release up to 15 hostages if there is a 48-hour humanitarian pause. Is that something the U.S. would support? Or
Just got that question. I'm not going to negotiate in public.
And can you talk, I know you talked about the universe of hostages. How much does the U.S. know about who they all are? Do you feel like you know, sort of have identified who all these people are?
Who the American hostages are?
No, I mean the entire group of hostages. Are you confident in who they are, where they're from, who these people are?
I don't know the degree to which that we in the United States here have perfect visibility on all the identities of all the hostages. That has been an effort that we've been working on with our Israeli counterparts. Certainly the Israelis are also working hard to make sure they know who's in that population. We have a good sense of the small number of Americans who they are, but out of privacy concerns, we're obviously not going to talk about that.
How many pauses it would take to get everyone out?
It would depend, honestly, on what's negotiated, how much in each pool, and over what period of time. So I can't give you an exact figure. What I can tell you is that we want to stay open to the idea that it might take, in fact, likely could take, more than one humanitarian pause to get them all out. Okay.
Well, I know you can't get into details about the length of any humanitarian pause under negotiation, but logistically, how would that work for IDF forces that are already on the ground in Gaza? Would they stay camped out? Would they expectation of leave? I mean, how would that even work?
Again, without getting into hypotheticals, and certainly not talking for another military, what we're talking about here is temporary, fixed in time, short duration, hours to days, depends on the need. And then also localized in terms of the map. So it would be an agreement that for a set period of time, in these grid coordinates, there would be a pause in the fighting. That doesn't mean that there won't be or couldn't be fighting outside that zone during that same period of time. So all of that has to get factored in, and I have no doubt that on the Israeli side, as they look at each proposal, they'll think about the impact, the potential impact on their military operations on the ground or in the air.
Thank you. I have a few questions on Ukraine. There's war going on.
How many is a few? I just take my pen out here.
So there has been a dispute in recent days within the Ukrainian leadership whether the war has reached a stalemate. What's your assessment? And does the president still believe that Ukraine can win back its territory?
Okay.
I'm going to have one more. After.
Okay. Is that okay with you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. It's okay. So obviously we're not going to, as I've said many times before, we're not going to characterize Ukrainian military operations. They can speak for this. President Zelensky talked about this on Sunday, that he does not believe that they are in a stalemate, but that is for him and his commanders to talk about. What I can tell you is that the front from the Donbass area all the way down towards Zaporizhia and beyond, remains an active front. And there is fighting along that front, all along that front. The Ukrainians will be the first to tell you that that they aren't making and haven't made as much progress on this counteroffensive as they would like. And that's why we are so focused on making sure that we continue to provide security assistance to them so that they can make the most of the time they have left before the weather's really going to set in and make it harder for them to make any progress. And your question, does the president believe that they can? Absolutely, we believe that they can win back their territory. I think they've been underestimated since the beginning of this conflict. They're capable, they're strong, they're brave, they've got good command and control, and there's no doubt in our mind that they can continue to succeed. But the enemy gets a vote. Russia's planted tens of thousands of mines all along that front, making it harder for them to advance. And as I said, the weather's not going to be cooperating here for much longer.
On security assistance for Ukraine, a group of Senate Republicans demand border security measures, including changes in asylum policies, as a condition for further aid for Ukraine. Is the president open to such changes? And how much funds do you still have available for Ukraine from the previous appropriations?
On your first question, I would just say that the reason why the president included border security funding in the supplemental is because he agrees that we need cooperation from Congress to improve our capability at the border. And if they are serious about wanting to help with border needs, then pass the supplemental request that the president submitted. And as for the money that's left, what I can tell you is that roughly of the total funds that have been provided to Ukraine since the beginning of the war, which is in excess of $60 billion, and that's not just security assistance, that's economic and financial assistance, humanitarian assistance. We've gone through about 96% of what's left, and greater than 90% of security assistance, replenishment funds have been expended now. And the Defense Department is down to about $1.1 billion of replenishment money left as we head into the wintertime. So, as I've said before, the runway is getting shorter, and that's why we need that supplemental request approved.
That was a few.
If I could, thank you. UN Chief Antonio Guterres today was talking about the number of deaths that have occurred in Gaza, and he said that there is something clearly wrong in the way the Israeli military operations are being run. Does the U.S. agree with that assessment?
Again, I'm not going to armchair quarterback this fight from this podium. We're not going to react to every event, every strike on the ground. We are going to continue to provide Israel with what it needs to defend itself and to go after Hamas leadership. And we're going to continue to urge them, as you heard Secretary Blinken say today in Tokyo, to urge them to be as cautious and deliberate when it comes to civilian casualties as possible. We recognize that many, many thousands of Palestinians have been killed and wounded in this conflict. And each one is a tragedy. We grieve and mourn with each family that is grieving and mourning. And that's why we're going to continue to stress that the law of armed conflict be fully and completely complied with.
And one thing that falls a little bit under your purview, something that the White House and campaign and the president's allies often say, is that one of his selling points is his leadership on the world stage, pointing to Ukraine, Israel, his ability to reinvigorate NATO. Yeah. But a CNN poll released just yesterday found that only 36% of registered voters believe Biden is an effective world leader, and that Trump, 48% believe he is. Were you surprised by that number, and where do you think the disconnect is?
We're not focused on polls at the National Security Council. It's not gonna govern the kind of policies that we're developing, the options that we're providing to the commander-in-chief, or the way we're executing on those options. We're just not fixated on that. We're fixated on defending and protecting our national security interests around the globe. And again, without going into the litany that would take me probably an hour to get through, I can point to chapter and verse of things that this president has done on the world stage to advance those national security interests.
All right, you're just listening in there. John Kirby there at the National Security Council spokesperson discussing all of those latest details. And of course, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We want to get you out to some breaking news that we're learning from the House Oversight Committee, learning more information about Hunter Biden being subpoenaed there amid this impeachment inquiry of the President Joe Biden. I want to put up this tweet here on Live Now from Fox. The Oversight Committee today, Representative James Comer signed subpoenas for Hunter Biden, James Biden, and Rob Walker. So that's the tweet. You can see some of those images and video here on LiveNOW from Fox. Of course, the tweet also from James Comer himself talking about time for accountability. More to come soon. So this is some big news amid this impeachment inquiry surrounding the former president, as the House Republicans on Wednesday issued subpoenas to Hunter and James Biden, President Joe Biden's son and brother, respectively, as well as a myriad of Biden family associates, including Rob Walker, in an escalation of the Republicans' impeachment inquiry into the president. I do want to give you more information on this, as the Oversight Committee Chair James Comer issued the subpoenas, which focus on the Biden family's business dealings. One calls the president's son to appear for deposition in December. In addition, the committee also requests transcribed interviews with several other members of the Biden family and their associates: Sarah Biden, James's wife; Haley Biden, the widow of the president's other son, Beau; Elizabeth, Haley's sister; Melissa Cohen, Hunter's wife. Comer's office said he plans to seek additional subpoenas and more transcribed interviews later on. Of course, the subpoenas and interview requests come a day after the special counsel overseeing the probe into Hunter Biden testifying before the House Judiciary Committee behind closed door. The House Oversight Committee said it obtained financial records that it alleges show some members of the Biden family set up more than 20 shell companies, most of which were created during Joe Biden's tenure as vice president. The committee alleges that the companies were part of an effort to hide payments from foreign adversaries. The panel further alleges that the Biden family, their business associates, and their companies received more than $24 million from foreign nations over approximately 5 years. Comer has accused the Biden family of engaging in, quote, shady business practices, but is yet also to demonstrate how those transactions specifically show any concrete evidence of wrongdoing or influence by the president, then the Vice President Biden himself. Of course, House Republicans investigating whether the Justice Department granted the president's son favorable treatment because of his father, alleging that Hunter Biden, who's facing federal gun charges, would have been charged for some of his business dealings as well. So this is some big news that we're following revolving around this impeachment inquiry of the president, as House Republicans on Wednesday issuing subpoenas to Hunter and James Biden, Joe Biden's son and brother, respectively. So we're following this big news here on LiveNOW from Fox. We'll have a legal perspective coming up in just a little bit to understand what's going on with all of this. And certainly you can paint this picture as that new impeachment inquiry, the subpoenas being put in place, as we also have a live shot of the current president, his daughter Ivanka Trump, there in court in New York City for this civil fraud trial. So certainly a lot of headlines around the former president, Donald Trump, and also the current president, Joe Biden. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on LiveNOW from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, you're just looking there. Ivanka Trump walking right past the camera in that New York City courthouse. Perfect timing here on Live Now from Fox. And sometimes, just sometimes, it works out like that for us here on Live Now. So we're following that here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're also keeping our eyes on the GOP debate coming up just a little bit later on tonight. Of course, this comes just a day after a big win there for a lot of Democrats in various different states, including in Kentucky, in Ohio, and Virginia. For more on this, let's go out to Fox News' Doug Luzader, who wraps up election night and also gives us a preview of this GOP debate.
Well, many of these races did not go the way Republicans were hoping, and that could become yet another issue in tonight's presidential debate. Abortion rights activists cheer as the results come in from Ohio. Voters had just approved a ballot measure there to enshrine those rights in the state constitution.
Abortion access is the law of the land in Ohio.
And President Biden issued a statement. Tonight, Americans once again voted to protect their fundamental freedoms, and democracy won. Ohio was seen as a test to see if the abortion issue remains a potent one favoring Democrats. And in Virginia, too, Republicans lost in their effort to win full control of the state assembly, despite a big push from GOP Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Well, that didn't turn out exactly how I wanted it to.
In Kentucky, Republican Daniel Cameron failed to unseat Democratic Governor Andy Beshear. And while the GOP governor in Mississippi did fend off a Democratic challenger, overall, there will be a great deal of hand-wringing among Republicans.
Republicans don't like early voting, so they wait till the day of the election, and it harms them every time. They better darn well figure out how to deal with ballot harvesting and everything else, or Republicans will continue to lose.
And look for those Republican losses to be a point of contention tonight at the third GOP presidential primary debate in Miami. And as usual, frontrunner Donald Trump will not be participating. And those election results may change the way Republicans frame the abortion issue heading into 2024. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that. A live look there at the White House. Of course, those 5 potential candidates there on the stage. Of course, the former President Donald Trump, the leading man for the GOP nomination, will not be on that stage. We'll be holding a rally. We'll have that live on Unfiltered. And of course, we'll have live coverage after the debate to break it all down here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we just heard from different candidates and their campaigns. Let's listen to this conversation my colleague Mike Page had with the Florida Lieutenant Governor. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
Where we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. I am your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories, live feeds, and remember, when breaking news happens, we've got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, tonight it is a big night in Miami. It is the third GOP debate, and it will be happening, and we will be bringing you coverage before and after with analysis and insight. And of course, all eyes again on the stage will be Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis there as he continues to try to climb in the polls there to meet Donald Trump, who is currently leading on the GOP side for the nomination. I do want to get some insight on Ron DeSantis, and who better than bring in our next guest here on Live Now from Fox, the Florida's Lieutenant Governor there, Jeanette Nunez. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now. We really appreciate it.
Of course, glad to be on.
All right, so let's get right into it. Ron DeSantis taking the stage once again. What does he have to do to continue to get his message out there and continue to talk to the voters, not only in Florida, but across the country, to try to match Donald Trump there in the poll numbers?
Well, what I think the governor has to do is exactly what he's done the last 2 debates, and show a command of the issues, present a clear and compelling vision for the rest of the country, those that don't necessarily know Governor Ron DeSantis like Floridians do, and his record of achievement, and be able to stay above the fray. Of course, the competition is going to want to attack him. Of course, they're going to engage in petty back and forth. But the governor is really focused on the issues that matter to Americans, and he wants to talk about his...
All right. Thanks for that conversation. Of course, Live on Unfiltered means we have to jump out of some of these conversations, though. Very good one as we keep our eyes on that GOP debate coming up a little bit later on tonight. Of course, we do have a pursuit right now in Southern California. Let's take you out to our Fox 11 team as they continue to follow this breaking story.
To get behind this vehicle and to start to warn the public, get some distance between that driver and the public out here this afternoon. You can see those speeds. As soon as he gets a little bit of an opening, he really starts to open it up. I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot right there, and you can see that vehicle continuing to move. Now, there is some talk, crosstalk, we cannot get this confirmed, that this may be an armed suspect, because law enforcement is not giving this one up. A lot of times when you see those very high speeds, that very reckless driving, they'll back off. They'll say, you know what, this is too dangerous. We have a plate. We kind of know what's going on. We're just going to keep the public safe. But in this case, they are staying with it, and they actually are trying to get California Highway Patrol units in the area to be ready for when this vehicle gets by so they can do the lights and sirens and start warning the public and hopefully bring this pursuit to an end peacefully and safely.
Safely, ideally, because man, this driver is ripping through traffic right now. Triple digits, and it looks like his windows are blacked out. His or her windows, I should say, blacked out, tinted, so we can't really tell who exactly is behind the wheel and how many people are in the car, right?
Yeah, you know, tinted windows don't mean nothing. We know who's inside, and that is going to be a suspect, a robbery suspect. Looks like we are confirmed going to be staying on this off-ramp out here. This is going to be Avalon. You can see it right there. And that vehicle, we've seen this before, just kind of just pushes his way through these areas. Super close, very, very close to a lot of these other cars. We're going to be in the Compton area right now. Now, the Sheriff's Department, I'm sure they've been listening to this. They at least have an idea that this is going on their freeway, making a hard turn there. That's going to be a turn to the north. That car continuing on. Now, this is the thing. Even if he slows down, and hopefully he does, at those high speeds on the freeway, that's one thing. But now when you start these high speeds on surface streets out here, it's going to be very different. I know this road personally. I know there's a lot of potholes, especially in that area where he just got off the freeway. But you can see that car continuing to move, those high speeds, weaving in and out of traffic. Every time he gets so close to somebody else, I just cringe, because you just don't know what the other person is unaware what's going on. A little bit of a hard on the brake there because of a big rig doing their job out here. Very industrial, but we are going to be getting into a residential area if he continues on in this direction. Right now, though, high-speed pursuit, very dangerous, especially when you start running red lights.
Which is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, unless, thank goodness he wasn't going 90 miles an hour on that one. But we're going to keep an eye on it for sure. Now, the Sheriff's Department, they do have a helicopter above. They are making the calls right now. They are still trying to get units on the ground. But maybe, hopefully, this car will just kind of come to a stop on its own without an incident, and then they can just kind of follow it, turn it into something else. Right now, though, it's still very dangerous, and hopefully nobody's going to get hurt.
Yeah, I know. When you're driving this recklessly and this fast, you really hope that everybody around you, it's important that they pay close attention and they're making all the right moves as well, and not trying to step in or intervene themselves, because A, this guy's driving crazy, and B, he could potentially, you're hearing, be armed.
Could be armed, and that might be one of the reasons why they're just not letting this go.
Whoa, Stu, look at the speed.
Yes, definitely. And this is not just a maybe. I'm pretty sure that Skyfox is pretty accurate, probably within 10 miles. And even within 10 miles, he was still up to 100 miles an hour right there on Redondo Beach Boulevard. So this guy is very, very dangerous. And this is the thing. Nobody's expecting that. You look in your mirror, you see a car might be behind you. You're going to change lanes. You have no idea that that vehicle is going 100 miles an hour. That's when those problems happen. Somebody innocent might get hurt. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see that suspect get hurt, and that's the truth as well. But right now, this person driving extremely fast out here, keeping in this, we're in the Harbor Gateway area, but again, this is back into the LAPD locations. If they're going to put somebody on it, that is the big question. Even at these high speeds, an LAPD unit on the ground, they would have an extremely hard time just keeping up with this vehicle. And then, of course, they have to follow the rules out here, running another red light. At least it wasn't straight through. But again, these are one of the ones where, you know, we just don't want to see anybody get hurt. And, of course, these high speeds just make everything that much more complicated.
Stu, can you remind us what the guidance is for officers when they choose to do a pursuit like this? Being that this person is going so fast and driving so recklessly, I've seen him at least several times cross the double yellow line, like he is right now.
I don't know if I'm cutting you off or because I've been trying to get a hold of somebody. We lost the IFB. I can't hear anybody at the station right now, but the speeds at least are a little bit slowing down, and you can see this road is a lot less. This is going to be on Figueroa, which is kind of shocking that it is this empty. There is probably some law enforcement in the area right now. Are they going to get behind them? What are they going to do? How are they going to handle it? Those are all the questions right now. It seems to be making a turn, making his way into an area and continuing these slower speeds. I'm wondering if perhaps he has some sort of fuel issue. Looks like there's a dead end right here. This would be giving the opportunity for law enforcement. There you go. Looks like door is open. Door is open, out running, making his way through an alleyway out here. This would be the opportunity for law enforcement to make their move here. Look at this guy run. I mean, geez.
I know. I'm wondering where the law enforcement is in the area, because if he's trying to make it on foot and he went into a dead end area, this would be an ideal time for officers to apprehend him. Where is he going
definitely
into?
Right through. He's between the buildings right there. Let's see if he comes out. We're going to stay wide right now. But, you know, agile. That guy is like a jackrabbit running around down there.
Like
there
a track and
came
field
out the other side. Yep, there, track and field for sure. He missed his calling. You can see he's on a cell phone. That's one of the great things about Skyfox. We can really kind of push in and get a better look at that suspect. He doesn't seem to have a weapon in his hand, but that's not going to solve any of the problems right now. He definitely was on a cell phone, probably trying to make some phone calls, maybe trying to get a hold of somebody so they can basically meet him. Whoop, there you go. There's the 1st California Highway Patrol unit right there out of the vehicle. Now that suspect's got to be at least a little bit exhausted. We're going to keep coming around. Let's see. Oh, up.
It always happens in undercover, right? It always happens where you can't see it. Hopefully What building is this, do you know?
I always make that. Yeah, there he is. He's on the ground right there.
Okay.
There it is. You know it's one of my shots when it happens underneath a tree. I always make that joke. When it comes to an end, it's going to be under a tree. That's mine. There you go. You can see those officers from California Highway Patrol. What an amazing work these guys did, and the coordination with that helicopter and these guys on the ground to get this suspect into custody. Amazing. And again, Jen, look at that. Nobody injured.
Oh.
But some really close calls there.
No, hats off to the police there, to the officers who are apprehending him right now peacefully. Didn't look like he was resisting arrest at all. And, you know, given how fast and how reckless this guy was driving, pretty impressive that we had no injuries or anything like that. So thank goodness this came to a peaceful end. All right.
Good job by all the law enforcement there, and using all their toys. They had that helicopter they were tracking for the longest time. And again, this suspect now in custody, Jen. We'll throw it back to you.
There we go. Thank you, Stu. Peaceful ending. Thank you. All right. Back to your regular programming.
All right, great job there by Fox 11. Continuing with that update, suspect has been arrested. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Welcome back. We were just taking you through a police chase of a robbery suspect, and that individual has since been detained, giving you a live picture there right now. Meanwhile, we do want to switch gears here and take you out to earlier today, hearing from the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as he testified on the border crisis on Capitol Hill. Let's bring you some of his remarks in this event from earlier today.
Keep getting worse, and it will hurt our economy in the process. Child care providers are facing impossible choices today, reducing their pay, laying off staff, raising prices, serving fewer families, and shutting their doors because the math just doesn't work. This, of course, means parents are getting squeezed even worse as child care gets harder and harder to find and even harder to afford. In Washington State, parents in the Tri-Cities area spend a fifth of their income on childcare. Right now, tens of thousands of Americans are being forced to miss work because they can't get childcare. Make no mistake, that hurts businesses, and it hurts our entire economy. And since the stabilization funds have run dry, this problem will only continue getting worse unless we take action. We're talking about even greater damage to our economy, billions in lost wages, revenue, and growth, and we can't let that happen. We have made important bipartisan progress in strengthening annual child care funding, including in our Senate labor HHS bill this summer, but we've got to do more to meet this crisis and act on the president's request. So to my Republican colleagues, let's work together to address this growing economic problem in all of our states. And of course, there are the other issues that Congress needs to act on as well. The president has requested additional funding to address the fentanyl crisis head-on, to meet operational requirements and needs at our southern border, and improve the USCIS processing capacity. It's important that we work together in a serious, bipartisan fashion to address those challenges. We are facing significant numbers of encounters at the border each day and seizing record amounts of fentanyl. Just as we did with the fiscal year 2024 Homeland Security bill, this committee needs to work in a bipartisan way to address the reality that our federal agencies are dealing with on the ground. When it comes to the opioid crisis, I've sat down with so many people on the front lines all across my state, first responders, healthcare workers, patients who are in recovery, parents who do not know what to do when their child is suffering from an addiction. I have heard so many heavy stories that I bring with me to work every day, stories that demand action from this Congress. And I know every member on this dais has heard similar heartbreaking stories about the devastation of the opioid crisis. None of the people we represent who are on the front lines of this crisis want us to play politics with their lives. So I hope we are all able to have a very serious, respectful conversation about real solutions to this crisis. Let's talk about funding for mental health and substance use disorder treatments, and let's talk about health and public safety. And let's absolutely talk about stopping fentanyl from entering our country and our communities and disrupting and dismantling the transnational criminal organizations that are producing and trafficking it. But we cannot grandstand for political points. The president has requested critical funding to modernize our illicit drug detection systems and technology, to stop fentanyl from coming into our country, to break up the supply chains that are used to produce it in the first place, and support those fighting the opioid crisis in their communities. We've got to act on those requests, as well as the president's funding request to meet operational requirements and needs at the southern border. And I hope that instead of wasting time on partisan non-starters, we actually can work together, all of us, on common sense, bipartisan solutions to help us humanely manage encounters at the border, process claims of non-citizens seeking protection under our nation's asylum laws, while continuing our country's long tradition of welcoming people who flee violence and persecution. We need to fund basic DHS needs like short-term facilities, transportation, medical care, and other related activities that provide a humane environment for asylum seekers while in DHS custody, and support the critical work of border communities, NGOs, and our frontline staff. We should all be able to agree that we need to make sure that the folks who safeguard our borders have the resources they need to do their jobs safely, humanely, and effectively, and that reducing the USCIS backlog is a good thing as is in continuing our work to welcome refugees from across the world at a time when so many people are suffering, which is why we also need to fund HHS programs to prevent drastic cuts for states and organizations around the country who are helping refugees settle. To be clear, these are refugees who are fleeing persecution around the world, including Rohingya and Uyghur refugees admitted through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, Cubans who are fleeing the oppressive regime there, and Ukrainians who are fleeing the war. Making sure we can adequately support the resettlement of these refugee populations isn't just the right thing to do, it also supports important national security and strategic interests. So let's talk about serious bipartisan ideas to address these challenges, and let's be clear, tackling everything from the child care crisis to the opioid crisis and beyond requires more than supplemental funding. It requires us to pass our strong, full-year appropriations bills like this committee has put forward. When we operate on one CR after another, our agencies are stuck in neutral. They cannot plan for the future, they have to delay initiatives and investments, and they are far less equipped to meet the pressing challenges we face. Just about every national security official has told us it hamstrings their work to keep America safe. So I hope we can continue to make bipartisan progress on supplemental funding to respond to the urgent needs at home and abroad, and our annual appropriations bills to set up our nation for success in the year ahead. As we talked about last week, there are some pressing needs across the world right now, but there's no reason for that to stop us from responding to needs right here at home, too. At such a crucial moment, we cannot afford to treat this as a zero-sum game. We are the United States of America. We can, we should, and we must stand with our allies around the world and tackle the challenges our families face here at home. I strongly believe that, and I'm going to continue doing everything I can to make sure we rise to the occasion and provide all the resources necessary to meet this moment. I will turn it over to Vice Chair Collins.
Thank you very much, Chair Murray, for holding this second hearing on the administration's supplemental budget requests. I look forward to hearing the testimony of both Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Becerra on the President's emergency supplemental requests for their departments, just as last week we heard from the Department of Defense and the Department of State. Before I address the focus of this hearing, let me personally thank both secretaries for their responses to the horrific shootings that occurred in my state in Lewiston. Secretary Mayorkas deployed nearly 100 personnel from various DHS components to assist state and local officials and the affected families. Thank you for that. The Department of Health and Human Services personnel offered critical behavioral and mental health services in the wake of this tragedy. I'm grateful for these efforts. Turning to the President's supplemental appropriations request, I look forward to discussing with both secretaries what is required to provide effective border security to stem the flood of illegal migrants and fentanyl into the United States. For fiscal year 2023, the U.S. Border Patrol reported a record 2.5 million encounters with foreign nationals entering the United States along the southwest border without authorization. Think about that number. That means that there were nearly twice as many encounters at the southwest border as there are people in the entire state of Maine. And that enormous number does not include what Border Patrol agents describe as the gotaways, those who did not turn themselves in and eluded capture. Communities throughout our country are struggling to absorb the influx of migrants as they are released pending an adjudication of their claims, a process that can take years. In Portland, Maine, a city of 68,000 residents, more than 1,600 asylum seekers have arrived since January. Sanford, Maine, which has a population of 22,000, has had nearly 400 migrants arrive since the month of May. The cost for Sanford, a much smaller city, to provide food and housing assistance to recently arrived asylum seekers is more than 3 times as much as the city spends for residents needing assistance. Not only has the failure to control the border led to unchecked migration, but also it has contributed to the illegal drug crisis. Mexican drug cartels are using the chaos at the southern border to...
All right, you're listening in here to this hearing there on Capitol Hill talking about the border crisis and funding. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, approaching 5 o'clock on the East Coast. A live look right now here in Washington, D.C. at the White House. Of course, we're following all the latest developments as a subpoena there been issued for Hunter Biden by the House Oversight Committee. Let's take you out to the White House briefing. Of course, this news coming down after this, so there won't be any questions on it. But let's listen into what Karine Jean-Pierre had to say after taking questions from reporters.
What the president is doing to stop that from happening? Does he plan to speak with the speaker, with congressional leadership, have them over here?
So we don't have any readout or potential calls on the president's outreach to members of Congress in the next upcoming days. What I can say is, and I'm sure you guys have reported this, is that the OMB director, Shalonda Young, is continuing to do outreach, and she is on the Hill to outreach to members of Congress today, and certainly laying out the urgency of making sure that our national security and domestic supplemental, which, as you know, is our emergency needs, are certainly met. As we know as well, there is bipartisan support for those supplemental asks that the president has made. And also, as you know, as the Admiral just mentioned, it includes Ukraine, Israel, and some critical humanitarian assistance. So we're continuing to have those conversations. They've been happening for some time now with the OMB, certainly director, and certainly the Office of Leg Affairs and other folks here in the White House. And we have made ourselves very, very clear how important it is to make sure that the government stays open, make sure that key vital programs that American people need continue to get funded. It is important. We should not be here again. Congress has to make sure they do their jobs. And so that's been very clear. This is something that they have to act on. This is something that they can avoid. And so we have been clear about that. We'll certainly continue to make that clear to them.
And then last night in a bipartisan vote, the House censured Congressman Tlaib. Does the president believe that was appropriate, that her comments justified that action?
So I'm not going to speak to the actions that Congress takes. We've been very clear, and any other resolutions that include a censure, we've been very clear whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. That is for certainly Congress to take action on, and that is their prerogative. We've been clear. You've heard from members of NSC, whether it is the Admiral or whether it is John Feiner who spoke to this, that when it comes to the phrase that was used from river to the sea, it is divisive, it is hurtful, to many find it hurtful, and also many find it anti-Semitic. And so obviously we categorically reject applying the term to this conflict, but I will more broadly say, and this is something that John Feiner said when he had his interview on Sunday on Face the Nation, we respect that there are strong feelings about the war in Gaza, and and there are legitimate public debates and concerns about how it is being fought. So we have expressed strong views ourselves in public and in private conversations with Israeli officials, as you heard the Admiral speak to, as you all aware about the importance of preventing civilian casualties for sure, for certain. But remember, Israel is defending itself from terrorists who committed a horrific act. That's what we saw on October 7th, as you all know, and who have taken about 240 people hostage, including American citizens. So not going to speak to the actions that Congress took, but certainly as it relates to that term, we've been very clear. We strongly disagree.
Has anyone from the White House reached out to the Congresswoman, and given that she used a phrase that you just described as divisive and potentially anti-Semitic, does the White House plan to have any engagement with her? The president's head of the Democratic Party. Is there a place in the Democratic Party for somebody who uses phrases like that?
So we've been very clear. We just said we think that we strongly disagree in using that phrase. I mean, that is coming from here, from the White House, in a very public way. It's been said by many people at the White House. So we've been very, very clear about that. I don't have any conversations to read out to you with the Congresswoman. Just don't have anything from here at this time to read out. But look, we've been very clear, very, very clear about using how it is important to be mindful about the language that we use, especially in this time, and we'll continue to speak out to that.
Thanks, Train. What does the president think last night's election results say about his own chances for re-election, if anything?
So I'm not going to get into his re-election.
All right, you're just listening there to a question for Karine Jean-Pierre about re-election. Of course, we're following it all really closely here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, the GOP debate coming up a little later tonight, but I do want to get you out to some breaking news that we're following as the House GOP subpoenaing Hunter Biden amid this impeachment inquiry, the House Oversight Committee. I do want to put up this post right now here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, today, Representative James Comer signed subpoenas for Hunter Biden, James Biden, and Rob Walker. For more on this, we want to continue to cover it closely here on Live Now from Fox. We want to bring in attorney Randy Zell. And Randy, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we talked about the impeachment inquiry, now these subpoenas. Maybe what do we make of this and what do they mean?
Well, first of all, did we really need the dog and pony show? I mean, come on. It used to be cool to watch the president's son sign some kind of an executive order or do something in the Oval Office, but do we really need to see the execution of these subpoenas? It is so demeaning, and it is such a, it really is distasteful to me. What does it mean? I don't really think it means anything, because once again, we're going to see what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When the Democrats wanted to subpoena President Trump, former President Trump, the Republicans were all up in arms. President Trump was all up in arms. It was horrible. It was terrible. It was political. It was everything but what it was supposed to do, which is get information to people who need to make decisions about what to do next. So we will see the same thing now. We're going to now see the Democrats say to the Republicans, hey, wait a minute. Weren't you just the same people that said we can't do that? Wasn't it your president that just blew them off? What do you expect us to do? So once again, the American people are going to get caught in this tennis match of hand grenades. And we end up as the losers. It means nothing. It will have no effect. And the shame of it all is, it would be really nice if we actually knew what these payments were for, just like it would be really nice if we knew all of the things that President Trump did, but we won't.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, the impeachment inquiry, the inquiry there being the key word in this, and the weight maybe of that is just saying impeachment in front of it, not a whole lot of weight, not moving forward with articles of impeachment. But maybe how much weight do these subpoenas have? Do we expect Hunter and James Biden to actually there potentially testify? Is that, how much weight do they actually have, these subpoenas?
They don't really carry any weight because Congress is not going to move to hold President Biden in contempt. Now, his brother, that's a horse of a different color. He's not president of the United States. So I think that does create a dynamic that maybe we shouldn't make such light of. But listen, these subpoenas have been blown off going back quite some time. This is not the first time we've seen presidents or former presidents subpoenaed. In fact, we've seen many times where presidents or former presidents voluntarily appeared to be subpoenaed and voluntarily appeared, instead of or in lieu of a subpoena. And we've seen historically where presidents have blown off the subpoenas. Nothing's been done. No action has been taken. And I think just like Judge Engoron was not going to hold former President Trump in contempt of court, we will not see Congress make a motion or take any kind of steps to hold President Biden in contempt. And again, his brother, that might be a different story.
Yeah, and of course, those two are the main ones. And of course, the third one, Rob Walker, as well. And of course, there's a myriad of other Biden family members that they want to talk to. And maybe what's the difference between a person that has to come in and potentially subpoenaed for testimony, but also a transcribed interview? Can you maybe describe maybe the differences and how those two different things kind of work themselves out? How is a person coming in to testify different from a transcribed potential interview?
Well, you've got a couple of different possibilities. You've got your behind closed doors, you've got your open proceedings, you've got your off the record conversations, and then you've got your on the record conversations, and then you have your on the record conversations which are sealed and not available for public consumption. So certainly what you want to do if you are counsel representing a subpoenaed party, it would be really nice if you could negotiate a deal with the person or entity or thing that has issued the subpoena to have an off-the-record conversation first in lieu of on-the-record testimony. And then certainly to the extent that you want to keep this away from the public's prying eyes, you want to do this either behind closed doors and sealed, or certainly behind closed doors, and I guess and sealed. I don't know that I would relent on either of those conditions to the extent that I had a leg to stand on to impose any conditions.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how this moves forward, because potentially could happen in the next couple of months. And of course, we learned more information, like you mentioned, some of that money. And of course, nothing has really directly been tied to the former president as well. Do you think maybe these subpoenas were going to come no matter what, despite what they had with those potential checks, those money, just different financial records, or were the subpoenas going to come no matter what?
This is completely political. Everything that seems to go on in the running of this country is political. Democrats and Republicans seemingly cannot agree on a single damn thing. They vote according to party, they act according to party, or don't act according to party. There seems to be no longer any objective truth, any objective rule of law, any thought of what is best for the citizens who have elected these folks. Yeah. And it is only about pandering and playing to your base and your constituents, and the hell with everybody else.
Yeah. And I do want to ask you, because obviously subpoenaing Hunter Biden there, also James Biden. Let's say Hunter Biden does come forward in front of this committee. What would that look like?
Well, now, which Biden are we talking about, Hunter or James?
Hunter. I'm going to say Hunter in this one.
Hunter, what we say he takes 5. In other words, Hunter Biden will surely invoke his privilege not to be a witness against himself in a criminal proceeding, otherwise known as his Fifth Amendment privilege. That is as sure as I am sitting here with you on your show right now. Whether President Biden's brother James does that as well, he sits in a very different chair than Hunter Biden does, because Hunter Biden right now is presently under indictment. James Biden is not, but it is the apprehension, it is the concern. You don't actually have to be charged in a criminal proceeding to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege, so long as you have a reasonable concern, a reasonable fear, a reasonable apprehension that what you say could get you jammed up criminally. You are within your rights to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege. Now, it would sure as hell be interesting if James Biden were offered immunity in exchange for his testimony. So this is to call this the Wild West is insulting to the Wild West. It is Trump world. It is Biden world. Man, it would be nice if we had some fresh faces and a clean slate determining the fate of us all as citizens.
Yeah, and something you said there, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said maybe the Hunter Biden that criminally indicted there, that might help him in this case, that he can now plead the Fifth. Is that is that accurate to say that maybe that might help him? It
doesn't help him. He just doesn't have to open his mouth, because he can't be compelled to be a witness against himself in a criminal proceeding. So Hunter Biden, for sure, his lawyers send a letter saying, listen, you subpoenaed my client, or if you subpoena my client, I'm telling you now he's invoking his Fifth Amendment privilege. And then that will put that to bed. They still may make him show up and actually invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege to every question, or they just may take the letter and say, okay, let's just move on. What James Biden does, again, if James Biden decides to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, the optics of that probably don't look great for President Biden, and probably don't help his poll numbers. It seems that only President Trump benefits from the swirls of a criminal investigation or a criminal indictment. So sit back, break out the popcorn, and stay tuned, because it's going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better.
Yeah, and those are two very key points about it. Hunter Biden, James Biden there, potentially see what they're doing. What's the point of maybe the myriad of other Bidens along the line? Because obviously Haley Biden's older sister, Elizabeth, they're Hunter Biden's wife, Melissa. What's the maybe point of that, putting them on this kind of list to try to testify? What's the reasoning potentially behind that?
Well, because the Attorney General of the state of New York had on her witness list Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., and Ivanka Trump. So again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
All right, that makes perfect sense. All right, Randy, thank you so much for breaking it all down. This is some story we're going to continue to follow. Of course, we follow the impeachment inquiry very closely. We'll see if anything comes of this, but those subpoenas there now being put in place by the House Oversight Committee. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Again, one more time, just putting up that post from the Oversight Committee. James Comer there signing that subpoenas for Hunter Biden, James Biden, Rob Walker, a business associate as well. as the investigation into this impeachment inquiry. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, a live look there at the White House as we continue on. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take you out to a developing story now, likely out of Texas, of course, revolving around this tweet. Bill Melugin, 8 people are dead, including 2 innocent Americans, after a human smuggler driving a vehicle full of illegal immigrants crashed head into an SUV while evading police in Batesville, Texas. I want to take you out now to police. And I don't know if that's exactly the press conference, but we're waiting on a press conference coming in. So we're just getting different live pictures here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so we're trying to keep an eye on all of these sources here on Live Now from Fox. We have so many things coming in right now. Let's take you out to the House floor, different representatives making remarks.
Rules. There is no available data to determine how many of these reviews result in a significant determination. However, roughly 100 rules each year clear the higher economically significant threshold. This amendment would block any work on the roughly 100 economically significant rules the government promulgates annually and likely blocks countless others that result in a significant determination. This amendment would grind government to a halt and interrupt vital work to improve the lives of Americans across a range of policy areas. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman's concerns, but let's go ahead and think about what his concerns are based upon. The gentleman raised concerns that if this amendment passes, it's going to prevent the Biden administration from unilaterally implementing regulations 100 times that each cost over $100 million. to comply with. I'm sure my friend shares the concern that these really need to be actions of the Congress, where we come in and affirm congressional intent. We come in and affirm the interpretations of law. If a bureaucrat is going to impose that type of cost on American businesses and, most importantly, on American families that are already struggling with record high energy costs, with interest rates, with inflationary costs that are all being imposed on these family members, this harms those who can least afford it the most. And so it really seems like my friend could reconsider the objection that we could simply allow for members of Congress to represent their constituents as opposed to unelected bureaucrats. All
right, you're just listening in there to the floor, or the House floor, as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's turn our attention right now to Florida in a trial we've been following for several months now. The Take Care of Maya trial, jury deliberating. We're going to be joined right now on the ground in Florida. Right now on Live Now from Fox by Kim Cuisinart, Fox 13 reporter. Kim, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Maybe what is the latest? And I know you have a guest, so just take it away.
Well, Andy Mack, I can tell you that jurors have been deliberating for the last 2 days, and jurors right now have gone home. They were sent home just a little bit before because one of the jurors that committed to being on this trial had a prior engagement. But I was going to go ahead and show you some of those closings from yesterday, but instead I'm going to bring you here and talk with Mr. Greg Anderson, the attorney for Maya Kowalski. Mr. Anderson, this has been years in the making for you, for your client. As we talk, this is more than just a case for yourself.
Unbelievable. It is. It's been it's a case-long career, and it seems like it's taken my entire career to do this case. It's been 5 years. It was most disappointing that we couldn't take it to trial last year in April, and that's a whole story in and of itself, with 3 orders coming out in the same day from the appellate court on that. For me, it's been an incredible challenge. It's been a challenge for my family, but nothing like it has been for the Kowalskis. And they're doing it without Beata. And it's a very sad situation and extremely stressful for them. But we're here.
You're going up against one of the largest hospitals, one of the most well-known hospitals in the Tampa Bay area, if not Florida. What has this been like, just seeing everything that has happened, all the motions that have been brought up, just everything as you have been presenting your case?
52 summary judgments. Anybody that's familiar with litigation would know usually you'll get 2 or 3 maybe, even in the biggest cases. Usually there's only maybe 200 to 300 docket filings, even in a major case, medical malpractice or something. Here we're approaching 3,500. It has been the hardest fought, most difficult, most unpleasant at times litigation I've ever been involved in. And it doesn't have to be that way, but it really was. It's unfortunate.
And you said this case really for you and your clients is for the freedom of parents to choose the medical course for their children, especially when it comes to such a rare disease as complex regional pain syndrome.
Right, it's medical kidnapping. It's coming in and disagreeing with the doctors disagreeing with the parents' determination of how they want to take care of their child. And Beata Kowalski was very, very intelligent and very well trained, an excellent nurse, and and Jack as well. You know, he was a deputy a fire chief in Chicago. The man has tons of medical training, parametric training, and you know, they both understood the medicine. They did incredible research. They had a plan. It was working. And then to have Johns Hopkins come in and just decide, no, it's not our standard of care, so I think we'll keep your kid. It's horrifying, and I hope and pray the jury feels the same way. And this case, hopefully, is going to have a big effect on hospitals, the largest hospitals, that decide maybe that this is a good idea to take somebody's child away from them. And that's one of the main reasons we brought it. It's one of the main reasons I was willing to put in the time and money that we put in to get us here.
You know, we heard from the hospital as well that they have concerns that this could maybe deter people from reporting suspected medical child abuse. That's not what you're looking to do here, you say?
No. The law is so protective over reporters, that this is not going to affect any of that, and I don't know where they're getting this idea from. The reporters are immune, for the most part, for the act of reporting. This cuts the line, though, about, all right, you did your job and you reported. After that, do you keep coming after the family? Do you target a family and decide, you know, we don't trust them, we don't agree with their method of taking care of their child or how they're treating their child's illness, so we're going to target that family. And you wouldn't believe the number of emails and letters and things I get from parents first around the state, now around the country, that have told me the stories that are just frightening.
And one of the last questions I wanted to ask was Maya. We've seen her throughout this case. We've seen her now in a dress. We see some of the lesions that appear to be on her legs. We also saw pictures of her enjoying homecoming and trying to be a 17-year-old that the defense brought into this case. Can you talk about how Maya's doing?
Well, every time I think that things can't get worse for Maya, they get worse. Every time I think this kid's going to get a break, something like this happens. All she wanted to do was to go out, and she wouldn't have even gone out if it wasn't that her ever-patient boyfriend had bought the tickets, and he was trying to do something nice for her, and he got a limo, and she didn't even go out and buy a dress until like 2 hours beforehand because she didn't feel like it. But she wasn't going to disappoint him, so she decides to go out, and of course she's going to smile in pictures. What do? She didn't post those pictures, by the way. Those were on a friend or somebody else's, I don't know, his Instagram or what site. And so they're snooping around there, they find these pictures, they post them up, and one would think they would actually have some empathy for this young lady with an incredible disease like this that's so painful and causes so many problems in her life, that she would be able to get out and maybe have a tiny bit of joy in her life. But apparently that was too much.
Mr. Anderson, I want to thank you for your time, and we'll be talking again here shortly, I know. Well, thank you.
Very good. You're welcome.
Well, Andy Mack, you heard it right there. The jury will be back again tomorrow morning. It will be day 3 of deliberations in this trial. And there are hundreds of documents and hundreds of hours of testimony the jury will have to consider in this case. Again, what's at stake? More than $220 million in damages. Back to you.
All right, thank you. That was a great conversation, Kim. I'm glad you took your time, asked them some very important questions. Thank you so much for great reporting. The jury continuing to deliberate there in Florida. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great reporting there as always as the jury continues to deliberate months and months of this trial to take care of Maya. I think a lot of people saw it on Netflix, that documentary, so gripping, so tough to watch. Regional pain syndrome there as well. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just a few hours, the third GOP debate. We'll continue to follow that here very closely on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we just saw Ivanka Trump walk by this camera one more time. She was testifying there in the civil fraud trial. Her father, Donald Trump, the former president, will not be on that stage tonight in Miami. Instead, he will be on a different stage holding a rally. We'll take that to you in full. Of course, we'll have full debate coverage after it ends, as we'll follow that very, very closely. Of course, in pursuit, less than a year now out of the 2024 presidential election, and the White House shot just disappeared. Of course, this is likely a rally there. So this is kind of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. This happened to me several times today where our feeds just change on us, but that's kind of what we do. We work with it here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to continue to follow this, all the different things that are going on around the world as well. I want to take you right now out to another conversation I had as we preview this debate coming up in just a little bit. Of course, these are the 5 individuals on the stage. We've heard from different people, including Vivek Ramaswamy, the grassroots coordinator there for that campaign. Let's take you out to another conversation I had from earlier about Ron DeSantis. Continue to be on the GOP debate coming up a little later on tonight. 5 individuals on the stage, including the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, there in his home state. We want to continue our coverage with this as we'll follow it very, very closely. We want to bring in Carly Atchison, a national spokeswoman for the DeSantis campaign. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we're going to pay attention tonight. How does Ron DeSantis maybe stand out from this field and maybe make some ground on the former president?
Well, he stands out in a couple of ways. First of all, we had a great night on Monday with a key endorsement from Governor Kim Reynolds in Iowa. We're seeing a lot of momentum in that state, which is the first state, January 15th. So going into debate night, we're feeling good. He's ready to go. I would also point out that in the last 2 debates, he was the winner in both of those. Why was that? That was because he was talking directly to the American people. He was laying out a vision for how he's going to reverse this nation's decline starting on day 1 when he gets into the White House. And the more people hear Ron DeSantis, the more people who hear about his vision for the country, his record in Florida, which is unmatched, the more they're starting to come on board.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that big endorsement coming in from the Iowa governor, certainly an early primary state, a battleground state, Kim Reynolds kind of backing DeSantis. How important is that? Maybe have we seen a boost in support in the polls after that endorsement?
This is a critical key endorsement, and it's embarrassing for Donald Trump that he was not the recipient of this endorsement. But it's because of a couple of reasons, we think. Number one, Ron DeSantis is doing the work on the ground in Iowa to actually earn Iowan support, earn their votes. He's shaking hands. He's visiting all 99 counties. But then also we're hearing about people who like that. Ron DeSantis isn't just talking about the things that he's going to do. He has a record to prove what he's going to do as president of the United States. So that's a message that's really resonating with people as well. But this is a key endorsement. This is not just a symbolic endorsement. Kim Reynolds was very clear about that. They just held their first joint campaign event in Davenport yesterday. And so they're going to hit the trail together. She's already signed a commit to caucus card and talk to Iowans and get the message out about why they should support Ron DeSantis.
And like you mentioned, former President Donald Trump did not get that endorsement. And let's talk about the elephant in the room, or maybe the elephant that's not going to be in the room tonight there in Miami. The former president will also be holding a rally in South Florida. Is there going to be more maybe of a confrontation about Trump not being there? Because this is the 3rd time already that he's not there in front of voters at this GOP amongst other nominees. Is it going to be more of a, what are you not doing? Why is former President Trump not here?
I don't think so. But just as you pointed out, this is the 3rd time that Donald Trump has said he doesn't feel the need to show up and debate and defend his record, which there's a lot there to defend. He promised to eliminate the national debt. He ended up adding $7.8 trillion. He promised to build the wall at the southern border and make Mexico pay for it. He's now admitting that He actually had no plan to do that. So there are a lot of questions that the American people deserve answers for, and he's unwilling to show up and answer those questions. So that's a reflection on him. That doesn't change Ron DeSantis's debate strategy in terms of laying out his vision for the American people, but it certainly says something about Donald Trump and what he, this is somebody, by the way, who used to invite debates and want to take people on. I mean, what happened? Now he can't even show up to debate and defend his record. So I think the American people are picking up on that. They want somebody who's going to fight for them. They want somebody who's not going to bring all the baggage and make it about them or their personal issues. They want somebody who's going to get into office, reverse this country's decline, reverse Bidenomics, and get the country back on track. And that's Ron DeSantis, and he's going to make that case to the American people tonight.
Yeah, and of course, the former president will not be able to make that case as he's not there alongside all of those potential nominees on that stage. Let's get into the voters into the issues right now, Carly, as well, because we're just coming off a night where a lot of Democratic people were very excited. Republicans, maybe not so much, in terms of what happened in Ohio, in Virginia, in Kentucky. Maybe when we look at what happened just 24 hours ago, does that change the complexion for some of these nominees, including potentially Ron DeSantis?
I think what it shows is that the Democrats have been able to use the MAGA extreme brand for Republicans because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is toxic for the Republican Party. So long as he is seen as the leader, Democrats are able to go after Republicans, attack them as MAGA extremists. It was not about one issue last night. It was about Donald Trump. We need to get back to a culture of winning in the Republican Party. In 2022, we were promised a red wave. That didn't happen except for states like Iowa and Florida. Why is that? That's because you have strong leaders like Kim Reynolds and Ron DeSantis who are at the top of the ticket, who are sharing their vision, their forward-looking vision, helping people down ballot, all the way down to school board races. And those races are just as critical. And so I think last night was a reflection on the former president and the toxicity that he brings and the need to choose a different path in 2024. We need to get back to a culture of winning. There's one person who can do that because he's already done it, and that's Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's not going to be just about one issue, but one issue that certainly continues to be at the forefront is abortion on issue 1, with that being codified into the state constitution. When you look at that in Ohio, maybe a resounding vote there in favor of that, does that change the dynamic nationally, and does that change the conversation tonight around abortion there for some of these candidates?
That's a question that might come up, but again, it's not about one issue. The reason that attack was so lethal for these Republicans is because it was under this umbrella of, again, MAGA extremism. Ron DeSantis was the first governor of Florida who actually enacted protections for life, and he won in a landslide by 20 points. So the Trump team and others are using the pro-life issue as a scapegoat for why they're not able to do the job. The reality is we need somebody at the top of the ticket who's a strong conservative. Ron DeSantis is unapologetically pro-life and who's going to focus on the issues. We have a president right now who has the lowest approval rating of any president in modern political history. We should be winning these races across the country and not letting Democrats get away with these wins. And we can do that, but we have to pick somebody who doesn't come with the baggage and the toxic brand that Trump does. We need Ron DeSantis to be at the top of the ticket, help Republicans across the country. If we do that, we're going to be able to put this country on a better path.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, potentially, that was the first time I think me or you said President Biden. So infighting amongst the Republican Party, certainly potentially something that we'll have to get into a little bit later on. But that GOP debate coming up, the third one, of course, thank you so much for joining us, the national spokesperson for the DeSantis campaign, Carly Atchison. We appreciate your perspective here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, that was a great conversation there, and all eyes on the third GOP debate tonight coming up in Miami. You can watch our live coverage post-debate here as we'll break it all down. Of course, we'll also have the full speech rally of the former President Donald Trump here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give you a few Live Now looks, including New York City. We did see the courtroom empty. You can see there Letitia James putting on her jacket as the courtroom emptying in this civil fraud trial there in New York City around the former president, Donald Trump. We did see Alina Habba, the attorney for the president, walk out of this courtroom as well. Let's just continue with this shot here to watch Letitia James potentially make some remarks. Unlikely, though, outside of this courtroom. Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump's daughter, did testify, was on the stand earlier today as they're in just determining the value in which potentially inflated those assets in New York City and beyond. Of course, potentially some large ramifications, including the ability to do business in New York City. You can see plenty of reporters filing out here as, of course, the two sons testifying last week, the former president on Monday, Ivanka Trump today. We saw exit the courtroom just a little bit ago, but you can see plenty of people walking outside of the courtroom right now, including the Attorney General for New York, Letitia James. Something we're going to continue to follow very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We also have this live picture there in New York City as dueling protests there for Palestine and also to stand with Israel. Of course, we've had a lot of these different rallies and protests around the country, including in New York City. Most notably in New York City, we saw the Statue of Liberty protest there just several days ago. Of course, the war in Israel continues to be the forefront of so many people's minds, and we just see now Letitia James walking out of the courtroom. So we're just bouncing back and forth between these two New York City shots, but there's Letitia James. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox. All right, of course, as expected, no real comments there on anything revolving around this case. We do hear sometimes speak before going into the courtroom, but that was not the case here as they exit the courtroom just about 5:30 on the East Coast. Right now, let's get back into all the topics around the war in Israel as we surpassed the 1-month mark as the fighting in Gaza City continues to intensify. Let's listen into the the State Department briefing from earlier on Live Now.
Is there a rift between the US and Israel, or is this just, words over media and it's business as usual?
First, as it relates to the comments about Gaza and occupation, I addressed this a little bit yesterday, and I'd refer you to the Prime Minister's office and the government of Israel to further contextualize and clarify any comments that they've made. I will reiterate and echo again from up here that we are not interested in seeing a reoccupation of Gaza. That's not something we are pursuing, nor is it something that we have heard from our Israeli partners either. But beyond that, we continue to believe that Israel has every right to defend itself, to defend its security as it undertakes this operation. What Israel had to deal with and the attack that it was unleashed on its people would be unacceptable by any country, and in reference to the attacks on October 7th. We have also been very direct with our Israeli partners that there is a imperative to distinguish between Hamas terrorists and civilians, and that's something that we will continue to make clear at the highest levels.
Just quick.
Sure.
But what do you think is the reason for the discrepancy, this divergence in public remarks between the two governments?
I don't speak for the government of Israel, so that's a question that you should ask them. But beyond that, I do not believe that there is necessarily a discrepancy. Michelle, go ahead.
What does it mean, the elimination of Hamas for the U.S., and do you think that Israel is able to eliminate them?
Well, you've heard us be very clear about this before, that we believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization, one that has a very clear track record of carrying out violent terrorist attacks on the Israeli people. I needn't point further than the attacks that were unleashed on October 7th. And so, of course, we are supportive of efforts that are being undertaken to not only hold Hamas accountable, but to ensure that the activities and events that took place on October 7th can never, ever again be repeated. And that's why we believe that Israel has every right to defend itself and defend its security. But beyond that, I'm just not going to comment on the ongoing operation. Barbara.
Vedant, now that the Israelis are
circling in on Gaza and they're getting closer to the Shifa hospital, what would be the U.S. advising them on whether or not to strike it, given that they've talked about Hamas's extensive command and control center underneath? Would you be saying they should hold back?
It's important to remember, Barbara, that when we talk about the scope to which Hamas has integrated and co-located itself throughout civilian infrastructure, through its network of tunnels and otherwise, that's not hyperbole. That's something that there is a very clear track record of. That being said, it is, of course, and very important to us to ensure that this operation is conducted in accordance with international law, that efforts are taken to minimize civilian casualties, and so that is something that we'll continue to raise directly with our Israeli partners.
So you think that you agree that there's a Hamas command and control center under Shifa Hospital?
I'm not going to get into intelligence or operational assessments from up here. What I am simply saying is that when the United States, when entities across the U.S. government, when entities across the Israeli government say that Hamas has a track record of using civilians as human shields, when Hamas has a track record of co-locating itself and integrating itself amongst civilian infrastructure, that is not hyperbole, that is the truth. But beyond that, as it relates to conducting this ongoing military operation, I'm not going to comment or critique that from up here beyond reiterating what we've said before, that we expect this operation to be conducted in accordance with international law and steps be taken to minimize civilian casualties and the impacts on civilians.
You have in the past said it's never right to hit a hospital. So in this case, would you say that, or would it be worth it? I mean, I'm just wondering if there would be
We're talking about hypotheticals, Barbara, and I'm just not going to get ahead of this process or operations.
The Israelis have been hypothetical about this.
I'm just not going to get ahead of this operation or comment on everything that happens as it relates to this military operation that's being conducted.
Just one final question,
Sure.
quickly. So you are not talking about a timeline for this humanitarian ceasefire. There's the report about Mr. Biden asking for 3 days from the Prime Minister, and then Mr. Netanyahu in his interview saying something like an hour here, an hour there. Is there actually something on the table that's being considered? I mean, without asking what exactly it is there something concrete being considered for a humanitarian pause with Israel? I'm just not going to get into the specifics of these diplomatic discussions. I will just use this opportunity to say again that we are looking this in three different ways. The first, conditions being allowed to allow for the flow of increased humanitarian aid into Gaza. Two, conditions being created that will hopefully allow for additional and further release of hostages. And three, this happening in a way in which Hamas cannot regroup and re-strengthen itself. I think this morning in Tokyo, the secretary put it quite aptly when it comes to the various calls for a ceasefire that we're seeing from various corners of the world, that those who are calling for a ceasefire have an obligation to explain how to address the unacceptable result a ceasefire would bring, which is Hamas left in place, Hamas being left in place with more than 200 hostages, with the capacity and its continued stated intent of repeating its attacks from October 7th. Camilla, you've had your hand up. Sorry. Go ahead.
And welcome back.
Thanks.
In addition to what the Secretary said at his presser this morning about what the U.S. doesn't want Gaza to look like, in the sense they don't want a reoccupation of Gaza, yesterday Mark Regev on NewsHour said that he believes that there will be a buffer zone, that there needs to be after what we have been through. So is that something that the U.S. is in agreement with in terms of a buffer zone? And then I have one more on fuel.
I think given where we are in this conflict, I'm just not going to get into the specifics of what is on or off the table beyond just reiterating what the Secretary says, which is there are some clear, very finite points of view that we bring to this as it relates to reoccupation, as it relates to governance. We continue to feel very strongly that it needs needs to be respective and reflectful of the will of the Palestinian people, and that ultimately we are interested in seeing a Gaza that is unified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. But beyond that, we're just not going to get ahead of this process as we continue to work in the day-to-day to address these immediate needs while also laying out a pathway for some longer-term objectives.
Just one on fuel. Sure. An IDF spokesperson said last week that Israel will allow fuel to enter the Strip as and when hospitals run out and will need it. Does that not contradict what the U.S. is trying to work towards to get fuel into the Strip? Are you in agreement with that particular parameter which has been set about hospitals waiting for hospitals to run out of fuel before fuel can go in?
I addressed this a little bit yesterday. Obviously, fuel is incredibly important for hospitals because there's, of course, a dire public health need, but as we also know that there are a number of other activities or actions that require the use of fuel, whether that be the desalination of water, the distribution of clean water, wastewater treatment, and so on and so forth. So beyond that, we recognize that there is a dire need for fuel, and we are working around the clock with Special Envoy Satterfield, with others, with the government of Israel, with Egyptian authorities, donors, and other aid agencies to see what avenues are possible to allow further fuel into Gaza for the benefit of civilians. Go ahead in the green. Yeah.
Thank you. Yesterday during the briefing at the White House, it was said that the State Department is solely responsible for managing the list of Americans who are in Gaza and need to leave. When the Rafah crossing reopened, although the United States are not responsible for the list itself of foreigners, what is the criteria for defining who can or who cannot leave Gaza Strip regarding foreigners? And the second question, if possible, if the U.S. agree with this limitation, limiting the number of foreigners who can or who cannot leave.
There's an important perspective to remember here, and that is first and foremost that this is not a crossing we control. This is not a crossing in which we really have much input into whether it can open or close. The role that we are playing is providing the best information to our partners in the Israeli government and the Egyptian government of American nationals, American citizens, LPRs, and eligible family members who have indicated a voluntary desire to depart Gaza. And at regular intervals, the Palestinian General Authority's Facebook page for Borders and Crossings posts a list of which foreign nationals are eligible to exit Rafah crossing on a particular day. And when we see which Americans are reflected on that list, we do our best to get in touch with them and ensure that they are able to make their way to Rafah to exit. When Rafah is open, American citizens, foreign nationals who may have had their names published on a previous day's list, our expectation is that those individuals will still be able to exit.
Can the U.S. diplomacy somehow help to push even Israelis or Egyptians in order to put more names in those lists? Citizens from other countries.
We are continuing to work around the clock to ensure that Rafah crossing can be open as often as it needs to be to allow for the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, but also for the allowance of foreign nationals to be able to leave when they see fit. Lalit, go ahead. I think there's going to be a lot more on this, so I can come back to you later. Shannon, I think you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
Something you said about the Palestinian Authority a moment ago.
Yeah.
The Secretary's comments earlier today seem to be the strongest endorsement that the PA should lead Gaza. So is that the administration's view, and would that look something like pre-2006? Or something different this time around? And does the PA's, their lack of popularity, does that raise any concerns?
So I think just to reiterate what I said to some of your colleagues, I'm not going to get ahead of this process as what this is about and what the Secretary's comments were about. We're laying out some longer-term objectives and pathways that'll help share our approach in addressing some of the immediate needs. But what I can say is something that is not new is that we have long felt that the governance of Gaza and the West Bank, of course, needs to be reflective of the will of the Palestinian people. We believe that puts the region on a pathway to Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in states of their own with equal measures of security, freedom, and opportunity. And that continues to be our point of view. And you saw the Secretary reiterate that this morning in Tokyo. Jackson, go ahead. I'll come back to you right after that.
Thank you so much, Vedant. Has the State Department prepared for a possible government shutdown in 9 days? What's the department's reaction to the House GOP wanting to pair supplemental Ukraine funding with border security? Would that only undermine Ukraine?
We believe that there is an imperative to continuing to support our partners in Ukraine who are defending their country and protecting their territorial integrity and sovereignty. We also continue to believe that there is an imperative to support our partners in Israel who are defending their security and have every right to defend themselves. Beyond that, I am not going to get ahead of the process as it relates to a potential lapse in appropriations. Our colleagues in Congress, I have no doubt, are working around the clock to ensure that doesn't happen. But should we march closer to that potential outcome, we will take appropriate steps to ensure that this department, this building here, as well as our missions and our consulates and embassies around the world, can take whatever appropriate steps they need to.
And the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, said in a meeting that he has said that he's...
All right, you're watching this as we just see Alina Habba there walking out of the courtroom. Of course, she is the lawyer there for the former President Donald Trump, potentially going to speak to the cameras, the microphones here. Ivanka Trump was testifying earlier on today. Of course, she did walk by the podium earlier, but let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Today, the Attorney General rested their case, and it is very clear that they have failed to prove the essential elements of the case. If anybody looks at it, we'll be dealing with this all tomorrow on our motion for directed verdict. Unfortunately for Ms. James and the Attorney General, we have spent 3 years doing this based on testimony from Michael Cohen, who walked into that courtroom and under oath in open court admitted that he perjured himself. He forgot about his testimony where he said that the president, that the CFO did nothing wrong. He has been inconsistent. It has been proven. And frankly, he should be prosecuted for it. Thank you.
Alina, who's your first witness?
Oh, you'll see. I'm not gonna give you any. I'm sorry. Any hints? It'll be great. It'll be great because we have nothing to hide. You have to understand. 3 years of this, they didn't prove their limited things that they had to prove. They couldn't do it. They relied on Michael Cohen. I don't care what side of the fence you are in politics. You can't rely on Michael Cohen. And I think the DA needs to look at this. I think they need to really prosecute this, and I think they need to look at how much money was spent and expose how much money was wasted by New York on a fake, phony case that's about political, basically ammunition for Letitia James. Look, she was here today. She was here today. Why? Because Ivanka, another child of the Trump family, was dragged into court again. It's enough. It's just enough. Wake up, America. It's just enough. It's the Trumps now, but it could be us. It's not good. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
All right, you're just listening there. Alina Habba there, the lawyer for Trump, making remarks outside of this civil fraud trial. You did hear talking about Ivanka Trump there testifying. Of course, we did hear from Letitia James. I do want to give you just a little bit of a synopsis of what she said. Also walking down these steps, she said that Ivanka Trump was cordial, she was disciplined, she was controlled, she was very courteous, but her testimony raises more questions with regards to its a credibility issue, which will be a question for the finder of fact, that being the judge there in New York City. She goes on to say the reality is that it is based on the evidence, the documentary evidence. She clearly was involved in negotiating and securing loans, favorable loans for the benefit of the Trump organization, for Mr. Trump and her brothers and herself. At the end of the day, this case is about fraudulent statements of financial condition that she benefited from. She was enriched, and clearly you cannot distance yourself from that fact. The documents do not lie. the numbers do not lie. And despite the fact that she was very, very nice and very friendly, the facts basically demonstrate the truth. And if you perjure this case, you know what it is. So that was just some quick remarks there, but she was talking about how disciplined she was, but also the fact that Letitia James believes that the evidence points to that enriching themselves. All right, so this is a live picture there as we're potentially going to hear from more people. We'll see if that's the case. Ivanka Trump already left, so unlikely she will make any remarks. And coming up a little bit later on tonight, we're going to hear from the former President Donald Trump, and you might imagine he's going to talk about this very civil fraud trial there to a group of supporters in Miami, certainly dueling rallies, a GOP debate in Miami, but also a former President Trump rally taking place. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We just heard from Alina Habba there, the lawyer for Trump. I do want to give you just a few tape playback moments outside the courtroom that we're getting in here, refed into our system here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, this was just a little bit ago, a Live Now replay. Ivanka Trump, the daughter of the former president, walking outside of this courtroom there in New York City. She testified there on this civil fraud trial. Her father, former President Trump, also testified. Let's just listen in here to hear if we have any questions shouted at her from earlier on Live Now from Fox.
Ivanka, step to the mic. Step to the mic.
All right, you hear her or don't hear her answer any questions there taking place in New York City around enriching themselves, around fraud and inflating business assets there, and potentially the ramifications are the Trumps will no longer be able to do business in New York, a big deal, and also a substantial fine could be coming their way. Of course, $250 million potentially on the line. We also did see a tape playback of Letitia James, the New York Attorney General. Of course, this is also just a little bit ago. We did have Alina Habba live. This is just a little bit ago. The AG there in the courtroom. We've seen her there with the testimony of the two sons of the former president, also former President Donald Trump earlier this week on Monday. Let's listen in here to Live Now from Fox.
Ivanka Trump was cordial. She was disciplined. She was controlled. And she was very courteous. But her testimony raises some questions with regards to its credibility, which will be a question for the finder of fact. The reality is that based on the evidence the documentary evidence, she clearly was involved in negotiating and securing loans, favorable loans, for the benefit of the Trump organization, for Mr. Trump and her brothers, and for herself. At the end of the day, this case is about fraudulent statements of financial condition that she benefited from. She was enriched. And clearly, you cannot distance yourself from that fact. The documents do not lie, the numbers do not lie. And despite the fact that she was very, very nice and very friendly, the facts basically demonstrate the truth. Thank you.
Did you perjure herself? Does the state rest this case?
You were asking there, did you perjure himself? So that was the last line I was reading out there, and she did not answer it. But she said she was very nice, but also she said the evidence points to that. So that was Letitia James there just outside of the courtroom. All right, we're going to continue to follow all of these major developments. Of course, Alina Habba did not hint at who they might bring forward to the stand as well. So certainly we'll watch that closely here on Live Now. Let's take you right now back out to Washington, D.C., to the White House with Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press briefing earlier here on Live Now from Fox.
Stop that from happening? Does he plan to speak with the speaker, with congressional leadership, have them over here?
So don't have any. We don't have any readout or potential calls on the president's outreach to members of Congress in the next upcoming days. What I can say is, and I'm sure you guys have reported this, is that the OMB director, Shalonda Young, is continuing to do outreach, and she is on the Hill to outreach to members of Congress today, and certainly laying out the urgency of making sure that our national security and domestic supplemental, which, as you know, is our emergency needs, are certainly met. As we know as well, there is bipartisan support for those supplemental asks that the president has made. And also, as you know, as the Admiral just mentioned, it includes Ukraine, Israel, and some critical humanitarian assistance. So we're continuing to have those conversations. They've been happening for some time now with the OMB, certainly director, and certainly the Office of Leg Affairs and other folks here in the White House. And we have made ourselves very, very clear how important it is to make sure that the government stays open, make sure that key vital programs that American people need continue to get funded. It is important. We should not be here again. Congress has to make sure they do their jobs. And so that's been very clear. This is something that they have to act on. This is something that they can avoid. And so we have been clear about that, and we'll certainly continue to make that clear to them.
And then last night in a bipartisan vote, the House censured Congressman Tlaib. Does the president believe that was appropriate, that her comments justified that action? So
I'm not going to speak to the actions that Congress takes. We've been very clear in any other resolutions that include a censure. We've been very clear whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. That is for certainly Congress to take action on, and that is their prerogative. We've been clear. You've heard from members of NSC, whether it is the Admiral or whether it is John Feiner who spoke to this, that when it comes to the phrase that was used from river to the sea, it is divisive, it is hurtful, to many find it hurtful, and also many find it anti-Semitic. And so obviously we categorically reject applying the term to this conflict, but I will more broadly say, and this is something that John Feiner said when he had his interview on Sunday on Face the Nation, we respect that there are strong feelings about the war in Gaza, and there are legitimate public debates and concerns about how it is being fought. So we have expressed strong views ourselves in public and in private conversations with Israeli officials, as you heard the Admiral speak to, as you all aware about the importance of preventing civilian casualties for sure, for certain. But remember, Israel is defending itself from terrorists who committed a horrific act. That's what we saw on October 7th, as you all know, and who have taken about 240 people hostage, including American citizens. So not going to speak to the actions that Congress took, but certainly as it relates to that term, we've been very clear. We strongly disagree.
Has anyone from the White House reached out to the Congresswoman, and given that she used a phrase that you just described as divisive and potentially anti-Semitic, does the White House plan to have any engagement with her? The president's head of the Democratic Party. Is there a place in the Democratic Party for somebody who uses phrases like that?
So we've been very clear. We just said we think that we strongly disagree in using that phrase. I mean, that is coming from here, from the White House, in a very public way. It's been said by many people at the White House. So we've been very, very clear about that. I don't have any conversations to read out to you with the Congresswoman. Just don't have anything from here at this time to read out. But look, we've been very clear, very, very clear about using how it is important to be mindful about the language that we use, especially in this time, and we'll continue to speak out to that.
Thanks, Trine. What does the president think last night's election results say about his own chances for re-election, if anything?
So I'm not going to get into his re-election, obviously, from here, or anything that's related to 2024. You saw the president's statement yesterday about, but particular, obviously, issue 1 in Ohio. You heard directly from the re-election campaign, so certainly I would refer you to the re-election campaign. But what I can say more broadly, and I think it's important to note here, and I said this a little bit at the top, of how what the American people made very clear. They spoke out loud and clear, and what we believe we saw across the country is that we saw the president's values and agenda win big across the country last night. And this is not just in 2023. We saw this in 2022. We saw this in 2020 as well. And Americans spoke loud and clear how we need to protect reproductive rights. Women should have we should have the freedom to make a decision on their own health care. That is important. We heard them speak very loudly against dangerous conspiracy theories that we've heard out there, right, which are incredibly dangerous, as I just said, and they rejected that. And look, you saw the American people continuing to say that they support the president's agenda, because if you think about how Governor Beshear ran in Kentucky, he ran on the infrastructure, right? He ran on lowering costs for the American people. Those are parts of the agenda that the president has led on, whether it's the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, and making sure we're lowering costs for the American people. This is the president's agenda that was on the ballot clearly, and the American people spoke very clearly about it.
And then just secondly, on the Israel-Hamas war, the majority of the Democratic caucus has sent to the president a letter asking for reassurances that Israel has a viable plan for defeating Hamas and that U.S. military aid will be used in line with humanitarian law, among other things. Has the president responded to these Democrats, and is he prepared to offer those assurances now?
So look, I can't speak to any response to the letter. What I can say is, and this is something that Feiner actually spoke to as well, which is any country that receives arms and military aid from U.S. must use them consistent with international and humanitarian law, which is a standard part of our security assistance agreements. So obviously we have been in close communication with Israel throughout this conflict, urging them to do everything possible to avoid civilian casualties. You heard that from the Admiral just now. And even as Hamas uses civilians as human shields. And that's what we've been seeing. And so as we've seen events take place that concern us, we will continue to raise those directly with the government of Israel, and that will not stop. There is constant communication with them obviously from here with the Israeli government, and that's going to continue. Okay, Gabe.
Thanks.
Thanks, Corinne. Does the White House believe that abortion is the defining political issue heading into 2024?
So I'm not going to speak to, obviously I'm not going to speak to 2024, and on that, I'm just going to be very careful. I'm going to refer you to the campaign on that. But what I will say is that, again, the Americans were very clear last night. They spoke in a loud and definitive way, and they believe that politicians should not have a say in making decisions decisions, especially women making decision on their reproductive health care. And that's what we've heard. And this president and this vice president is going to continue to support and be in strong support in making sure that women have the right to make their own decision and make sure that Roe v. Wade becomes the law of the land. You've heard that from the president over and over again. Obviously, he put out a statement to this last night.
Corinne, you mentioned the president's agenda. Were the victories last night, were they more to do with Democrats' agenda or the president himself? A large number of people in exit polls said that he should not run again.
So look, if you look at, again, I'm going to go to Kentucky, because if you look at what Cameron did there, he spent $30 million trying to connect the governor of Kentucky, Bashir, to the president, right? And he called it a Bashir-Biden agenda. $30 million. That's what he did. And so obviously the president was injected into that conversation, into that election. And what did the people in Kentucky say? They rejected that $30 million. They rejected what the Republican nominee for governor in Kentucky tried to do. And not only that, as I mentioned just moments ago, Bashir ran on infrastructure. He ran on lowering costs. Those are the president's agenda.
But the president didn't go out and campaign himself on that issue.
But it is rare for a president. It is rare for a president to go to a state that has been coined by all of you, a deeply red state. That's what Kentucky is. And let's not forget, the president kicked off one of his first events that he kicked off this year was going to Kentucky.
All right, listening into part of today's White House press briefing, Karine Jean-Pierre, they're talking about yesterday's elections as well as the latest in the Israel-Hamas war. And as always, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we take you through all of the top stories. I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk today. Well, just moments ago, we were showing you bits as Letitia James, as well as Ivanka Trump, and lawyers for former President Donald Trump were all leaving the courthouse for his civil fraud trial that's underway. Today, Ivanka Trump taking the stand in her father's fraud trial. We want to bring in right now Fox 5's Morgan Mackay, who joins us live from New York. Morgan, thanks so much for joining us. Walk us through what happened and what Ivanka had to say today.
Lexi, we spoke about the fireworks when former President Donald Trump was on the witness stand on Monday, but today the testimony with his daughter couldn't have been more different. Ivanka Trump was calm, clear, concise, even a little quiet. The judge at one point had to tell her to speak up a little bit. She was also joking, smiling with the judge, completely opposite from her father, who repeatedly berated the judge on the witness stand. But Ivanka made it clear that she is distancing herself from her family in this case. When asked about certain loans she was able to help secure for the Trump organization, Ivanka repeatedly said she couldn't recall. This, at one point, drew frustration from the Attorney General's lawyers, but this is somewhat unsurprising. Ivanka was just recently removed as a defendant in this case after an appeals court ruled in June that the claims against her were too old. Ivanka used to serve as an executive vice president for the Trump organization, but left the company in 2017 to become a top White House aide for her father. But the Attorney General's office argues that Ivanka played a key role in connecting the Trump organization to different banks. For example, one email showed Ivanka telling a colleague that they would be able to get a favorable loan deal if they can guarantee her father's net worth. The Attorney General is seeking penalties against Trump and his two oldest sons for inflating their net worth on financial documents in order to secure better loan terms. Ivanka also tried to get out of testifying today, saying that being hauled into court is a, quote, undue burden for a mother on a school week. But that was denied. Ivanka was the only Trump to face cross-examination. She didn't speak to reporters today, but here's the Attorney General as she left the courtroom just about a half hour ago.
We uncovered the scheme, and she benefited from it personally. Ms. Trump will do all that she can to try to separate herself from this corporation, but she's inextricably tied to the Trump organization and to these properties that she helped secure financing for.
Now, Ivanka was the last of the Trumps to testify and the last witness that the Attorney General's office plans to call for their case. The Trump's lawyers will start calling witnesses starting on Monday. Reporting live, I'm Morgan Mackay. Lexi, back to you.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much. Appreciate that update.
Thank you.
All right, and let's continue on, show you a live picture here that we're getting out of New York City. You can see these dueling protests that are happening as the war intensifies in the Middle East. So continuing to bring you all of these live pictures. We'll also be bringing you more coverage here of the civil fraud trial throughout our programming, as well as, of course, many others of these top stories, including the war, including the third GOP debate that is happening this evening in Miami. We'll be bringing you pre and post coverage of that debate here as we break down what we can expect from the 5 candidates who will be in attendance. Let's take our first commercial break here of this hour. Still much more ahead when we come back, breaking down what yesterday's election means for 2024 and just a bigger picture as a whole. We'll be talking more about that in just 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look right now out of Texas, where we've been following news of a massive plant fire at a chemical plant that happened there earlier today. Just moments ago, we had an update from officials. Haven't had a chance to bring it to you quite yet here, but of course we will. And the next little bit, we have a lot of live guests that we're bringing on to our programming this evening to break down more of these top stories. So on a busy news day like this, sometimes we have to bring you some of these live events a little bit later on here. And that's exactly what we're working on right now, is waiting to bring on a guest here as we give you a live picture at the U.S. Capitol. We'll be talking all about the election results yesterday, the Democrats winning big on abortion rights, also talking about what this means for the bigger picture of 2024. We also want to show you another live picture we're following right now out of New York City. There's dueling protests that are going on right now as the Israel-Hamas war continues to intensify. Yesterday marking 1 month since that October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. So let's leave this live picture up here as we work to get this next guest interview set up for you.
Now, a few years ago, I used to sit in the UN, and I sat with Mandela representative of the ANC. I sat with the PAC. I sat with SWAPO. These were African liberation groups. And guess what? I sat with Arafat. Remember the PLO? And guess what? I didn't see any horns coming out of their heads. What I heard was, we want freedom. It is nonsense to talk of destroying a people when the people are enslaved, are not free. You cannot destroy the revolution. Last week I was in Grenada, where Morris Bishop and 19 of his comrades were destroyed, assassinated. I was asked to speak, and I said, you can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution. You can kill the dream, but you can't kill the dream. And so we will head with peace. I believe that we will win.
We have, thank you to Pastor McBride, Dr. Carruthers, and Bishop Dr.
All right, you're just listening in here live as we show you this live picture coming to us out of New York City. Dueling protests underway there as the war continues on. These protests really have not let up since the attack by Hamas on October 7th. We've been seeing them happen a lot in New York City, but also really across the country and around the world. As always, we appreciate you being with us here as we take you through all of this coverage. We want to continue on here with more of these headlines that we're following on this Wednesday. Yesterday, we had you covered with a lot of busy news, and that, of course, included the latest with the election as we are bringing those results to you. We want to bring in right now Fox 5's Chris Welch, who's joining us here now to talk more about the results and also what it means on a bigger scale as we look ahead to 2024 and even closer to that, the third GOP debate this evening. So, Chris, as always, welcome. Thanks for being here. Let's just walk through the results and what they mean in the big picture.
Well, sure. First of all, Alexa, how we've been talking for the last, several weeks, even the last couple of months, there's been a lot of polls out there that suggest that Joe Biden not doing so well when it comes to running against Donald Trump. Trump has been polling higher in, the last poll that came out in 5 out of 6 of the key swing states. So last night, when Democrats did well, thanks in large part to social issues like abortion, a lot of Democrats and some people in the White House especially breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. And there are also Democrats out there that believe now that social issues are the way to go to help drive people to the polls next November.
The scene in Ohio might well sum up how Democrats feel nationwide after Tuesday's elections.
Abortion access is the law of the land in Ohio.
Ohio is now the latest in a string of states to enshrine abortion access into its constitution. The social issue played a big role just south of the Buckeye State as well.
We are one team Kentucky.
Where Kentuckians granted Democratic Governor Andy Beshear a second term. Kentucky is a red state that Donald Trump won by 25 points in 2020.
I think what voters said yesterday broadly across the board is that Virginia is a purple state.
Virginia Democrats managed to hold on to the state Senate, and they've picked up the state House of Delegates. Those wins pouring cold water on the political chatter that conservative Governor Glenn Youngkin may be a late entry into the GOP race for president. Experts say the results in all 3 states underscore one thing.
Democrats, as well as Republicans, believe that abortion is a right. It's a constitutional right, notwithstanding what the Supreme Court held.
Alan Sanders, a political science professor at St. Peter's University, says it should send a message to the GOP ahead of next year.
Republicans have to adapt their campaigns and make it seem less extreme.
But will they? Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeting Wednesday that abortion is not the reason her party did poorly. then doubling down on the issue, writing, "Abortion is genocide."
I think that if you look at from the midterms to last night, from California to Kansas, Ohio to Virginia, the voters said, look, the government should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
The gloom and doom that the recent polls have suggested about Biden and the Democrats may be a bit overstated.
Democratic strategist Basil Smikle says Joe Biden should be comforted by Tuesday's results, but the president should still be concerned about his own poll numbers.
What they saw last night, that Democrats can win, but they've got to put forth the effort. They've got to spend money in these states. They've got to get resources on the ground to mobilize voters. Ultimately, that's really what it comes down to.
Now, typically what happens in presidential years is what's called the coattail effect. The excitement at the top of the ticket trickles down to the bottom to benefit the candidates that are down toward the bottom, local races. But Sanders and Smikle, they both think there's a chance that next year we see a reverse coattail effect. The passion for the issues at the bottom of the ballot could actually benefit Joe Biden at the top. Lexi, back to you.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, Fox 5's Chris Welch joining us here. Chris, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Of course. Thanks, Lexi.
All right, and let's give you another live picture here at this protest that we're watching, dueling event in New York City. Of course, this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox, taking you through all of the top stories from around the world, bringing you live pictures while we do as well. We're going to leave this up here for just a moment. We're going to be breaking down what we can expect from tonight's third GOP debate in Miami coming up here in the next couple of minutes.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! My name is Ahmed Abu Sneid, and I'm here to represent the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. We are a network of organizations, organizers, and activists that are fighting right now for a ceasefire and to end all U.S. support of the genocidal state of Israel. Now, I have some words for you all, but I want to remind you to visit uscpr.org. We have resources so that you can call and write letters to your members of Congress. Don't let them say they didn't hear from you. I want to share a piece of a poem with you, and I shared this poem on Saturday in D.C. at the largest protest for Palestine in the history of the U.S. Now this...
All right, you're listening in here to these dueling protests that are happening live right now in New York City as the war continues on between Israel and Hamas. Let's continue bringing you more of this coverage on a very busy Wednesday evening. Of course, as we look ahead to the third GOP debate that is happening this evening in Miami, Florida. And to talk more about it, we want to bring in right now Senator Ron Johnson out of Wisconsin. Senator Johnson, thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Hello, Lexi. Glad to be with you.
So let's just start with what we can expect. 5 candidates will be in attendance at this third GOP debate. Of course, the frontrunner is not one of them. What are you hoping to see this evening?
I hope they talk about the significant issues facing this nation. The fact that right now with Joe Biden's open border policy, I mean, it is a clear and present danger to America. At least 6 million people have entered this country, either processed and dispersed all over the country. We don't know where they are, or coming as what they call a known gotaways. We don't know who these people are, but we just detected them coming across. We also have a bunch of unknown gotaways. So at least 6 million people. You think with Hamas calling for days of rage, we know that people have been encountered. More than 150 nations have been represented. Over 73,000 special interest aliens. 169 people on the terror watch list. These are people we've encountered and caught, and I don't know whether they were processed and dispersed or some of them sent home, but you think maybe there may be a bad person or two in the 1.7 million gotaways or the other 4.3 million people. So it's a clear and present danger. They need to talk about that. They need to talk about the fact that we're $33.5 trillion in debt, and there's no end in sight. $2 trillion budget deficit last year. Our interest payments basically doubled in a few years. We'll be paying more in interest than we're paying for Social Security. These are big issues. I hope the moderators ask them good questions as opposed to some of the gotcha questions we've seen in some of the past debates.
Yeah, certainly a lot of pressing issues on the minds of voters as we look ahead to this evening. Of course, as I mentioned, Donald Trump, who has been the front runner in this the entire time, will not be at this third debate, as he hasn't at the prior two as well. What do you make of him skipping these debates? It really seems like it's not having an impact on his poll numbers.
No, it doesn't. One thing I mentioned about the president is when he hit his peak of people coming to this country illegally, it wasn't his, it was caused by President Obama's DACA policies and just eventually snowballed into a crisis under President Trump. Within 12 months, he went from his peak to his trough, about 17,500 people being encountered on the southwest border. That's the type of performance we have to demand from Joe Biden if there's any agreement in terms of his supplemental aid package for Israel and for Ukraine.
And some other GOP senators have endorsed Trump. Trump endorsed you back in the day as well. Your thoughts on who right now stands out among the Republican candidates, or potentially your choice on the Republican side?
Well, I just don't endorse candidates. I let the Republican primary voters decide that. Then I fully support whoever Republican voters have decided. Right now, according to the polls, it looks like President Trump has a big lead. And all I can really do is basically look at the polls and say that they look about right to me.
And speaking of poll numbers, we know that leading into this third debate, Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds has officially endorsed Ron DeSantis. How much of a help do you think that might give Ron DeSantis? Of course, this comes to as poll numbers for Nikki Haley have jumped as of recently.
Well, she's a popular governor in Iowa, and I'm sure it'll certainly help Governor DeSantis as well.
And I also want to ask you, too, Senator Johnson, at the first GOP debate, I remember you were speaking with my colleague Andrew Kraft. You talked about the division in this country. What do you think needs to be conveyed tonight to sway more voters, maybe from some of the independents or those who really just don't know what they're going to do come 2024?
Well, the point I'm making is, as serious as our debt and deficit issue is, and we're not addressing it, what I used to say that was the greatest threat facing this nation. Right now, I think the division is the greatest threat. As Lincoln, quoting scripture, said, "A house divided cannot stand." But I also try and point out, and I hope our candidates point this out, we're not a naturally divided people. On the big life's issues, safety, security, having opportunity so we have enough prosperity to take care of our family and prepare for our retirement. Most people agree on those big goals. So why are we so divided? Well, the fact of the matter is we have political figures like President Biden, political groups like the Democrat Party and others that are purposefully dividing us. They are spreading hate. We just need to resist it. We need to understand what is being done to us and recognize that a divided nation is a weakened America. And when America is weak, the world's a more dangerous place. And President Biden, all of his policies are dramatically weakening this country, which is why the world's such a dangerous place, and it's in flames.
Yeah, Senator Ron Johnson, we really appreciate you joining us here to discuss what we can expect with this evening's third debate. Any final thoughts here? I'll leave the floor with you.
Republicans have to remain united as well. We need to have a big tent party. We need to, it's got to be a party of addition, not subtraction. Our political opponents are the Democrats, and Democrat governance is destroying this country. We have to band together, united as Republicans, make sure we elect a Republican president, no matter who that nominee is, and return the House as a majority in the election and hopefully get a majority in the Senate of Republicans as well.
All right. Well, we appreciate you joining us here this evening to discuss this. Thanks so much, Senator Ron Johnson out of Wisconsin, being with us this evening on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much.
Have a good evening.
All right, let's take a quick commercial break here, giving you a live look from the White House. We'll be bringing you more of that pre and post debate analysis as we continue to cover this all, as well as all of these other top stories we're following on this Wednesday evening. We always appreciate you joining us. Stick with us here. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, giving you a live picture here at the White House as we continue our coverage ahead of the third GOP debate this evening. We want to remind you it will not be broadcasted here on LiveNOW from Fox. It is going to be on NBC this evening. Of course, we've got you covered, though, with our pre- and post-debate analysis as we bring on expert guests to break it all down for you. We also have been continuing our coverage of the war overseas as we give you this live picture as well out of New York City. Been showing you different images that we've been getting in from this one. Really, so many people have continued to gather for these protests. And this evening, the one that you're looking at here, that we've seen mostly the Palestinian perspective from the recent shots that we've been able to show you. There is also an Israeli rally that's happening right now as well. So kind of a dueling protest that's happening there in New York City right now. Well, we just spoke with both Chris Welch out of Fox 5 in New York, as well as Senator Ron Johnson, the Republican senator out of Wisconsin, moments ago, as we talked about the third GOP debate that's happening this evening in Miami. And Chris from New York, we talked about how yesterday's elections could impact 2024, what that means on a bigger scale. Well, today we also heard from Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin as he discussed yesterday's results. Let's bring you some of this coverage here next.
Number of folks that are coming in with fresh perspectives, and that's just a good thing for government. So I want to, again, thank those that ran that may not have won. It's tough, but also thank those and congratulate those that did win. So let me begin with just a clear statement. I'm a little disappointed, to be clear, and I think that that's just a natural reality. But we've stepped back and we recognize that, boy, this was a razor-thin set of decisions that were made on both sides of a number of these races. And I think it underpins the fact that Virginia is clearly a state that has historically moved back and forth from control of one party in the legislature to control the others, to governor's races, with very, very thin margins. And we saw it on display again last night. And I think what that reflects is the fact that we are a state that is very comfortable working together, working across party lines in order to get things done. And that's exactly what we have done over the course of the last 2 years, where we have worked with a legislature that has had divided government, and we're going to continue to do this. The priorities for Virginia will continue to be those priorities that when we come together and recognize that cost of living is a real challenge, and we recognize that we need to grow jobs and create economic activity, and boy, the progress that we've made over the course of the last 2 years, I think, has truly led the nation in so many ways. We also know that educational excellence and making sure that our children have an opportunity to not just go to school but receive an extraordinary education continues to be hugely important, and that our neighborhoods need to be safe, and that we can, in fact, provide a full transformation of a behavioral health system that can provide help for Virginians the day they need it. These will continue to be so important, and these are areas where over the course of the last 2 years we have come together on a bipartisan basis, because that's what Virginia requires. In order to move forward on all of these topics, we have had to bring together Democrats and Republicans, and we've had to bring together a House and a Senate, and we've had to bring together a General Assembly and a governor in order to move forward. And I am optimistic that we can continue to find these most important areas that we can move forward. I think this is what Virginians expect. I think they know that in a state that is so purple, that we do debate, we do argue, but they expect us to find common ground on these most important topics and to press forward. And I am optimistic that we will find these most important areas to come together over and over again, because that's exactly what we have done. And so I look forward to working with the House and the Senate going forward, just like we have, and finding these most important areas of making sure we're reining in the cost of living, that we are providing some tax relief, that we continue to stand up for excellence in education and safe communities, needs and transformation in behavioral health, and a government that works for Virginians and provides services and responsiveness that reflects the fact that we work for 8.7 million bosses. And I do believe that we can find that continued path to making Virginia the best place to live, work, and raise a family. I'm very proud of what we have accomplished together. A divided government that demonstrates that, yes, we can do this, and I'm optimistic that we can continue to find a path forward. So I thank you all for coming out today, and I am happy to take a few questions. Okay, there are a few. How about that? Yes, sir.
Your White House run.
Excuse me?
What does this mean for the future of your White House run?
Well, I have answered this question the same way for a long time, which is I am focused on Virginia. I have been in Virginia. My name is not on the ballot in New Hampshire. I have not been in Iowa. I'm not in South Carolina. I am in Virginia, and I look forward to staying focused on Virginia just like I have been.
Governor, what role do you think your abortion stance played in last night's results?
Well, I actually think that when we look back at the results from last night, and people are going to slice and dice them in millions of different ways, I think there will be a lot of lessons. I think the number one lesson is that Virginia is really purple, and that going into these elections, we knew that they were going to be tough. I mean, we absolutely knew that these were going to be tight races, and guess what? They were. And so all of the topics that people talked about, I think, were really important. I think one of my aspirations was to find a place to come together on one of these most difficult topics. So abortion is potentially one of the most difficult topics in Virginia and around the nation. And my hope continues to be that we can find a way to come together as Virginians and lead. I do believe that there is a place we can come together, common ground. This is difficult, and I'm hopeful that the dialogue that we started can continue. To be clear, over the last 2 years, we've had divided government, and we have found so many things to work on together that have propelled Virginia from a state that was so far behind. I mean, we were bottom third in job growth, and over the last 22 months, we are now number 3 in the nation in job growth. We have found a way to come together around funding education. We found a way to come together around supporting law enforcement. We found a way to come together around transforming behavioral health. And so these are areas that I know that we can continue to work on together, and that's what we've demonstrated. And so when we have difficult topics, we come together and find a way to move forward. And I guess I would just repeat that it requires all of us. It requires both houses and a governor. And I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to continue to serve Virginians. We are not going to move forward. We're not going to move backwards. We're going to move forward. And most importantly, I think it can be an arm in arm moving forward that puts Virginia, again, at the top of the pack in so many areas.
Governor, what was the message that voters sent to you, do you think, on abortion?
Well, I think the message that everyone should recognize on abortion is that this is a very difficult topic across Virginia and across the nation. And let's just go back and look at the races. These races were decided on a razor-thin margin, and we expected that, and that's what Virginia is. And so there were so many topics that went into these results. I do think that the fact that we tried to find a place to bring Virginians together will be a lesson that there is a place that Virginians can come together. There is a place that Americans can come together. I think Virginians don't want to be extreme either direction. I think they actually want to find a place to come together, and that's what I think we tried to represent, reasonableness. And I think in the long term, I think reasonableness is where people will come together. Yes, sir.
In the divided House, you had a number of issues where there's been consensus favor. There are issues that just don't get by either one house or the other. Gun legislation is one example, criminal justice reform is another. Given that we now have a Democratic majority in the Assembly, are we going to start seeing initiatives that are going to make you more interested in the detail?
Well, let me just be clear. I'm not going anywhere, and we still have a divided government, which means that we all have to come together in order to progress legislation. And I guess I was looking at it over the course of the last month. In the Constitution, it requires both houses to pass a bill and a governor to sign it. So this is still the reality of where we are versus the same place we have been the last 2 years. And yet I'm encouraged by the fact that over the last 2 years, we had record tax relief. We came to that together as Republicans and Democrats. Over the last 2 years, we funded record investment in our education, Republicans and Democrats. Over the last 2 years, we funded record investment in behavioral health and signed 22 bills to unlock our Right Help Right Now initiatives as Republicans and Democrats. We came together to provide record funding for law enforcement as Republicans and Democrats. We came together to provide record investment into making sure the Chesapeake Bay and our waterways are clean as Republicans and Democrats. So I'm encouraged that we have demonstrated that we can do this. It still requires us to come together. And I'm here, I'm the executive branch, and I will continue to invite our leadership from the legislative branch to work with us and deliver these important objectives.
Governor,
yeah, we'll go over here. Hey, Greg.
Do you think the 15-week limit is still a viable issue, or do you think voters reject it?
Well, I think what voters said yesterday broadly across the board is that Virginia is a purple state. And literally every one of these races that was in the crosshairs was decided on a razor's edge. And that's what we expected going in. And so I think the one thing that we know is that abortion's a really difficult topic, that there is a place to come together around a reasonable limit. And I think Virginians can come there, and that's something that I continue to be committed to work on with our legislature in order to see if we can find. But again, I think that there was one basic takeaway from yesterday, which is the history of the Commonwealth of being a purple state that moves through a very, very thin margin. They described it again yesterday. I mean, for example, neither party received a majority of the vote yesterday. I mean, this is just another statement of where Virginia is and why it's such a bellwether for what's going on across the nation, is that we tend to be in the middle on topics. And I think that's why we continue to work well together, is because there's very rarely been a moment where we have seen single party rule other than in the last 2 years of the last administration. But people have had to work together for a long time, and I think that's representative of how Virginians get things done.
Last question.
Scott, who's going to be the next speaker, as well as Lucas, and if you did, what priorities did you discuss?
Yeah, so I have not spoken to folks on the Democratic side, not because I don't want to, but because they haven't gone through the process of formally naming their leadership. And when they do, I look forward to speaking with them. Again, this is how we get things done, but I think that over the course of the next week, I'm sure they're going to meet and they're going to formally elect their leadership, and then I will look forward to meeting with them and working together to deliver for Virginians. This is what we have to do. They know that. I know that. And we're going to be able to find places to work together, I'm quite sure.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Do you think activities of Donald Trump and Blinken fighting the Congress negatively affected your party's performance on the state level?
Yeah, I really think that the issues that were represented in the election yesterday were Virginia issues. And I'll repeat something I said earlier. We fully expected all of these races to be very, very tight, and they were. And we knew that retaking our Senate was going to be really, really hard. We saw a path to 19, and we saw a path to getting to 20 to be an uphill climb. We had great candidates that ran, but we knew that. And guess what? We're here at 19. And we knew that the candidates in the House were going to have some really, really tight races in a number of places that Joe Biden had won by a lot. And I think we performed really well. The bottom line is this is a reflection of how tight Virginia races have been, will continue to be. Issues in Virginia are Virginia issues. And that's one of the reasons why I have been so proud to serve all across the Commonwealth, is because at the end of the day, Virginians know we have to come together to accomplish anything. And there is a Republican governor, and now there's a General Assembly that has a 21-19 Democrat control in the Senate and a 51-49 Democrat control in the House, and that is pretty bipartisan looking. And we're going to have to find a way to get things done. I'm optimistic that we can, but the key thing is that we have to both be committed to doing that.
All right, thank you all.
Perfect.
Thank you.
thank you all for coming out. Put your son.
All right, listening in here to the Virginia governor as Democrats retained control of the Virginia State Senate and flipped the State House of Delegates from Republicans despite Glenn Youngkin's attempts to win total GOP control of the state legislature. So wanted to bring you some remarks, some reaction here from the Virginia governor. I'm Lexi Petrovich. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. Still much more coverage ahead. We hope that you continue to join us as we take you through it. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox, a live picture here out of New York City. This dueling protest still underway. We wanted to pop the volume up, have you listen in here for just a moment.
New York, the NYPD, they send them to Israel, those terrorists, the police officers. They send police officers to Israel to be trained and to learn the same tactics they used to brutalize Palestinian people, and they bring it back here to the United States to brutalize black people as well. I'm not scared of being quote-unquote canceled if that means I'm standing on the right side of history.
All right, so a very enthusiastic crowd there as this protest continues on here. We've heard chanting and calls for a ceasefire at this as well. We've also at times gotten angles from the Israeli side of this protest. Unfortunately, don't have any to show you here at the moment, but we will continue to bring you more of these live images as they continue to come in. In the meantime, we do want to bring you another update, something that we've been following since this news broke just a couple of hours ago, as we pull up this tweet here from Fox's Bill Malugin, learning a little bit more after 8 people, including 2 Americans, were killed today when a human smuggler transporting illegal immigrants in a vehicle crashed into an SUV in Texas while evading authorities. That crash happening on U.S. Route 57 in Batesville, Texas, a little outside it was more so southwest Texas, we should say, as a suspected human smuggler was fleeing county deputies. This is all according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. The driver had passed an 18-wheeler in a no-passing zone before crashing head-on with a Chevy SUV that was traveling in the opposite direction, causing the vehicle to burst into flames. And tragically, everyone in both vehicles was killed. The SUV driver and a passenger from Georgia were both killed. The 5 illegal immigrants killed in the crash were Honduran citizens. The smuggler was from Houston. None of those involved in the deadly crash have been publicly identified as this investigation is ongoing. The southern border, particularly in Texas, has seen an increase in migrants attempting to illegally enter the U.S. Efforts by Texas to stem the flow have been impeded by the federal government. The House Republican-led Committee on the Judiciary has launched an investigation into the Biden administration's handling of the crisis along the U.S.-Mexico border, including whether the president has the authority to cut razor wire